She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Blast TV Austin Major Qualifiers. It's time for day 2. It's time to get going, it's time to rock and roll, and today is more epic because teams either get already that qualification ticket or see themselves being knocked out and no longer having the chance to get to themselves to the most prestigious event of the year. My name is Pavlos, and I do have Ted next to me to help me break down the action. I can't wait for this, man. Things are looking exciting, things are amping up, and they've also taken unexpected turns.
Yeah, they absolutely have, right? Yesterday we had that conversation about how dynamical those BO1s are when it comes down to MR12, right? And the fact that you get to play the first 2 rounds in day 1, it means that you go into it a little bit slower, and then you suddenly find yourself in the 0-2 bracket. And I mean, Gamer Legion, 0-2, Bait, Harry Vision, who could see that one coming?
Indeed, indeed. We've had a lot of teams battling it out so far, all of them showing themselves through round 1, through round 2. Now, the first round looked a bit okay, normal. You had teams like Gamer Legion dropping the ball at the start. I guess that was one of the most unexpected ones. OG, really strong victory against Astralis as well, gets them in the right trajectory, you know, and then we go to the next round, and then you start to realize, okay, maybe having that buffer of 1 game loss, 2 game losses has helped some teams. But on the other hand, now is danger zone. Now is where you enter a situation where you can't not make any more mistakes. Sure, you've got teams in that one-on-one situation, Bet Boom, Fnatic, Big, BC Game. They all got that, you know, room to figure around how it's going. Sure. But I think there's also some teams that have really showed up here, right? Heroic on a really good streak. 2-0, really hitting the ground running. And you could also say the same thing about Metasport and Amiga. They're looking great.
Yeah, absolutely. And OG being in the 4th and final team in the 2-0 bracket, they're all going to get an opportunity to qualify directly to the major, right? And it's a pleasant surprise. As much as I'd say that for Heroic, it was probably expected to see them play really good Counter-Strike. For teams like Metasport that came in as literally the last seed, last second were able to secure their spot in the MRQ. They've been playing some great Counter-Strike with Hampus leading the charge. And then obviously Nemiga and OG, I think, have been the pleasant surprises for a lot of people. But as you pointed out, for a lot of the 1-1 teams, there still is that buffer, right? For guys like Astralis that had a slow start yesterday, they were able to compensate, and they will get another opportunity to go into the 2-1. For all the teams that are in the 0-2, Pavlos, there's no more buffers. There's no more second chances. You come here to play today, and if you lose, you're out of the event, meaning you're missing out on the first Counter-Strike major of this year.
Indeed. Indeed, and you don't want to be there. You don't want to be there. And look, if anybody has just tuned in to the major qualifiers and are not aware of the current system, Europe is allowed to send 6 more teams, which means out of the 16 that have qualified to get here to the European major qualifiers, to this MRQ, only 6 of them will be able to make it to the next stage, to be able to go to Austin, Texas, and, you know, have a fight for glory. You know, we've had these Cinderella stories before where teams, you know, battled out through the tier 2 online circuit that managed to you know, gain the recognition, gain the experience, and make it really, really far. This is the new form of how we get there. No more the RMRs. We've gotten rid of, you know, ages ago now. It feels like forever that we had the minors as well. Now it's the MRQ. And yeah, it's up to accumulating these points to get to these situations. And so far, so forth, we've had a lot of surprises. Now, I think it's time to get into the nitty-gritty of things, right? Start talking about the day as a whole. Gamer Legion versus 500 is the first best of 3 to be played out today. Both teams are in the danger zone. Who would have thought Gamer Legion would be amongst that conversation? 500 also had an unfortunate turn of results. Then we still have some best of ones with teams being that 1-1 score. And then finally, at the end of the day, on this A stream, OG Esports versus Metasport, their chance to get a quick 3-0, you know, show as least games as possible and comfortably make it through into the major. I'm excited about today. Any game that stands out to you, the most exciting out of the lot?
I feel like over at the A stream is definitely going to be that first one of Gamer Legion and 500, and then that qualification game as well of OG and Metasport is going to be a nice roundabout. But as you pointed out, Gamer Legion 500 being an elimination game, all I know is I think we can start focusing a little bit and shifting the conversation towards that direction. This is not a game that was supposed to be a 0-2 matchup.
No.
I mean, a lot of people are going to be looking at this one and are going to be saying, well, you know what? I actually thought that 500 was going to be in the 0-2. Both those teams came in as top 6 seeds in this entire MRQ. And this is, again, proving that BO1s in MR12 in the same day, 2 rounds being played, is ferocious. You don't have any room for slow starts. You don't have any room for mistakes, because if you do have a bad day, then suddenly you wake up the next morning, and if you're a Gamer Legion, you're playing against an incredibly wild and dangerous Bulgarian team that could always surprise you. And if you're 500, you're playing against one of the best goddamn teams in this entire qualifier.
I mean, I'm going to jump onto that bandwagon with you here, Ted. Given the fact that we saw Gaming Legion recently in another event, Beach Hill Bucharest, that, you know, they managed to get wins against Falcons once. The second time they played them, got a map of them. They beat Virtus Pro. They can compete against Tier 1 rosters. Now, they come into the MRQ, arguably an important, you know, not arguably, a very important event for them because they do be wanting to make the major. I think they came into this thinking it's probably going to be an easy road for them. But there are so many teams here that have brought everything to the table. It's showing that it's not going to be an easy result. They're going to have to work really hard to actually make it into the top 6 here. And I feel like it might also be already too late.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Gamer Legion is one of the teams that I wouldn't even necessarily say that I believe they came into this one thinking it's going to be easy, but I feel like they came into this one knowing that without Ash, they're going to be handicapped a big ton. And I think they are one of the teams in which is quite obvious that the I guess, absence of the coach inside of the team speak or in the server or whatever does have massive impact, right? Ash not being in there, Gamer Legion yesterday were just a shadow of themselves. And honestly, I don't want to believe that without Ash they can't play better Counter-Strike. I know they can. Rez had his second worst map as a Gamer Legion player yesterday in their opening map, right, since joining the organization a couple months ago. So if you're looking at it, I feel like everything just fell apart yesterday for Gamer Legion. I find it really difficult to believe that today is going to be more of the same, but we can have the same conversation about 500. Yesterday was probably the worst day ever for this 500 lineup.
Indeed. 2 back-to-back losses can't feel too good, and especially when you see the difference in which you lost in the second match. Sure, you can say Ents was having a really good game in the first matchup. They were fighting a lot in that first half, but the second half looked, you know, very dominant from Ents. They weren't making many mistakes. You go over to the match versus Big. They lost 13-2, only getting a chance to win 2 rounds in the entire matchup. That's not going to feel too good. So, you know, already being destroyed from the first half, it's going to hurt your mental. You can have that as an argument, but this best of 1 format is brutal for them overall, not having the chance to rebound in the next matches. But now it's a best of 3, but also your back is against the wall. Losing this best of 3, your chances of making it into the major have been nullified.
Yeah, they have been. There is a couple individuals, though, that are going to play a key part in this. And we had that conversation yesterday. Sure, 500 had an awful day. Gamer Legion had an awful day. In the case of 500, there was one person that was shining bright. on map 1. Map 2, I think, was dreadful for everyone equally, but as we move into the head-to-head between players from both sides, Rainwaker, he started that first game against Ents really well, right? You're looking at the fact that they get only 2 rounds on the T side and 500 gets 7 rounds in total on Ancient. Rainwaker ends that map on 22 and 14. And on more than 6 multi-kill rounds. So when you're looking at him, you're saying, well, what more can we actually require out of the only maybe calm player on this team that is usually known for being incredibly aggressive? And then on the other side, you have Rez, who's been the spear of the attack of Gamer Legion. And yesterday, as we said, second worst map as a Gamer Legion player. And in general, on that second map of Anubis that they played, he didn't even go for that many opening kills. He had only 1 aggressive play where he took first contact on Anubis out of the entire map, which is not something that usually happens for him.
No, it's really rough. 2 different roles, but equally important for their team. And heading into this one, the eyes are on them. Now, look, overall, we now have got a best of 3. You no longer have the capability of banning all the weaknesses of your own team and banning all the strengths of the other. How much of a difference do you think it will make, and how much will it favor these teams heading into a best of 3?
I honestly feel like Gamer Legion have a decent enough map pool to feel comfortable going into this game. 500, if we could say something positive, I think they actually benefit from the fact they are playing against Gamer Legion, because the one big issue for 500's veto is that they're struggling big time on both Train and Nuke. Good news is, on the other side, those are 2 maps that Gamer Legion are not too keen on either, right? So if you're a Gamer Legion going for a Train or a Nuke pick, obviously depending on what 500 remove, it would always be a tricky one. 500 decides to go for the Train removal. Of course, the Dust 2 ban was always going to come through from Gamer Legion. 500 decides to go for that Anubis curveball, which is something that I really like. A map that they picked against Eclot around a couple weeks ago, and they won really convincingly, and it's been a good one for them. It's finally time to see them shy away from that Ancient. Gamer Legion, though, they're just pouring some lemon in the wound of 500. They're like, well, yesterday was the worst day for you guys on Ancient. You know what? We're going to take you there once again. And then if we go to a third and final one, it's an Inferno, which I think is going to make Gamer Legion pretty happy. I actually like the fact that they don't go for that Inferno pick initially, because it is one of their most comfortable maps, but they do know that 500 like playing Inferno as well. So I think it would have been a little bit too risky for them to go for it straight up. I like the BM pick from Gamer Legion to go for that Ancient.
Oh, for sure. A couple of curveballs all across the board. Anubis being the first one, not going for your usual first pick Mirage, trying to, play to your opponent's weaknesses, if you wait. It's not that big of a weakness. It's just that it's a map that they don't really play that much. When they do, it's kind of on that 50-50 performance. Ancient as well, like you said, is trying to put insult to injury there, trying to play with the emotions of your opponent. Then Inferno being the home ground. Gamer Legion is going to be banning Mirage after that. It's not going to. They're not going to let that through. Inferno, really, it could be where things are decided. How do you feel about 500's chances here? You see the first 2 maps. Me personally seeing it, just looking at statistics and the feel of what we've seen so far, it feels that the only way they win this is kind of a triple mapper, right? Which, when it comes to 3 maps, Gamer Legion are also deadly. So, the chances are slim.
I honestly feel like 500 wouldn't really get a better chance to beat Gamer Legion in that type of an important event ever, right? You get a wounded Gamer Legion that yesterday got bombarded, and sure, we can talk all we want about 500 getting 210 T sides on Ancient, which was atrocious, but in the end of the day, you could say 500 did show us that they were discombobulated, they were out of focus, they lost on the same map, starting on the same side, same struggles, right? On the side of Gamer Legion, they are the team that we're expecting and everyone is expecting to be a lot more solid. They don't have Ash on the team speak, so if you're 500, you go into this when you're playing against a team that is usually really hard on prep and really hard on, having their tells, XYZs, really good reactions to everything that's going on. They don't have one of their biggest strengths in the coach, right? So I feel like if you're 500, you go into this game, you know that you're, by proxy, you're the outsider. You're not supposed to win this one. So you could try and, lift up the pressure a little bit, go into this one with a fresh mind, and hopefully show a much better performance than yesterday. And as for Gamer Legion, I feel like most of the eyes are going to be turned towards them.
Well, this could be the last game. This will be the last game of one of these 2 teams. The Major on both of their minds. Gamer Legion starting things off on the T side and 500 on the CT side.
TC side. Shout out TC one time. Side. Good luck and passion UA.
Yeah, good luck and fun. Either way, Gamer Legion take things slow on the get-go. 500, a lot of pressure in mid. They could pounce if they need to. But it's early information for Oxygen, knowing no one's around. Game Legion to pop into B.
Goes the smoke flash. Spellin just playing this one on a retake. Got a call for help.
Yeah, Spellin has to back off as well. So the bomb goes down. 5v5 retake. These things can get dangerous.
They could. They don't have a kid, by the way. Just one flash, so it has to be a rather quick one.
Will they be able to get there on time? You can see that Ships is thinking about dropping into the lurk, but there's also players accounting for that angle. Spellin starts to create some movement for his team. ZTR pops out, but he knows he doesn't really need to take the engagements early. Pops out again off the back of a flash. There, still Ships trades in kind. Spellin as well wants to chime in. Ships can't really break to the back line. You know you need to get onto the defuse. PR doing a lot of work for himself, but Cirque tries to hold on for his team. Doesn't have time to defuse, even if he wanted to. No kit will be costly here. Albeit the heroics coming through from Cirque, it's just not going to be enough. Gaming Legion with first blood.
Whew, time ends up being the pain, right, for the side of 500. They even find the first couple kills. ZTR was left all alone on the bomb side. He's still able to get away with one kill, which was incredible work from the in-game leader, but still the refrags come in. Ships on the flank, activating, winning the fight against Red Spellin with another one. But then PR getting that double in towards B main. That was the real difference maker. Some nice shots from Cirque. Had a tough day yesterday as well. But unfortunately was not enough. Too many positions to clear out. Not even a smoke for the bomb. No kit. So a bit of a difficult one. And we jump right into a technical timeout on the back of it.
Yeah, we had a few of these yesterday, haven't we? For various different reasons.
Yeah, it gives us enough time to yap.
Indeed, indeed. What would you like to yap about this, right? What do we want to? What do we expect to see with the playstyles of these two teams heading on Anubis out the bat?
I really wanna yap about the fact that we've seen Gamer Legion in a certain situation before, and sure, it's a little bit different every single time, and the fact that Ash is not around, as we said, is a massive factor. In the end of the day, though, we gotta believe that, and I honestly believe that ZTR is a good enough in-game leader, and obviously they've done the preparation together before the start of the game, and you have an experienced guy like Rez that's gonna be able to step it up. Gamer Legion as an organization has always had their, I want to say their legacy has been built and their reputation has been built because of their great capabilities when the odds are stacked against them, right? If you want to roll back the years to the Rio Major in 2022, which was the first major that Gamer Legion as an organization qualified to, I mean, it was a pretty similar situation. It wasn't a 0-2 back then in the RMR, of course. Now it's a regional major qualifier or an MRQ, but they were 1 and 2 after the BO1s. And then they were able to get best of 3s against G2 and Bait to be able to qualify. And there was I believe, even a tiebreaker game. Then you're looking at the Blast Paris major challenger stage. Obviously, that was the major already. But they were 0-2 after the first 2 BO1s, losing to the Mongols, losing to Complexity, and then beating Mouse, OG, and Forza just to go through. So in the history of Gamer Legion as a team, we've always had similar situations. And even at the Shanghai Major, they were in a similar position once again, where they had to win a couple best of 3s in a row. They were 0-2, and then they win 4 BO3s in a row. That's where the Bad Boom Decider was, with Flamus stepping on. Now, Flamus is not around anymore, but you do have Res and PR.
Indeed. Maybe those pieces of the puzzle will be able to share their wisdom, and that could repeat itself, you know?
Sure.
When the buckets are against the wall, they seem to find their strengths. 500 group up here. A bit of a gamble stack, you know, in situations like these, you need to take a chance. Waiting for the flash of Spellin to pop out. Gamer Legion will expect it. Torsen won't, though. He knows he needs to join in. He hears that ZTR will be dropping in as well, so he holds his ground. The fact that you don't lose a rifle there and stick around with 6 points of health is truly brilliant. Yeah, not a player to be dropped. Every gun to be taken up to the next round as 500 concede another.
Yeah, but bottom line to everything that we said, I mean, Gamer Legion's been in that position before, and in the team's identity, there's something, right? There is something about them going 0-2 and something about them never actually being eliminated when they are 0-2, so we've seen the character out of this team before. Well, not this specific lineup, maybe, with a couple changes across the years, but it's always been a part of the brand. They never give up. Let's see if 500 will. First buy round on that CT side. 5 M4s across the board. A little bit of U2 as well. No hope for Cirque yet. Had a bit of a tough day yesterday, of course, as we pointed out. Only 500 player to ever play a major. 4 of them. Been a little bit of time since the last one. We started the conversation about Gamer Legion with I Am Rio. That was actually the last time Cirque played a major.
Yikes, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you'd love a full Bulgarian team to make it to the major, but they've made their lives difficult with yesterday's results. Still Gamer Legion looking to collapse into mid, early mollies and nades doing damage right back at them. It all started pretty damn well in the damage department when it came to Gamer Legion's nades, but now the favorite is return, spray down. Rez gets the better end of that trade, somehow keeping things competitive.
Look at
500
HP.
though, very softened up.
Yeah, Surge down to 38, Oxygen attack down as well, Ships down to 37, ZTR the only one taking damage on the other side, and Gamer Legion, this is a bit of a bonus buy as well. Look at the Galils, the Mac 10 in the mix as well. If you're 500, you can't let them win around like this one, but on 45 seconds, you've run out of U2, you have 3 players low on HP, and you have no kits.
And PR has drawed more pressure from 500, leaving one player to defend the A side to himself. Ships will do his best here. No, Rainwaker doubles down. Slend is able to return the favor, but to what avail? You lose 2 players, you lose 2 attackers onto this fight. Ships will be sticking around, and 500 will be winning every single one of these trades, meaning that they go into the next round with 3 rifles remaining.
Yeah, this is another one of those moments where Rainwaker just single-handedly secures the round for 500, right? He makes such a dangerous round look so simple to win. Fighting towards middle, good utility damage coming out of Ships. That Ships v Rez head-to-head and towards middle is going to be really important, but Rainwaker just playing the off angle in the middle of nowhere and towards heaven catches them completely off guard. And with one of the players being low on HP, it didn't really help Gamer Legion, but still, as we said, that was just a bonus buy for the T's. Now they get the big guns out.
I mean, it was quite an impressive bonus as well, right? Having 2 Galils, an AK, couple of 910s, wasn't too shabby.
Yeah. And still
Could have been
did some
competitive.
decent damage.
But now, consistent across the board with riflery and a very familiar slow start.
Another good nade. Tolson started this one pretty tough. One of the, I want to say, most impactful Gamer Legion players when it comes down to Anubis, by the way. His adventures in towards the A-bomb side on both the T side and the CT side are going to be pretty interesting, even starting from back in the day when he was still a Sprout player. He's always been quite fond of that part of the map. Gamer Legion, though, seem to have a really good idea that doesn't necessarily involve the A-bomb side. Tolson is just throwing some caution into the wind with the util, but the plays happening in towards B and Spellin and Oxygen are all alone.
They are. They do have util to blockade. The timing isn't right. Oxygen gets caught, and Spellin wasn't ready to save his life in that regard. Meaning Gamer Legion get a free entry, 2 pickups, and this round could actually just be theirs.
I mean, it is over, yeah. That's it. If you're 500, you don't go for it. I wonder, didn't Spellin catch him on the last jiggle? Probably he was looking at the... He was probably already thinking about dropping utility, or he was communicating, looking at the minimap, because there was a bit of a pixel on his screen with one of the T's peeking from B main. So yeah, that was just the worst possible timing ever. Definitely makes you feel a little bit frustrated on how you lost the round. They did have a lot of utility to work with and towards the B bomb side too, right? There was a world in which they would have been able to put up a little bit of a fight, but Oxygen just back exposed to main, had no clue he could be dying from there, and then Spellin couldn't really do anything to help. If you're Gamer Legion, you just feel absolutely great about picking up this round, by the way.
Yeah. Brilliant start. Surviving with 5 players, that's going to build your economy.
You what? You just... Tolson eats a nade in towards A main. He throws a smoke molly combo to push them away from A main, and then you just walk B and you win the round, catching off 2 players. It's probably the easiest buy round you can wish for.
I mean, if your expenditures are just mere util, then I think you're chilling.
Yeah. Expenditures is a lovely word.
Don't know if it even is a word, to be honest.
Expenses.
Expenses. Probably is the right way to put
Yeah.
it. A bit of a nade trade there from PI and Oxygen. Just a bit of a nod of the fedora from each other.
A gentleman's agreement with a little bit of damage. Tolson has been putting some great pressure in towards him in the last couple rounds. Rainmaker looking like he's thinking about pushing through the smoke, though. They're going to try and refight for it. Tolson pushed back from the molly. And that's going to actually push them away, but look at a mid-walk right now. 500 running a similar setup to the previous round. When Zerg, Ships, and Rainwaker were all leaning in towards that A-bomb side, but now Zerg is going to start making his way back B, which could mean Ships will have to hold on his own in towards mid.
Indeed. Solo to try and put the carry shoes on.
It's still a B play. They're trying to push ships away and fake it into a B play, but 500 are one step ahead. They're actually... Was ships thinking about going B as well?
He at least is taking cover. He was earlier in the open, but now wants to switch things back a bit. Mollies are thrown towards Connector. Rez with the early pickup onto ships. That's massive. Now you can break through into Palace. Get yourself into a backstab angle. Sir gets caught off as well. Gaming Legion, pole position here. They could just steamroll the site now. Spellen, good for the one, but he needed a lot more than that if he wanted to keep 500 competitive. Torsion hits his shot superbly. And Gaming Legion show they're a bunch of gamers today. Not going to let it go to chance.
Look at sharp, aren't they? Both Rez and Towson. Look at those headshots. This is the Rez that they were missing out on yesterday, right? This is the conversation we had as well. Yesterday, you're looking at some of the opening stats on Gamer Legion on Anubis. Rez attempted only one opening fight in the entire map of Anubis that they played against Fnatic. ZTR was 1 in 3, PR was 1 in 5 in opening fights. Slant was the only one positive alongside Towson, but it's not really their job to do all of that work. And still, a 5-2 and 6-1 start for Rez and Towson respectively. Gamer Legion, 4 rounds already on that T side, looking like they're building up a little bit of momentum, and 500 might have to take a bit of a hit purchase-wise going into the next one.
I mean, we get to see these pickups again, and I think the moment things extrapolated for Gamer Legion was that Rez push from mid, catching ships off. Insane scenes from Gamer Legion, really playing with 500 like a book right now.
Yeah, they are. And the fact that 500 had 4 people leaning towards the B bomb side and they still couldn't get more than 1 kill is a little bit disappointing there for them, probably. Doesn't make you feel at your best.
Yeah. You can't lose your confidence this early. 500 have got to shake this off.
Good news is you're on the CT side, right? Even if you get a couple scrappy rounds, you get 4 rounds on the CT side, you're going to be happy with it. Problem is, with how Gamer Legion have been playing so far, it doesn't really feel like 4 rounds is going to be an easy task. Perfect flash and peek from Tulsa.
Back to serious business for Gamer Legion here. Nothing left a chance, wanting to be flashing every single corner they peek. ZTR, on the other hand, solo through Connector. Though Spellers be forced right back into sight where PR does the picking up. He chooses who he collects, just like picking flowers from a meadow. 2 players left for 500, and this round is not going to them. There's no way about this.
This is already looking much better than yesterday for Gamer Legion, by the way. This is the definition of let's just shake off the dust, forget it happened. Go into this 3rd game with new forces. We know a BO3 is where we could feel even more comfortable because we get to play with the veto a little bit more. We get to prepare a little bit better for what the enemy team wants to throw at us. But as we said, it was always going to be really difficult to believe that Gamer Legion, obviously it's really early. We're only 6 rounds in, right? So we can't speak like they've already won the best of 3 because they haven't. But it's the fact that you're expecting this level of comfort. You're expecting this level of, I guess, functional gameplay from Gamer Legion is a funny way to put it.
Sure.
The best 4v5 conversion team in Bucharest from a couple days ago. Best utility damage as well. Some of the best trades. Really good cohesion. Great multi-killing coming out of the individuals. It felt impossible for all of this to disappear in just a couple of days.
And even though 500 take a moment here,
you know what it is.
At an AWP buy from Cirque.
Gamer Legion is a LAN team.
Yeah.
That's the case.
They are. But look, even though this is an online game, it's got the emotions of a LAN game. Your backs are against the wall, the pressure's at its peak. You lose this, no major for you.
Yeah, Cirque on a big green for the first time. This is where you want him ideally to start stepping things up. Still looking for that mid peak. Rez is not really giving it to him. The Utah will indicate exactly where the T is coming from. Nice shot from Cirque. That's an opening for 500.
Rez gave him an extra second there as well. It wasn't just the jiggle peak. He was wide open. Gamer Legion are reacting to it though. Right hand side taken up, trying to poke again through mid Cirque. Second collection for him, hasn't been pressured at all. Still's got most of his health. Rainware connects to be put to the test. He's got reinforcements. Cirque is there on time. He gets Bert alive. That molly does a lot for ZTR, but is it going to be enough? He still has the bomb, could get a plant down, but he needs an ace triple 1v3. And I'm afraid with 500 closing up the distance, closing up the gap, and Ships crouch walking his way in like a crab, it's 500 to be able to get themselves a second on the board.
Yeah, you're already seeing much better things for 500 as well, I guess, in this round. This is what you want out of Cirque on the big green. Yesterday, especially in the second map of competition, I mean, on Emshin, he ended the map entirely on 3 kills. That's the exact amount he got only in this round of play here on Anubis. And as you said, it felt like they weren't the most complicated of kills to get, but obviously you want him hitting those shots. You know, he's never going to have issues positioning himself rightly, right? That's never been the issue when it comes down to an opener like Cirque, especially with all the experience that he's bringing up, being able to put himself in good positions to get the kills. Always been a good quality of his. It's all about hitting the shots. And in this round, getting a key triple, Rainwaker able to get one more from the back of the bomb side. This is 500. Finally, putting their foot into the door here in round number 7. How many more could they get, though? As we said, 4 or 5 rounds on CT side would definitely put them right back on track.
Slen's matching the big green duties.
Yeah,
Could be
that's
seeing
the
a bit
thing.
of a head-to-head there.
If you're Gamer Legion, now you know Cirque's got an AVP. You know he's going to be mobile, so you're probably not going to give him any more dry fights like you did in the previous one.
Yeah, don't let him have freedom. Put some shackles on him.
Oh, ahead of the molly.
Indeed. So do you expect a rapid aggression from Rez? Now you do. He's already illustrated how far he's pushed over. Now, pulling his team in with him.
You pushed them away once again. Good utility. Gamer Legion's focus in pushing 500 away from middle has been quite visible. Spellin, what's he thinking about going ahead of the smoke? Decides against it. And still, if you're 500, it feels a little bit claustrophobic, though. You don't really have a lot of information.
And with the bomb slowly heading towards the left-hand side, 500 need to think about their situation right now. Do they put pressure into defending mid, or do they extend the next player a helping hand towards this left-hand side? But Gamer Legion still with a minute to work with. The world is their oyster. Blocked off again, though. And Gamer Legion drop noise.
It's a really good block again. Wondering when Rez will want to activate in towards middle, though.
Now it looks like they're going to pull the trigger on the attack. Molly's to the back of the site. Oxygen is able to trade his life out. Ships doesn't get the same deal, though. Spellin will try to hold on to his life. He is the next gatekeeper, unable to do so. Gamer Legion have been tremendous with these explosions.
The B-bomb site crumbles once again. Yeah, 500. Again, it felt like they were getting ready for a play like this one, right? You wait in towards middle, you don't necessarily re-clear it, but Rainwaker had vision at all times in towards camera, and he couldn't really see a thing. So you're calling, well, this is looking like a B play. Cirque had that aggressive angle in towards A main. 500 again have the information, but they just can't hold on. Oxygen, Spell, and get one apiece, but PR with a lovely double toss and with a great refrag as well. Didn't give Spell an opportunity, didn't give him a chance to even think about getting a second kill. Gamer Legion is playing some sound Counter-Strike on the T side right now, and the most frustrating thing if you're 500, it doesn't feel like they're outmaneuvering you. It doesn't feel like they're one step ahead in terms of which bomb site they target. They just go in and they have such a clean execution. Those are the signs of a good team, by the way. Those are the signs of a high-quality team. Your opponents are set up perfectly, but because of the way that you are clearing out the bomb site, because of the way that you're executing onto it, it doesn't really matter how many players they have. You have your ifs, buts, and maybes in check. You're just getting all the kills.
Yeah, protocols, well-drilled executes, cohesion. The signs that Gamer Legion have got Major in their eyes. Obviously, they've made this job very difficult for themselves.
Yeah. From here on out, they gotta win more than 3 best of 3s as well, right? Because we have only 6 teams, so a couple of deciding best of 3s might be in place. The road
A couple?
really is long.
Indeed. Yeah, they need a favorable record here. And look, you've also got to be the best of the 2 lost teams, right? It's not a matter of just making it to 3 wins if you've already got 2 losses under your belt. Last time they made it to the Major, it was a 7th spot from them. Breakaway to the site already. Rez, double kill. Insane stuff. Again, the explosion, the cohesion. It just chimes.
You might have to save again if you're 500. I know you don't want to call it off again, but a 3 versus 4 retake onto the A bomb site and you're smoked off and blocked in towards middle. Do you really want to give it a go with an AVP? I don't think so.
You're just hoping someone peeks out, makes a mistake, gives you a pick. But Gamer Legion are the type of team to do that. They know they've got the advantage here. They know they're the ones asking the question.
You know what this looks like, by the way? Gamer Legion is trying to put a little bit more layering to it with that presence in towards middle, but it really does look Anubis-esque. And by that, I mean Eternal Fire-esque in a way. You're just grouping up a lot of the time, going for straight-up executions, and I mean, this is how you play Anubis, obviously, but you're just relying on the individuals and the spacing being good enough and the firepower working out. In this specific situation, it was Tolson going in first as the A extremity player on the T side. Rez on a lovely double refrag. This is where you want to have him sometimes as well, not only opening things up, but being put in positions where he can provide multi-kills. We're seeing Gamer Legion just put out a pretty simple approach to the game, but really efficient one. And it has been working out.
Indeed. Take time out to give a bit of a pause, stew into the current status quo. 500. I've got some work to do. Look, you know, a couple more things are doable. After all, this is modern day Counter-Strike, and getting on that T side could help them build up some pace, some tempo. A comeback is definitely within reason, but if Gamer Legion keep the same level of confidence, level of prowess, and the executions are as clean as they currently are, 500 may already smell some trouble. This is their map pick after all. And look, Ancient up next is not going to be the best of scenarios given how tough that looked from them yesterday.
Lovely elevated peak from Slen. Cirque was just not ready for it. A couple rounds already, Cirque has been posting himself in towards middle. This time, Rez decides to just let Slen have a little bit of a go at it. Just so perfectly, and this is a big kill to find. Let's not forget, the one by round that 500 were able to win pretty convincingly, well, I guess one of the two that they were able to win in general, was a Cirque triple kill with the AVP, and he gets ejected out of this one quite early.
Gamer Legion, they are prompting to move towards his right-hand side, but a little bit of proactivity coming out from 500 as well. Poking their heads outside of mid, hoping to see if they could get an early pickup. But this also leaves the A site open to the elements.
Yeah, 500 is not regressing right now. This is a much-needed peak from Spell. And question here is, how deep do you want to go? And is Rez going to be able to catch a timing?
Man. I think he might. I think he will.
That's
exactly what happens. You thought you had one kill advantage. Make that two. Make it even three, as Rainmaker does his best to be the gatekeeper. Ships. He'll try and hold on for a little bit, but I'm afraid he's going to have to concede this one again. A 2v4, you ask more than heroics. You ask for a miracle, and moments like this don't come often.
It's just so simple. It's just so impressive from Gamer Legion. And again, you started off with an opening kill from the Oper. And, oh, okay. Ope of Ships is going to be taken down. Hold on. There's still a little bit of action going in. If they lose that M4 of Oxygen, they could be in an even bigger struggle than they already are. You gotta hope to hold on to the rifle at least. And by the looks of things, he might have been able to find a bit of a safe avenue here.
Yeah, he'll survive.
Yeah, he's good. But look at that. I mean, it's such a nicely falling into place round for Gamer Legion. Oprah gets the kill. Then you're just waiting. You pulse around the map to see if 500 will react. Rez is just jiggling between middle and B. Catches a good timing the moment that his teammates throw the U-turn towards the A-bomb side. Gets the free kill onto Spellon. And then the execution just... I mean, there was nothing that Rainmaker could have done in that situation and towards the A-bomb side. The execution was perfect. Great flashes, good Molotovs. Gamer Legion is playing some clean Counter-Strike.
And what started as a tactical timeout, it might end up being a tech timeout as Spellon disconnects. Maybe he uses a time to reconnect onto the server. Who knows?
Yeah, you don't want your IGL disconnecting on a tactical timeout. No. It's his time.
No, yeah, he needs to speak out to the team, give some words of wisdom, especially when you're being pressured like this. Look, yes, they didn't look great. I think they got too used to being streaked against.
You know what's the issue right now for 500? Again, if you have that conversation, it is really difficult to believe that this team can't produce a higher level of play. But the fact that yesterday they got 2 rounds in both halves that they played respectively on Ancient, and now they might do the same. We might be looking at back-to-back-to-back 2-10 first halves for 500, which in MR12, I mean, is frankly not enough to keep you competitive in the game.
And look, Anubis has been really confident as a map for them, right? The maximum amount of rounds they've lost on this in the past 9 games they played is 9 rounds. And look, 8 of those matches were wins. So it's not like they're not capable of many things. It's just that things aren't working out. And obviously, look, you're playing against another level of competition as well. Sure, you've been tested. But Gamer Legion, this is serious time for them as well. They know they made a couple of whoopsies. Sure, they're not at their strengths. Their coach doesn't have their backs at this moment. You don't have his voice to give you words of wisdom in tack timeouts. It's just not there, which, you know, pays a big difference at a big level of play, right? Just even just some calming words to let you reset, let you calm down, or even be that 6th person on the server, being able to notice things, some patterns, and reset in the middle of the round. A big nerf for Gamer Legion on their quest on the Major, but serious duty, and ZTR a lot on his belt here, a lot on his shoulders to try and cross Gamer Legion to the most prestigious event of the year.
I mean, this is exactly how you want things to start, though, right? There would have been that conversation if Gamer Legion was the one team losing 2-8, right? If it was the other way around, then we could have had that conversation about maybe them missing out on Ash. But as of right now, it feels like they've done the prep well enough. They've shaken off the rust. And as we said, the big difference between, I guess, Gamer Legion now and Gamer Legion yesterday, they just look a lot more composed, right? They look like a team that has said, well, yesterday was a day off. We've been playing a lot of events recently. We can just say it's not nice to be put in that 0-2 position. It's definitely not going to be easy to make it to the Major, but we know we have the skill. We know we have the players. We know we have the tactical depth needed, and now we have the experience. As we said last time around, when we were talking about the Shanghai Major, Flamus was the hero in the RMR back then. Now you have Rez and PR. Question here is, do you have individuals that can step up in the same way that Flamus did? And do you need individuals to step up in the same way that Flamus did? Because as of right now, it feels like they have been a little bit more cohesive, and everyone is just putting great impact on that T side. As we already said, Towson, PR, Rez, all of them on 8 kills. And it's looked quite decent, of course, for everyone that is just joining in. Worry not. We should be going live soon. And just to give you a bit of an update, you're just joining into the 2nd day of the Blast TV Austin Major 2025 Europe Regional Qualifier. Gamer Legion 500 first elimination game. Both teams in the 0-2 bracket after losing BO1s yesterday. 2 of them. And over at the B stream, we have Bait Parivision, which is also an elimination game. We're chopping off heads.
These are exciting games to watch. So if you've missed the action so far, it's okay. We get it. It's the first round of competition. Anything can happen. It's best of ones. But this is exciting territory. This is...
I mean, not this specifically, because this is a technical timeout. So this is not the most exciting territory, but the game in general is, yeah.
They get to listen to you, Ted, you know? That's exciting enough.
Must feel nice.
I mean, you get to hear someone with half a brain cell, at least, on this server. That's more than I can offer.
Midway through the sentence, I actually was taking it as an insult, but then I realized it was a compliment. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, brother. Oh, all right. Let's see how this one goes. Look, 500, you know, started taking out the tack timeout, spell and disconnects. You go into a technical timeout. You know, it also interrupts your flow a little bit, right?
Sure.
You know how important those few seconds are. You know how important it is to kind of get into the right headspace. You're starting to lose a lot of rounds. Things aren't working your way. And look, they had a decent start. They were keeping close score. But when it came to these buy rounds, Gamer Legion have had some brilliant executes, right? Sure, some rounds came off of them having numbers advantages, getting picks in mid, getting picks left and right. But most of them have been down to the timing, execution, and well-roundedness of their attacks. Now, how do you adjust? What do you really do here? Well, they'll have some time to think about it. We'll be throwing things to a break. Hopefully, Spellin is back by then. Hopefully, we'll get into the game shortly. Make sure you're still here when that happens.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
break through an innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
has rejoined the server, thankfully. We left off with 500 taking a tactical timeout. Gamer Legion having a really strong T side. 2 rounds remain in the half. Let's see if 500 can catch up, make the difference.
Yeah, question here is, does that technical timeout make you feel even more uneasy about the entire situation, right? Because the situation in the server was dire enough, I feel like, for 500 even before Spellman had those technical difficulties, so it definitely doesn't help, but at least it happens to one of the more experienced players, right?
Oh, yeah.
If there is someone on that 500 team alongside Zerg that you're counting on to be able to hold himself emotionally, that probably will be Spellman.
Years of online Counter-Strike as well. There's no way he hasn't gone through issues like this
And
before.
LAN Counter-Strike too, right? He's one of the more experienced Bulgarian players in general.
And Sinjuri to the backside. It's PR that ends up putting bullets directly into Oxygen's skull. And instantly, Gamer Legion deliver with an execute. This time 500 have got 4 players to throw at this. Can they make it work?
I mean, the bomb is still in T-spawn, right? There is a world in which Ships pushes middle and is able to catch Slant off, especially if... Oh, he's crossed. Tosin didn't realize that Ships could win the round here and now. Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
Did Slant spot him? Did he get a pixel on him?
Nope. He was just thinking about it.
So Torsen doesn't have a clue that the flank is being flanked. Oh, now
Surely
he does.
he's seen him.
Now the flank that was flanked is now currently flanked. There's a lot of flanking
He's
going
turning
on.
around.
Oh, man. The timing in this round. 500 can't catch a break.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
ridiculous. Slen keeps up the madness. Look, when your opponents bring out an AWP, it changes the status quo with 500 running around. Then Gamer Legion say, okay, let's punish you. They bring out a big green of their own, and ever since they haven't lost a round, that is a statement.
That's one of the weirdest rounds ever, by the way. Gamer Legion held on to the B-bomb site for 40 seconds, waiting for the bomb to rotate back in, and Ships didn't know it. He didn't realize it. I mean, he knew something was going on, right? He knew something was up and the bomb was dropped somewhere, or they wanted to fake B initially and wanted to go A, but then the B play worked out too well, and they're wondering what to do. A lot of things could be going through your mind right there, but he doesn't realize how close he was to actually catching a timing. Still, Slant was aware. And unfortunately for Rainwaker, he won't even be saving and holding on to that rifle. So there is a realistic possibility we get to see a third consecutive 2-round first half for 500 in this MRQ.
Yeah, this is not looking great. 500 have had a really tough time here, and Gamer Legion again starting things off with picks. Sure, we've had moments with pop flashes have been the deal for them, but we've had a couple of dry peaks this round, switching up their play, and 500 were not waiting for it.
Gamer Legion are loving life right now, and this is on the map pick of 500 as well, folks. Map number 2 of Ancient coming up right after this one. That's why it's so tricky picking an Anubis against a team like Gamer Legion, right? Because you're looking at the reps and the win rate, and you're saying, well, they played it only 4 times. It's probably not ideal. They lost it to Fnatic yesterday. They lost it to Hesta in the IM Dallas European Close Qualifier. But then you're looking at the win over Legacy and PGO Bucharest, and they look damn solid in that game. A win against Spirit as well in Kato, which was a long time ago now, but you're able to take down Spirit on any map. It probably means that you have something to show for it.
And if you thought 500 started things off on this round on the back foot, well, it went even worse with Spellman being caught. He went for some early aggression, didn't pay off. Got a dink onto PR, but he only had a FAMAS for that region. They've got numbers disadvantage from the get-go. Gamer Legion, if they do tend to move towards this left-hand side, no one will be there. But instead, they put a lot of focus towards the right. 500 have gambled here. It might pay off.
Zerg has no flash, though. Rainwaker is just waiting. He is the one with the 2 flashes. Wonder what the idea is. Looking for a pick on the gap of the smoke. A bit of a caution into the wind. Rainwaker is going to bite. Pushes right through. Thought it was a B play once again in Oxygen. Gonna go for that aggressive play, but the drop has been heard. They know he's coming every step of the way, and the Slant Ope will collect him. Ships, the only one that can do anything about it, and he's got a mere SMG. A lot of damage done, but not a single kill found. This is going to be 10 rounds D-side Gamer Legion.
Yeah, the nerves are kicking in. You know this is your own map pick. You know you're down 10-2 again in the major qualifiers. This is looking rough a little bit for this Bulgarian side. Gamer Legion, on the other hand, are feeling themselves. They needed a game like this, haven't they, Ted? They needed to step up here. Ever since they got into this major qualifier, things have not looked right, but now, when the backs are against the wall, if they lose this series, they're out. They don't want that to happen.
No, absolutely not. And they're bringing in the level that probably all Gamer Legion fans wanted to see from this team, right? You're looking at the team effort as well. Tosin 11 kills, PR 10, Rest 10 on the halftime. Slant hasn't had to do too much, but a couple really high impact pickups from the AVP. And ZTR has been calling a masterclass so far for the side of Gamer Legion. 10 rounds already. This is tough, man. It really is for 500.
Look, I think the only positive is that they just move on the T side, right? I think a pistol is very much required now, and
I think the positive
you need
is
that back-to-back
it's a BO3.
succession.
That is the positive. It's a best of 3.
Sure.
Issue is, you
Ancient.
need a pistol round. You need to start winning pistol rounds and getting a couple rounds at the start of the half. You gotta try and look at what's not working out initially. The thing that initially is not working out is you getting on the board nice and early, getting consecutive rounds on the board.
Couple dualies collected by Gamer Legion. Is 500 spread out initially. Some teams like to opt for a bit of a stack up, push out on the CT side. Bit of a set play, but not Gamer Legion, not this round. No such shenanigans, just very forward placed towards the right-hand side as well, outside of A main. And 500 looking to see if they can poke and prod a little bit, gain that information.
That 1v1's been going for a while. A couple bullets going either way. Rainmaker will initiate first. Contact in towards A main, and there goes Tolson. There's the first one. Julie's close range. This one is just not working out. Spellin finally did win that fight against PR in the meantime, so at least one kill going in favor of 500, but now you're pretty forced to go B.
At least something goes right for them, right? At least something goes well. The thing is, they need to make the right call. Try and place your players all together and go into the weakest of the two sides. But Gamer Legion have polarized their players in groups of 2. And they're moving into B, where the 2 players are hiding out right now. And the rotation from Gamer Legion is coming in as well. The read is correct. Rez gets the first pickup. You've got 40 seconds. You can rotate here, especially when you've got Ships on the back line.
You can sprint middle to A. You get a bomb plan out of this one for sure. Ships just wants to make sure he doesn't go down too early, but they know it's a possibility.
He needs 2 or more kills. Gets the first. Down to 52. Well, he loses 50 points of health. But look how quick Gamer Legion are to rotate. They know if they get onto the site quickly, don't allow Spellin to get the bomb down. He does find cover here. They know where both players are now. All they have to do is wait. They need to allow Raz and Torsen to chime in from their individual angles. Torsen loses his life. Hang on a second. 500 have a chance. Great shot from ZTR. Now Ships has got less than optimal amount of health. Bomb tapped, but the dualies do the job here for Gamer Legion. This was a must-win for the 500 squad, but the Bulgarians won't be able to cross the finish line here. Gamer Legion instead are on the highway to success on Anubis.
Yeah, there's the captain of ZTR to push them over the finishing line. Good effort from Ships, by the way, in towards mid. It was just the fact that he didn't really get an opportunity to find a little bit more. He was already too low on HP, needed a little bit of support, but Gamer Legion being proactive on the pistol rounds as well, man. It's just the characteristics of the team. They are playing like the favorite, which apparently they are, and they know it.
Oh yeah, they do. Desperate times call for desperate measures. 2 rifles brought up, 3 MAC-10s, 500. Look, this is a long way to go, but this is where it can start.
Or where it could end.
True.
Always 2 sides to a coin.
Indeed. And to a scale. And when you look at Gamer Legion, they like to put things together. And the MP9 will do the rest of the collecting. PR walks out of Connector, makes clean work of that. Now what do you do if you're 500? Want to amp up the price? It does work a little bit, but you've only got a Cirque left. Finds the bomb. PR on 1 HP. Damn, still alive? That's crazy, but he does have friends. Oh. He doesn't need them! Ooh. Damn, all the friends he needs are in his chamber. Really nicely done. 11-2 will be converted to a 12-2 map point, and they haven't even gone to their home ground yet.
No, it's really difficult to think that this could get worse for 500 from here on out, right? This could be back-to-back 13-2s for them in the MRQ. Highest amount of rounds that they go was 7 against Ents on Ancient, and things are just not changing right now. Gamer Legion is having a field day. Look at how sharp PR is looking. This is the type of game that you were after. This is what's going to boost up your confidence, make you feel a whole lot better about your chances to go for that deep run. If there was a team in this MRQ that could go from 0-2 to qualifying for the major, it would be Gamer Legion.
Yeah, but they've made their job already too difficult, getting themselves 2 losses again.
I mean,
16
it's
qualify
all about keeping
out
it
of
one
16.
step. Yeah.
Yeah. So it like, you know, it feels like you can only afford one loss, you know, when you look at that, but
yeah. You got to take it one step at a time, right? Just look
Indeed.
at look at exactly what's in front of you. And I think Gamer Legion have been able to historically show good results in certain situations, or similar situations, shall I say.
oh, what enabling. Maybe what 500 need. Still ZTR so deadly. And blocks off one of the entrances to refocus his attention towards the other. He's called for reinforcements, and that's exactly what's arrived. Taking a deeper corner. 500 need to rethink this.
The reaggressing B. Chips is alone with the bomb. He can't move.
Oh, he's stuck here. He's on an island. And the ships have landed. Gamer Legion taken over. Bomb under their control. 500. The alarm bells are ringing. And that might just give them some extra life. But Gamer Legion have got full control. This is a bit too tricky. The line of fire is found. Rez trying to find an unorthodox angle to work with, but Spellin is there on time. 3v2. There's still a chance, but they're running out of time.
20.
And Torsen coming in from the sidelines will make their lives ever difficult. Slend holding in, tucked into a corner, doubles down in the final mark. Gamer Legion, what a decisive win. 13-2 in the first map of their series against 500.
First serious hit right in the faces of 500. Gamer Legion had a tough day yesterday, but they sure as hell have come today to play and to hold on to their lives in the MRQ. They sent 500 in the doldrums of the 0-1 deficit in an elimination best of 3, and Gamer Legion are yet to even play their own map pick.
Indeed, this is mad. Ancient up next, where, you know, it wasn't the best of times for 500. We were talking about the map veto, you know, being a bit of a tease towards 500's results on that map yesterday. It hasn't been a bright day, but it hasn't been a good start to the series either. 13-2 for Gamer Legion. On the other hand, we had a lot of concerns. We were worried. Where were they? Well, they're here now.
Yeah, they sure as hell are. And I mean, it doesn't get better than that for Gamer Legion, right? You go into an Anubis map that has been a little bit iffy and you don't have too many reps on. You go into it guns blazing. Rest is looking phenomenal. Tossin is looking great. PR is looking incredible. ZTR is calling an absolute masterclass as well. You keep it simple. You keep it well structured. And it's so efficient. You didn't get tested.
No, not at all. Maybe at the start, but that was just the start. As soon as they got themselves onto the buy rounds, as soon as they had a full set of AKs and were able to play the game like they wanted to on those executes, things became a lot simpler. And safe to say, 500 couldn't find a way in, couldn't really put a hand on the helm at all, just slapped away instantly.
Yeah, absolutely. Slapped instant. I feel like this is the way to describe this for 500 is they're in a knockdown right now, but it feels like you've been knocked down twice or 3 times already.
Too many
this
times.
is a boxing fight. If you've ever watched box, you know once you get knocked down twice or 3 times, the knockout is coming in, right? It's nearly impossible to come back. And I feel like if you're 500, the worst thing that could happen to you right now is for you to get into your own head more than you already are. I mean, the one good thing is, in your perspective, you've already lost the game, so why not just alleviate yourself of the pressure and try and play some free Counter-Strike, I guess, on the second map?
Exactly. Now, the major qualifiers and the majors are known for redemption stories. Whether this is a time we'll be witnessing something like that, we'll have to wait and see. Break coming up. Don't miss it.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Surprises never stop appearing here at the Blast TV Austin Major Qualifiers of Europe. We are already surprised to see a certain, number of teams on that 0-2 bracket, but we're also a little bit overwhelmed by how incredibly one-sided the first map was. It was 500's map pick, and they only got 2 rounds in total.
Yeah, 2 rounds in total. One of them was a Zerg triple kill with an AVP in towards the A-bomb side in the first couple rounds. The other one was a Rainwaker double kill. So I think it's fair to say that it was a tough road for 500. It was a really tough walk in the park, if you will, on Anubis. That's exactly what it was for Gamer Legion, to be quite frank. I mean, you're looking at the individual performers, Tolson, Rest, Land, PR, ZTR, none of them seemed to be struggling. Everything was working out. They were playing nice, simple, easy Counter-Strike, and it looked much better than yesterday. If you're Gamer Legion, you're going into that Ancient Pavlos, and I'm not going to twist it around. You're going in with the clear idea that you're 2-0ing this, and you're putting a start to your potential redemption journey.
Yeah, and the conversation at the start of the day regarding Ancient wasn't the fact that, it's what you expect Gamer Legion to be heading into every game. It's the map they chose to play against 500 due to the fact that the 500 matches on Ancient the day before were completely not what they expected, right?
Yeah.
Not what they wanted. The results were pretty damn bad. At the same level of today's game, right? On the first map of Anubis. So, it's asking the questions. Maybe it wasn't a map thing. Maybe it was kind of a general thing. 500 showing up to this event aren't at their best selves. And, if you want to compete for a major, you've got to be that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ancient has been an alright map for Gamer Legion in the last couple of weeks as well, right? It's not like they haven't been playing it. It's been floated more towards being a decider in the majority of the games that they've been playing. But there's been some Ancient picks as well. And I'm sure you're looking at the 7-13 loss to the Falcons from a couple days ago in Bucharest, but the Falcons ended up winning that entire event, and they were no easy customer to deal with. Before that, you're looking at single digits wins over teams like VP, like Legacy, like Seoul, like Tyloo, like MIBR, and those are back-to-back wins on Ancient from Gamer Legion. So there's no reason for us to believe that this is not a good map for them. Sure, if you just look at it surface-wise with the win rate, you might think, well, 500 actually do have a higher win percentage. 500 are a good Ancient team, and I'm willing to agree that they are a good Ancient team, but what we've seen so far in this event has not been sufficient from 500. So yeah, if you're Gamer Legion, you just go into this, you get to start on the T side, set up your pace. This is the only thing that is going good for 500 right now. I feel like for the first time we're going to see them start CT side on Ancient in comparison to the T side where they kicked things off yesterday against ENS and Big. So maybe there is a little bit of hope there, and still they would need a really quick start or a really good start, which so far has been evading them.
Sure. I think you made a really good point as well at the end of the last game where, you know, if you're if you're 500, you're coming into this game with less pressure. You know, at this point, okay, we've had some poor results. We're already, you know, on the chopping block. We're one away from being eliminated. Let's go play the Counter-Strike we know how to play. Let's just show them what we've got, right? Let's remove all pressure from us and do the best we can coming into this. And look, that's a very real possibility. We're bound to see that. And if they also put into their heads that Gamer Legion they're showing yesterday wasn't the level of the type that would go to toe with Falcons, would beat teams like Legacy, VP, etc. on a map like Ancient, you've got yourself an opportunity, right? That's kind of, you need to be able to control your mindset here. And look, I'd love to be able to break this down in terms of gameplay. You've got to do this, you've got to do that, but it is that, you know, it is leaning towards the simplicity of being at the right headspace.
I think it is the headspace because Gamer Legion is not a team that's going to learn how to play different Counter-Strike in a couple days. They already know how to play good enough Counter-Strike to make it through. It's all about having the right mindset.
Well, let's see how they do on Ancient. Let's see, indeed. 500, the chance to remain in this tournament is bound by a win here. It starts off well with first blood, but Rez and PR are quick to bounce back. The A-site in their view. Rainwaker, Solar Defender, you kind of hope that you've got reinforcements quickly. Oxygen making his way through, but they hear his movement from the player in red. They pounce in on him. They pincer him down. The B-site in their eyes now.
They knew Rainwaker was somewhere around the bomb site, right? He could have pushed in towards A-main, he could have been in towards Temple, could have been many places, so you just decide to ignore him. You do with the rotating player and Spell, and that's a nice find onto PR, but it's still an incredibly difficult round to believe that 500 could win. No kit, Spell and low on HP, and ZTR knows exactly where both CTs are coming from.
Yeah, he's got the right idea. He's going to tell his team to keep their eyes on Spawn, Slend from one position, then you've got Rez on the other. Slend gets picked up. The positive for Gamer Legion is that both players are low. Look, you don't really need to aim for the heads anymore. That's the opposite for 500. 4 points of health on all the remaining players. Oh, they're going to drop back from this. Okay, you've got some Kevlar remaining, sure. Want to hold on to it, but there is no avail to what's going to happen here. Gamer Legion are going to be dropping in with first blood. Look to see if they can continue the momentum of winning ways of the previous map.
Rez, does he get a kill? Not quite. Okay, so you've been able to hold on to 2 sets of armor here for 500 at least, but as we said, Gamer Legion Ancients have been going quite well recently, and something that makes it even better, by the way, the fact that usually it's the CT side where they dominate. Here, they started off nicely on the T side as well. Pistol rounds have actually always been really good for Gamer Legion on this map. We were talking about the record in the last couple months. Out of the last 18 pistol rounds that they've played here, they've been able to win 16, and this is both sides included. So they always start well.
Indeed. Indeed. That nade could do quite a bit to Ships. Has to respect it. Drops back. We've seen a number of teams go for early ecos. For early force buys, rather. Now, Rainwaker knows exactly what's going on. He went through a walk through mid. He's called for reinforcements. Gamer Legion are going to take the A side, but how soon are they going to be to look behind them?
They should realize it. No one's spamming the donut smoke. No one's coming in from CT. They should look towards their backs. And Rainwaker, backs exposed. There goes the first one. Make it a double, nearly a third as well. But somehow Gamer Legion are actually staying in control.
The lurk had a lurk. Therefore, the player that was on the lookout for the player rotating from T-spawn ends up being shut down himself. Now another flank is in the making. Ships wants to achieve a backstab, but at the same time, a 2v3 doesn't look fathomable. You know you're saving next round, you might as well go into it with MP9s. You're hoping for a freebie. No that is not being granted. The timing is not on their favor. Gamer Legion instead are able to avert a crisis. What looked like a very dangerous flank from the get-go. Instead, Ships is on cleanup duty and AK potentially in his hands by the end of the round as Gamer Legion go 2-0.
At least you hold on to the AK and the MP9. Gamer Legion being able to run away with this round, by the way, is absolutely crazy. The fact that 500 have the triple walk down middle, elbow, they had such a good timing as well, but as you pointed out, it's all about Rez being able to get the first kill. Rainwaker, there was 3 players from 500 going in from the same direction, and they just wanted to make sure that he gets the most amount of kills, and then they can get activated, but he's all alone, goes down, there's no one else to go in, so Fight Ships was already in between 2 mines trying to chase Rez down. And Gamer Legion might actually switch it up with a bit of a B-rush.
Yeah, very explosive start here from them. The molly does land a little bit far forwards. It's going to hinder the rest of the players walking in. Oxygen mowing them down. just like their grass. Brings out the lawnmower, makes it clean, and says, "Get out of my lawn."
This is probably the first Oxygen multi-kill we've seen all tournament long, by the way. We had that conversation. Usually an incredibly sharp rifle, and he has been really sharp for 500 since the start of the year. Been a shadow of himself, same as for the team so far in the event. That was a great hold from the MP9 though, and Slend, a 1v4. It's all about the damage, but he won't really be given too many opportunities to do any of it. 4 alive for 500. This is a convincing buy round to pick up. Let's see if you're going to be able to chain up consecutive rounds though.
And the thing is, Gamer Legion have been buying up into every single one of them, so it's not like they could have built too much substantial of an economy. On the other hand, those MP9s are great at putting extra cash in your pocket, so that's a good way to get back into things here for 500. They needed this. Rez has sensed the mid-aggression. Tries to challenge it. One of the 2 AKs, no more.
They've heard of Molly. They know where ZTR is.
Do you try and go for it if you're ZTR here? Zerg? Do you spot him? No, I think he gets away from the smoke. Slend instead both gets a pickup and retrieves an AK. Gamer Legion not only have an in, but are favorable. The A-site Baron, they could just walk into that.
Yeah, now you know it's empty as well, right? Rainmaker taking contact in towards Red, and ZTR is just winning this round all alone. The bomb is not even towards his bomb side. He's just having a bit of a funky party on B. And finally, Rainmaker is going to put him to bed.
Indeed, but the Gamer Legion are fully ready for this one. They can just call it a day, tuck yourself into bed, you've done good. ZTR, he had no business winning that one. I felt Gamer Legion still had a solid hold of that round either way, but the fact that he gets the double there is insane.
ZTR does God's work in that situation, by the way. He loses his only B companion of Rez, who, sure, was able to get a kill, but he loses him so early on, and he was alone in between 3 500 players. Cirque didn't seem to realize he could die from middle, by the way, even though the flash came through. Maybe thought the peak was going to come through from blue or from the B doors. Either way, he didn't react to what was going on, the commotion in towards middle. Not that comprehensive, and oh my god. Wow.
Yeah, we thought 500 had a chance to streak things together. Well, Gamer Legion state that it's not that easy.
PR was in the red. He had no HP. Instant headshot. Again. Look at that. It wasn't even a pre-aim. He flicked on him.
Flick the wrist. Yeah, 500 know they're in trouble, and therefore they go a little bit more explosive this time. Out of Jag. Look to pressure. PR. Again, carrying on that snappiness from the previous round. Wants to keep it going as well. Double kill. A potential triple. Gets it. Puts it in his pocket. Bye-bye, 500.
Finally slowed him down a little bit. But he single-handedly won this round. And Cirque, I mean, you need an ace clutch if you want to pick that one up. 25 seconds, no kid. He's already thinking about survival, but it's not going to be granted. He's just surrounded. 3 different positions, 3 different players, and it's the first one from Gamer Legion to get the kill. Gamer Legion is relentless. PR is phenomenal.
Ted, what do you do here if you're 500? Like, you've had 2 back-to-back somewhat equal buys. Give up? Could definitely be an option. Not one that they'd like, though. It's been a tough couple of days.
Definitely know what should be going through your mind right now, but it just feels like they're getting repetitively punched in the face, right? And everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. And right now, this is what Gamer Legion's doing. You go into the CT side, you get an early buy. It's the same story like Anubis. You get a nice early buy round, and you're thinking, well, there might be something for them. And then Gamer Legion just take it all away in a matter of seconds. 500 have not really been given too much opportunities. It's been a tough day.
It's been a tough 2 days since the start of the event.
As a qualifier,
500 have not been in the right headspace for this tournament. And you thought maybe this is the all Bulgarian lineup that has most chances to make it into the major. getting a top 6 seed puts you in that conversation, but you've got to perform on the day. And Gamer Legion eager to stick around, make sure they can reverse sweep their way into the major, which quite frankly, everybody expected them to make it to, but they haven't made their job easy. 500 is their first stepping stone in their direction towards their goal, and they'll make sure they conquer it.
What do you do? How do you try and make it a little bit easier for yourself if you're 500? It just feels like the entire universe is going against you. And Gamer Legion is pushing the universe against you even more. The last time we saw that 500 organization, of course, it was a different line and participated in an RMR back in the day, now on MRQ, but it was for the Blast Paris Major. And back then, the lineup consisted of Nicky, One, Ships, Dennis, Slow, Patrick, and Rainwaker. So with just Rainwaker and Ships that are still here, on paper, this one should be much stronger. In reality, Gamer Legion is just having a field day.
They're just different. They're just diffing their opponents right now, taking raw trades, taking raw fights, winning their one-on-one engagements. This is not fun for 500. Quite the opposite, actually. You're being battered round after round. This is not fun.
How did this team of Gamer Legion not get double digits in a single map yesterday?
No
It
clue.
is mind-boggling. It really is.
And this is the type of Gamer Legion we thought we'd be seeing from the start. We just need to keep this out, man. We just need to keep it going.
Well, you're trying to hold on to the big green. MP9, M4 hunt is happening. It's not a real surprise at this point. Rainwaker will be able to win that fight up against PR, so you could have secured your lives for now. And you're still seeing the diligence from Gamer Legion, by the way. Holding on to the majority of the players' lives. You throw one guy on the hunt, but the moment that he goes down, you're saying, well, let's pause for a second, build up that money, make sure that it's absolutely impossible for them to reset us until the end of the half, pretty much, if we keep on building up. Everyone is quite close to getting up to that 10k mark, dollar-wise.
Didn't you say that Gamer Legion were also a little bit better on that CT side as well? That's where they tend to pop off.
Usually, yeah.
Doesn't help 500 here, does it?
I mean, what does? At this point, those are the questions that you gotta be asking yourselves. And sure, this is the most important event you've played so far this year. You might not want to treat it as such. You might want to go into it with the mindset that this is just another tournament, especially if you're a team that's been playing well in general in the online tier 2 scene so far. But that has been a car crash and a half so far. And Gamer Legion are looking to keep on putting insult to injury. A-Pop coming up. Ships is all alone on that A-bomb side.
He is. Although Cirque is frantic to try and help out. Smoked off. They will have to respect the Ships, on the other hand. Begs to differ. A one-on-one. How much does that pay dividends? Aggression through the smoke? That just needs balls. Still, though, both Orpas connect their shots. 3v3 for this retake.
It's not going to be an easy one once again. They've lost track of rest. Look at him. He's coming in from CT spawn, and they're looking for him in towards middle.
They have no clue where he is. Cirque walking into him. Knife out. Swinging in the sky. But he'll end up dropping flat on his face. Rainwaker. A dream. A clutch. That honestly looks too far-fetched to even dream about. Gamer Legion keep the streak going. 500 have some spare cash, but it's not looking pretty.
Yeah, at least you're going to be able to, I guess, keep Circle and AVP. You're going to have a couple rifles for everybody else because of the maximum loss bonus. But even in a round like this one, Ships gets his piece of the pie. Cirque punishing PR for overextending, going through the smoke. This is the first time we're seeing a little bit of cockiness maybe being brought in from Gamer Legion. But they still get away with it. Slam with a couple really nice shots.
Yeah. What do you do here if you're Gamer Legion? Well, if you're 500, actually.
If you're Gamer Legion, you keep doing more of the same.
Right? It's been working. Why change? Stan takes a big chunk out of his health. The Orc doing work. Ships as well. Closing up onto PR. I think this is the first time we've seen 500 with the early lead. Scratch that. Rez begs to differ. Still, though, with Oxygen hanging around and being a menace, There's
Look
still a
at Sven.
3v4.
He's recognized the gap. You know the B anchor is in towards that cave position. You just got to be careful about Zerg being there with the AVP on the other side. But Slen is taking all that space. The only reason he's not taking more is he's got the bomb on his back.
Torsen next to be pressured. Ships didn't stand a
Seen the shadow.
chance.
You should know
3v3.
B is, well, not empty, but Oxygen is going to be alone. He spotted the shadow of Zerg in towards Temple. You know Rainwaker's alive as the A player. It's all about putting the picture together as of right now. As far as you know, it could have been Rainwaker in towards Temple as well. This is the only thing you're trying to realize right now if you're Gamer Legion. Fact is, you don't want to risk the bomb just walking a B all alone, and 500 seem to have the right read on the situation. Or do they?
I mean, finally,
Oh my God.
get something
They're
right,
leaving.
and then they get in their own heads. Nothing has appeared for the past half a minute, and they say, yeah, this doesn't look likely. Oh, suck.
They're leaving
He's no
completely.
longer on the angle either.
It was double
No one's
push
there to
donut.
hold it back. They're giving this one for free. Flash HUD, and they realize their mistake. Frantically trying to gather up any angle that could give them a pickup. Cirque, no one's crossing forwards. Rainmaker, he's got himself an opportunity here. Do you get off the bomb on time? Rainmaker doubles up. Finally, 500. Able to cross the finish mark in a round. Able to retake just as a bomb puts itself into the ground. God, it still got close, though. It still got the heart pumping.
It's a good mid-round maneuver, I guess, from Rainwaker, right? Deciding to go from red in towards that donut position on 25 seconds. It felt a little bit indecisive there for Zerg. Didn't really know if he wanted to go mid or run back towards the A-bomb side. It's honestly a little bit difficult still. Able to win that straight-up fight against Slent. And a double from the MP9. 500 get a second on the board. And we go into a technical timeout.
Yeah, all players appear to still be on the server, so I don't imagine it's an internet issue like it was earlier on. Or was it a power cutout?
It was a
I
power
think, for
cutout, yeah.
Spelling, yeah. Well, it turns into a tactical timeout. It just morphs into a different type of timeout. Gamer Legion taking a moment, realize they've just lost a round. It was a bit too spread out, wasn't it? A lot of players taking engagements. They started to feel confident, so they thought they could make it work, but eventually you're going to lose a fight.
Yeah, it's a really well-timed tactical timeout, by the way, from ZTR. That's probably the reason, right? Or it could be part of the reason. You feel like some of the individuals are starting to get maybe a little bit complacent at times, going for some overextensions and individual peaks. So you want to make sure that everyone's in check and they realize that the same way that you could win this map 13-2 again, you could let 500 back in on their CT side. So far, you've been really good at stopping them from chaining up consecutive rounds. In the series in general, they weren't able to do so on Anubis, and they haven't been able to do so yet on Ensues. So you want to keep it that way right now.
Yeah, teams of a major caliber would be able to convert things like that in the bat of an eye. So you've got to be ready for all the situation. It's also training up to that situation as well. Early pickup from PR. Gamer Legion mean business as they cross through mid.
And again, you shut down Rainwaker in towards middle, by the way. Ships again starting in towards that A-bomb side. It's an interesting switch.
Oh, man.
Rest keeps tormenting them, and he's gonna double up and double down. This is not a dream for a comeback for 500. This is a complete nightmare.
I mean, he had the right idea completely. He knew that Spellin was further forwards into that angle. Once he walked into Jack, had the right crosshair placement. Now Gamer Legion getting themselves on site, pumping down on that bomb. And now Short, Cirque will try and hold on. Double kill for him, but it is to no avail. Gamer Legion take a timeout, take an extra breath, and they're right back into their winning ways.
That's exactly what you want. And with how sharp PR and Rez have looked, by the way, if they're able to hold on to that form, and Slen has looked really crisp on the shots, Gamer Legion is looking at their best selves. Tosin doesn't even have to do the work that he was doing on the A-bomb side on Anubis anymore. He can just chill and look at the scoreboard. Same for ZTR. Just look at the top right of your screen, and Rez and PR's nicknames are going to keep popping up.
Pop out from Rainwaker. Not exactly the result you wanted. There was a pop flash involved. PR. He's just taking over the server currently. He's having a world of a T side. Oh, keeps it going as well. Come on. What's up with PR and multi-frags this game? Cirque finally puts him to rest, but come on. That was ridiculous.
This is just over at this point, isn't it? Gamer Legion is just showing an insane face. They're showing a great face today. It's like it's a different team in comparison to yesterday. And we said it already, we're gonna say it again. They have been in similar situations before in MRQs. They have been in similar situations as well before in majors. I am real. 1 and 2 in the RMR for that in 2022 after the BO1s. They were able to win 2 back-to-back best of 3s to qualify. The Shanghai Major, they were 0 and 2 the same way they are here, and they won 4 best of 3s back to back to back to back just a couple months ago. And it's a different iteration. Flamus and Volt, they're not around anymore. Now you have PR and Rez. But this is definitely the best Rez in Counter-Strike. We've answered the question.
By the way, the fact that Gamer Legion lose, 2 games already from yesterday, they're not going to be making it to the stage 1 of the major. You kind of forced into going for the play-in, right? That's the deal you're kind of fighting for. So you've already missed out on what you'd expect it to be the favorite for. It's just trying to, make sure that the damage isn't too big. Damage control enabled.
I think everyone is going to stage 1, right? Even the 6th.
From what I read, the top 5 make it to stage 1, and then you're fighting for the play-ins.
Right.
Could be wrong. That's what I read.
Well, I don't know what Gamer Legion have read last night before going to bed, but apparently it was 500. All of it. All that there was to it. Cirque, Spellin, already tagged down. And the U2 and PRs found a great timing in towards Red. Rest in the meantime annihilates that ult. The B-bomb side stacked up. At this point, no Gamer Legion. They just have the entire map.
Damn. Monstrous performance from the individuals. How do you just take fight after fight and get away with murder each and every time? Ships the timing. That was rough. It's tilting, isn't it, as well? Losing all your teammates like that. Oh my word. If you're 500, you're probably wanting to put your head in the ground. Turn into an ostrich.
If that was a possibility, I think they would, definitely. But Gamer Legion has been blossoming today. It really has looked beautiful for them. Putting a great start to what is supposed to be and what needs to be an incredibly long and difficult journey. And if there was any way that you would wish for your first game to go, by the way, after you've been down in the 0-2 as a favorite, this is the exact way, right? Back-to-back incredibly clean rounds, or incredibly clean maps of Counter-Strike, shall I say. A 13-2 on Anubis, potentially another one here on Ancient. Gamer Legion could be cooking up something.
So about the format we were talking about earlier, right? I think I've got a solid idea of how this works, right? So the teams that get 3-0 in the Swiss stage, 3-1 in the Swiss stage, automatically qualify to the stage 1 of the major, right?
Yeah.
Then you've got 3 teams that will be at 3 wins, 2 losses. Those teams enter a play-in stage. Only one which gets the best score or wins out of that play-in stage gets themselves the last 6th spot.
Yeah,
from
exactly.
the European
But it's stage 1
qualifier.
at the major as well.
But with having 2 losses, they don't get themselves the top 5 spots.
No,
right?
no,
They're
no.
already
Yeah,
at that
they
3
need to. They need to
so
play
they are
extra
fighting for that
best of
playing
3.
spot.
Yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. They need to play an extra BO3 here at the MRQ. A game that, or 2 best of 3s that are going to take place, I believe, on Thursday.
Tech timeout has we changed sides. Gamer Legion historically stronger on the CT side. 500's chances don't get any prettier. In danger of being 13-2'd on 3 maps already in the major qualifier. Not the showing you wanted to bring to the table. Gamer Legion, though, a step in the right direction. A statement of intent. PR takes the first engagement, gets dealt with. 500 are steaming through this ace site. You've got ZT up for reinforcements, exits his own smoke. 2 players trying to create a bit of a crossfire, but Slend needs help. Oh, Oxygen. Really good pickup. Now, you've got the advantage in numbers. Torsen keeping things competitive, but it's still a 4v3 bit bomb down.
Oh my goodness, they have a kid as well.
This is doable.
Not like this.
Speller needs to stay hidden in Donut, and Rez knows there's 2 nearby. He needs to draw presence in his direction. He's got company, though. He's got help.
Oh
Rez!
my god.
Come on! When your players are firing on all 4 cylinders, There is really not a chance. The kit is already on the defuse. Oxygen doesn't really expect that to be the case. Thinks he's got a bit of extra time to try and take these isolated fights. Sure, gets a couple of prize kills towards the end, but the round win is for the Gamer Legion.
Oh, it doesn't really get more difficult than that for 500, does it? I mean, Oxygen gets 2 entries on the bomb side. You get a 5v3, you get a bomb plant, and then Tolson and Rez just pick you apart. Look at that 1-2 from Rez. It's absolutely beautiful shooting. It feels like we're looking at prime NAP Rez right now, by the way. Maybe even better than that. He's having the time of his life. This is the Rez that you needed today in the server. You're getting the best version possible, the premium package. Force buy is going to come through. Of course, the bomb plant in the previous one helps with the money. An AK in the hands of Oxygen. A Galil for Spellin.
It's not bad. But 500 need to prove that they've got a bit of a streak in them, right? And I think that's already out of the conversation. Torsen, they only want to really be getting some pickups this second half. He's found himself another. But the digits tapped. And 500 setting up. There is really not much they can do to the oncoming onslaught of Gamer Legion players. The defuse is coming, a kit isn't even required. ZTR somehow stands with 1 HP. That's also a tilting factor for 500 if they take a look at the damage dealt the previous one. And there you go. 1 round remaining for Gamer Legion to inflict another 13-2 to their opponents.
Yeah, inflict another 13-2. And that would be the elimination as well for 500, guaranteed. As we said, the last time they played an RMR, it was in Paris. Or an MRQ now, but
Paris,
RMR back then. It was the Blast Paris Major. And even then, 500, which was probably one of their worst showings, did get 1v1 win. Now you're looking at them not even getting double digits on a single map, getting over 5 rounds on only 1 map played in this entire qualifier. And PR is already started putting the final nails in the coffin.
I mean, you looked at the early damage inflicted from Gamer Legion, didn't look pretty for 500 much, but that nade into Jag does keep a couple players on the softer side. Slandari's ready for it, and he'll be able to collect it. Gamer Legion look confident. 500, a bit lost, to be told. I think it's fair to say that their heads are out of this right now. They just want it to be over with. Put it behind them. Fight for the next major. This one is not going their way. They will not be joining the US&A. And yeah, won't be crossing the pond for a major appearance. Gaming Legion await for 500 to cross in front of their screens. ZTR to put the final nail in the coffin. Back-to-back 13-2s for Gamer Legion. A match stating intent on their quest for the major.
Yeah, they're still far away. It's going to be a long and tough road. A lot of best of 3s in a row that they got to win Gamer Legion if they want to make this Cinderella story work and book their places in towards Austin. But this is definitely the way that you would love to start it, and the way that everyone wanted to see you start it.
Yeah, it's a brilliant start to what could be a comeback story for Gamer Legion. On the other hand, we have to say commiserations to 500. They have made their exit from the qualifier. Look, I know it's a bit heartbreaking for you because you had to witness that as well as a Bulgarian player, right? As a Bulgarian caster, as a Bulgarian fan, right? So I know it's not going to be the easiest as well for the fans at home, and putting a lot of faith into 500. I think one of the most successful all five player Bulgarian team, but hasn't quite made the peak that they hoped for in this event. Hasn't really been in the right headspace to achieve that greatness right now.
No, and we had that conversation situation yesterday, right? When you're starting off an MRQ like this one, and you know there's a couple of BO1s, and you know you're playing a lot of games in the span of just a couple days, you can't afford to come in lackluster, right? And that's exactly what 500 did, right? That's how they looked, and it was far away from probably the level that the players wanted to produce in the server. But under those circumstances, I mean, we can look at Gamer Legion and see how they were able to deal with the situation. They had a similar day yesterday to the one of 500. Today they come into the server fresh, looking like a new team, looking like a new set of players, and playing perfect Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and that does put them into that BO3 scenario, again keeping them going on that lowest of brackets, having themselves a victory in the bag. They'll be playing against a potential other team that has lost their BO1. It could be any one of those 8 teams that we'll be seeing later on today, both on this stream and the next one. There are other games currently going as well on the upper bracket. OG versus Metasport, Heroic and Amiga are matches that we played on at the end of the day as well. So we'll get to see if which teams are going to be the first ones to qualify and be able to rest easy, knowing they've got some extra set of days to prepare for the major. But yeah, look, Gamer Legion, that was a bad start for them yesterday, but I think this is starting to redeem that, right? I think they've just shown that they're not here to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're not here to play around, right? And it's nice to see from a team like Gamer Legion because of the high expectations. They have shown that they can clearly put up a fight against some of the best teams in the world over so far in 2025, so it would have been disappointing to see them go out 0-3. And as we said, it's not only getting those 3 wins in the main Swiss, you're actually going to be qualifying for the playoff then and fighting for that 6th spot, qualifying you to the Austin Major. So it is a really long road. You're going to have to win 4 consecutive best of 3s, maybe even 5, right? It depends on the seedings in the end. But in the end of the day, as we said, Gamer Legion have done it before. Maybe not with this specific 5-man lineup, but with different iterations. They did it in Shanghai, they did it in Rio in 2022. So if there was a team that would have been able to give this one at least a good go, at least a good shot, it would have been Gamer Legion.
Well, that was just the first match of the day being played out. Gamer Legion versus 500 has just went underway. Sadly, we're saying goodbye to 500. And if you're just joining, you get to see what is coming up next. A couple of best of ones with teams that have got 1 win and 1 loss under their belt from their yesterday's matches. BC Game versus Big. Later on, Nine Pandas will be taking on Saw. And again, a matchup for the qualification into the major already, as they did have an amazing start to this tournament. It's going to be OG versus Metasport to close out this A stream, right? As there is a B stream as well. If there are matches that are looking a little bit more entertaining for you, or there are teams that interest you, you can always have a look there. But yeah, that is the first match gone here for Ted. Any final words before we throw things to a break?
I mean, excited for the future for Gamer Legion. Looking forward to seeing who they will be playing against tomorrow. I do feel like if they're able to put up that exact same level that we saw today in the server, and of course there is the argument to be made that 500 were definitely below the level that we expected from them, but the way that Gamer Legion played, I feel like they can give a really good fight to a lot of the other teams. And I honestly feel like it's not all hope is lost for Gamer Legion just yet.
Indeed. The next series will feature 6 German players, 5 from one team. It's going to be Prime Taps in the BC Game in the other. I'm really looking forward to this one. This one, there's a lot of pride involved for both sides. You kind of want to be making the heights that you've seen before, whether that's bringing glory to Germany again, making it into majors, and then you've got a lot of other players that have reached the highest of heights when it comes to competitive Counter-Strike. We'll be seeing how that one goes as both teams are looking for their second win in their major qualifier. We'll be back after a short break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
After an hour-long break, it's time to get cracking again with the Blast TV Austin Major Qualifiers of Europe. Now, look, we have seen 500 be knocked out. We have seen, teams continue with their streak, and Gamer Legion actually finally still remaining in the game. A big change of performance, getting themselves back-to-back 13-2s. I don't think anybody expected the game to go into that fashion, but now we enter another frontier. Teams that have got one win, one loss from yesterday, and of course, it's got to be big. It's got to be BC Game. And the question stands: can they continue in a positive form? We get to say the Swiss bracket here, Ted. What are our feelings? What do we think? Any sort of big surprises other than one that we just saw?
I think the biggest surprise was definitely 500 picking up 13 rounds over the course of 2 BO1s and 1 best of 3, which is probably going to go down as one of the most underwhelming performances in major qualifier history, as far as I'm concerned in the online era. But other than that, I'd say what I want to see right now is a couple closer games, right? Maybe a little bit of a closer matchup between the sides of obviously Big and BC Game, because in the BO1s, Pavlos, all in all, we've seen a lot of one-sided Counter-Strike, right? You're looking at some of the games, bar that overtime game between So and Bait, or double overtime game between So and Bait, every single BO1, one of the teams was left on single digits.
Indeed. And Bait is still having a close game in the second stream, right? Getting a match versus Parivision. Now they've gone 1-1 in maps so far, so a decider required to be played. Now look, it's a clear showing. We'll get to see it later on this day as well. We've got some matches on that upper brackets on both streams. It's OG versus Metasport and Heroic versus Namiga for their fight to make it first into the major. And now look, the fact that we already get to see some teams make it there, it's a dream come true for many players. And for some others, it's getting to where they know they can be, getting to where they belong. And it's those types of storylines we're all here for. This is the most prestigious event of the year, and we're kind of building the way through it. The storylines have only just started. It's just the beginning. It's the hero's journey. And now we're getting to see through all of those pains. And talking about pains, it wasn't a clean streak for the two teams that we're going to be talking about here today. It's still going to be a best of one matchup as they didn't get themselves 2 wins. But the positive is it wasn't 2 losses either. Let's jump into the action. Let's talk about BC Game versus Big here. Now, let's start off as well. BC Game, look, they've gone through a series of changes the past few months. And, there's a lot of conversation around, do they have what it takes to, quickly be at the level they need to be to qualify to a measure?
Yeah, I think so. I think so individually, right? First, we got to start the conversation. If we're talking BC Game against Big, the easy way to paint that is you're going to have structure on one hand, and then an enormous amount of firepower on the other, right? What you're expecting out of Big going into a series like this is good utility, good preparation, well-timed executes, everything to be in check in terms of the fundamentals. And then on the other side for BC Game, you're just expecting to see a whole lot of fireworks in the server, right? You're looking at this team. This is, first of all, we gotta say, the same team that was on Bleed last year, right? Between between July and September, 4 of those players were in Bleed Esports. And obviously Prime Taps wasn't there. They had Vladan, and the coach is different as well. They had Kassad back then, but the bottom line is, and now they have Cube. Bottom line is, it's not like this is a completely new core of players. Nexus, Cypher, Jacob, Nog, they've played together before. They've played together for a very long time. And if we're talking Jacob and Nog specifically, they were even together on Apex, and they've already made some pretty impressive runs into Counter-Strike majors as well, previously with the Apex jersey. So I feel like if you're looking at BC Game, whether they would have had enough time to get ready and get comfortable with each other should not be an issue. The only concern maybe could be whether they can break in with a consistent showing and fundamentally be solid enough, because individually they have some of the best players probably in this stage.
Some brilliant potential, and some cores that have tried to make it in other projects as well. You know, you look at Bleed, that one completely blew up in its face, but, you know, for mainly other reasons as well.
Exactly.
So look, now they've got a chance to, you know, carry on what they've built, you know, pair that up with some of other massive talents with the likes of Jacob as well, and now look to be in a solid place when you look at the core. Now, the question for them, is that enough time? We'll get to see that, right? We've seen teams that have a lot of time and still fail at the final hurdle. It's all about bringing out your best level when it's most required at the major qualifier currently. Now, of course, the contender for this match is going to be big. Like you said, expecting to see a little bit more of stability, a little bit more, focused on the macro of the game overall. Where else do you see the strengths for this roster?
JDC. As straight as that. I feel like, as much as it's disappointing, because I've always been a big Crimble fan, and I still feel like Crimble's got enormous potential to be one of the 10 best rifles in the world, probably, and he's a generational talent for the German scene. JDC's been the best player on this team, without a doubt, right? You can talk about hyped with the AVP, and he's had a couple good performances yesterday against 500. Obviously, the Ancient looks spectacular from Big, but especially in big games, and if you want to be speaking consistency-wise, JDC definitely has been the light in the tunnel for this big side, which I feel like there's been a pretty big tunnel that they found themselves in the last couple of months. It definitely has not been the easiest of runs for big so far in 2025, but I honestly think that one of the main positives is that we get to finally see JDC thrive. Now, the question is whether he's going to receive enough support from everybody else.
And look, when you look at the performance yesterday as well, it was 2 different dimensions of the games that they played, right? On the one hand, had not the best of time against Nine Pandas. 4-13 was a score by the end of that one. And then went on to play 500, in which they dominated. 13-2. Like, it doesn't get much dominating than that other than getting a clean sheet. So, coming out of that one, you want to be able to take your positives. At least they were able to go to bed thinking, okay, we're not out of this just yet. A bit of a weak start, but we can hit the road running.
Yeah, Big is one of those 2 teams, or not two, but one of those teams that are actually going to thrive a little bit more. I feel like once we go into the best of 3s, right? That gives them a little bit more room to work with the veto and strictly strategically. And one of the teams that is probably not the happiest that we're looking at an online qualifier here for the major as well. Maybe on LAN, it would have been a little bit better. The fact that you get to play online, though, means that some of the least experienced or less experienced players on the team get to thrive a little bit more. And the reason we've got Nok and Hyped in this player comparison, bar them being the Opers, Pavlos, is the fact that they are both the Opers, but there is a massive discrepancy stylistically between the 2 of them, right? Even if you want to look at the opening fight attempts on both sides, Nok has got a 13.9%, which is a lot more understandable for Opers nowadays. Hyped is one of those few people, and I actually really appreciate him for it, that is still trying to be incredibly proactive on both the T side and the CT side with the AVP, regardless of having his support duties. And impact wise, Hype is really playing a role in JDC's success when it comes down to the opening fights and the entries and all the sharp plays. But he himself is taking a lot of the initiative sometimes.
And I love that you bring this comparison as well. It's because both players also did extremely well yesterday. You look at Nork in the game against Fnatic, a brilliant score over though. KD of 22-5. And then you've got, the performance of Hyped as well. That did a solid work against 500 with 16-6 as well on that KD. Solid rating across the board. And, it's not just the stats, it's the way that you're able to keep yourself, and your team ahead, right? Those early pickups. And for 2 all players, that's some of the most important things.
Yeah, for Nog, that was the best map he's ever played in CS2, by the way. You can clearly tell that he was feeling it yesterday. Maybe in the first game, second game not as much, but Of course, it was a bit of a tough Mirage. But all in all, we're going to get into the veto now. And I feel like this is where the nitty-gritty comes in. Now, for me, there's one really obvious direction that this could go. Sure, Mirage could be a possibility. But I feel like after yesterday, maybe if you're a BC game, you wouldn't really want to go down there. It should be an engine that we're looking at, considering that both those teams have had some pretty decent results on the map in recent history. And yeah, that's exactly what we end up with.
Yeah, that's what you kind of want to do if you're either of these teams when you've got good performances, kind of carry that onwards. You've got a good feeling from it. You went to bed last night feeling good about yourselves, and it was Ancient you were dreaming about when you were firing on all 4 cylinders. So yeah, you want to carry a bit more of that. But, you know, when both teams have had success there, you still want to be able to be better than the rest. You still want to be now looking into tomorrow to be fighting to instantly make your way into the major. It's one map, remember, again, it's a best of one that can make a light and day difference about your situation in making it to the major.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you start looking at the 1-2 bracket, this is going to be so stacked, right? The winner of Parivision and Beta is going to be there. Gamer Legion is already in there as well. So you definitely don't want to be dropping down. And yeah, I think going forward, I was just looking for a quick update, but the Parivision and Bed game is still going. We're going to give you an update once that one is over, but you definitely don't want to tempt fate too much, right? BO1s could be tricky. You have maybe if you had a slow start in map 1, you can close your eyes for it. Is the same conversation we had with Astralis yesterday. But if you can put yourself into 2-1, you want to put yourself into 2-1, especially now that you have the playoffs as well, or playoffs, where the three teams that have 3 wins and 2 losses play against each other to determine who's going to be the final one to qualify. Getting a second loss doesn't only mean that you need to win 2 best of 3s in a row. It could potentially mean that you need to win 4 in a row if you want to go forward. So yeah, that second map is actually really important.
Look, and I also want to have a bit of a discussion towards the coaching staff as well from these two teams, because obviously BIC have had a bit of a struggle in that coaching department, right? You've recently parted ways with Kakafu. You had you're having Zen in as the interim coach, and you know who's going to fit that role in the long term. You don't know, and you know in an upcoming tournament like this, having these differences in who is behind you, the backbone, the support of this team, it can make a difference, right? In this penultimate moments, those words of trust, knowing what to say to each of the individual players makes a vital role in a team's performance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, especially for a team like BIC, I guess is the conversation we had with Gamer Legion too. Not having the coach in the server or in TeamSpeak to talk during tactical timeouts during the qualifier is definitely a little bit of a handicap, right? Especially knowing how much emphasis is being put on the strategical approach, especially in German Counter-Strike. Obviously, there's differences between different coaches, but I guess the good thing is that you still have Tapson on the team, right? And Tapson is like a playing in-game leader, coach, star, anything that you might want him to be. Obviously not in his prime as of right now, but he can always turn up, and it's really difficult to actually make sure that Tapson is left with no ideas and nothing to react with. The one issue that probably could arise in that department is on the other side of things, right? What happens if BC Game gets strangled for options? What happens if some of the individuals don't pop off? I mean, yesterday on Mirage, we saw what happened, even though they did have a good start in an early lead and a pissed around that they were able to win in their second game, still ended up losing. But again, I still feel like when you're talking experience, both teams have plenty of that to be able to compensate. On Gamer Legion, we had our, I guess, concerns, considering that Rez is the only one that has been playing the game for a little bit longer, even though Zetiar is not necessarily a greenie anymore. But when you're talking about both BIC and BC Game, I think there should be plenty of experience for them not to feel the pressure too much. Obviously, having the coach in the TeamSpeak makes a massive difference, but there is a lot of perspectives and a lot of voices on both those teams.
Okay. I mean, look, we know that BIC are going to try and control their opponents a little bit. We know that also this is a best of one, so there's not much of a chance, having a slow start will be a hindrance. And there was a lot of focus the past couple of days on those 4 spies, on that second round, and how much crucial it was to get going on that economy and, limiting your opponents' riflery. And even though, you're stacking wins, you're losing rifles here and there, you're not going to be running away with things. It's been a bit of a small meta shift, would you say, during these qualifiers, during these best of ones?
I think it's pretty normal. I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like because of how the money is right now with MR12, it is really normal for the piss around and the conversions to be really important. And a lot of teams are putting extra emphasis into the force buys, right? Because you don't want to let the enemy team just get a 4, 5, 6 round streak, and that's why we see a lot of people being a little bit more aggressive in the way that they manage their money. Because in a best of 3, you feel like you have a little bit more room to work with it. Maybe you can call an eco, maybe you can let them get a couple extra rounds. Even going for a comeback, you have less pressure if it's, let's say, map 1 in a best of 3, but then you go into the BO1, and you know that if you let a team, especially on the T side, gather up that momentum and get a 5-6-0 start, then it's going to be really difficult, and you're just going to get so many chances to go back into it. And if you don't lose, or if you don't use them well enough, you could be left with little to no rounds in the end of the game, which has been the case for a lot of the games that we've seen so far in the MRQ. So yeah, I think it's completely normal. And if we are going to actually see a more aggressive management of money, I am expecting in this game specifically that to come from the side of BC Game, right? We're talking Engine, and we can speak a little bit more into detail about this map. You have someone like Jacob. Jacob's always been an excellent Engine player, and the fact that you get to unleash him into towards middle, the fact that you have stable players as well to guard the bomb sides, obviously. Cypher in towards Cave is going to be a menace to deal with, but you have Prime Tabs partnering him in towards the B-bomb side. Then you have, obviously, Nexa as well. There's a lot of solid individuals on the side of BC Game, and they know how to play proactive and aggressive Counter-Strike. If you unleash Prime Tabs, Jacob, and Cypher, and then you have the security of Nexa and Nog that have proved to be incredibly reliable in clutches, I feel like, especially if BC Game starts CT side, then it could be a little bit difficult for Big to get it going on the T side early on.
And for Big, it would be a great result to get themselves into a back-to-back major, right? You know, you're kind of restoring Germany up there when it comes to the teams that can compete at this highest level, the countries that are being represented. Because, you know, it's all been either CIS or European mixes making there. Sure, you've got the Mongols representing a bit of Asia, and then you've got the Brazilian teams always showing up. They're always going to be, you know, at that top level and fighting for the top 5. You know, there's always going to be, it's for the top 10, I think, as of recently, not really the top 5 as much. But yeah, you kind of, these one country rosters from Europe haven't really made the top as much, and you kind of want Big to be that for Germany. And you know, there's a lot of people that follow them from that reason. The team that has been created around some of these players that have been in this roster for quite a while, right? You look at Tapson, who, you know, sure, he's had some highs and lows with Big, but he's been here since 2017. You know, you had Crimbo that now has created some years on this roster. I remember him being the youngster, the one that was just added. He was a new hot prospect, but now he's got that a little bit more experience under his belt. So yeah, you know, there were some cool storylines forming here for this roster, and you know, now playing up against another European mix, they just want to prove that German glory, and I think it gets highlighted especially here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you wanna have that conversation, we can go as far as back as to the Shanghai major, right? And that iteration of Big, when they still had Regon on, although I love Regon as a player, it was probably one of the more dysfunctional ones that we've seen in the last couple of years of Big, and they were still able to make it into the main stage of the major, right? They qualified for the major itself, went through the opening stage. So if you're Big going into this after that German rebuild, and after putting so much emphasis onto actually giving a little bit of freedom to the youngsters and going for a QB, which was a move that I absolutely adored, I feel like you probably think you should be jumping over what you did last time around. And then again, there's that factor that this is an online qualifier, and in the history of Big as a team in the last couple of years, there's been numerous situations where they go into online tournaments, and obviously they haven't been MRQ, so it's not as important, and they probably haven't put as much emphasis as you'd want to see them put, and you'd like to think that they've put into this one. But online record has not necessarily been the strongest side of Big as a team, right? Every now and then you're going to see good results, but even the few good results so far this year have rather been LAN events, I want to say, in comparison to online events. Maybe bar the Yala Compass Winter 2025, where they made the grand final, but they still lost it to E-Club, right? And when you're losing to teams that should be way below your weight level or your weight class in online Counter-Strike, and you go into an MRQ that's being played online, you're probably looking at some of the individuals like JDC, like Crimbo, like QB even, and you're saying, guys, please someone have a good game, because we need you.
Yeah, and you can't always rely on that, you know, that's being the star factor each and every game. Sure, there are players that can do that, right? There are other players that can, you know, be the star of the show, but for Big, it's been a bit of a struggle to, you know, have that on a consistent basis, and they kind of need that. And you've already made the case, right, for JDC. It seems that the game is readying up, though, folks. Hope you guys are ready for it. Ancient will be the battleground, a best of one required to see which team will make it into the 2-on-1s.
Nailed it
It's
this
BC
time, by the way.
Game versus Big.
Yeah.
Who will be coming out on top of this one? BC Game starting things on the T side, Big on the CT side. It feels
And
like
we're starting
BBTs
in the
because
technical
I can
timeout.
see a tech timeout. Yay! Whoa!
Yeah. Nailed the intro, by the way. That was
Cheers,
great.
bro.
That was
Appreciate
great.
that.
But yeah,
You're great.
interesting times for those. Oh, you make me blush. Interesting thing to point out, by the way. Both teams are starting on the side that they got 10 rounds yesterday, right? We were talking about those 13-2 wins on Ancient. Both of them were able to get BC Game against Fnatic, Big against 500. Big did get 10 rounds on the CT side against 500, and BC Game got 10 on the T side, respectively, against Fnatic. So we probably get to see the best of both worlds. That's what we were hoping for.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about Big being a team that has kind of had a day of two dimensions yesterday. One very dominating win, like you said, one dominating loss, and the Fnatic game as well versus BC Game. I think was Big's equivalent of being in the dark dimension, right? And beating Gamer Legion was their good point. So there've been a few teams in that one-on-one score that have had very, very different matches from one another.
Yeah, absolutely. And in case you have missed some of the BO1s, out of the 17 we've had so far in DMRQ, only one of them has seen both teams reach double digits. So there's been a lot of one-sided Counter-Strike, and we're
And that
hoping
one went to overtime.
that changes with this game.
Well, let's get things going. BC Game to be the aggressors. They lean towards the left-hand side. As they line up their smokes, I can hear ticks on the server. This doesn't sound good.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why. That's why. Pause. No one took damage. Reset again. All right. Are we going to get the intro right this time? Hey, Jacob's back already.
Okay. Let's see. We can give it a third run. You can.
Okay, I'll let
go
you
at
do
it
the
again.
intro this time.
No,
I'll let you do it.
You
I'll let
sure?
you have it. Yeah.
We want to break. We want to try and break the curse. Okay.
Maybe. Well, it's not time yet. I think just build it up in your head.
Yeah.
Think
I'm
about what
gonna
you're say.
think about it.
If you had to plant a C4, what digits would you put in?
What digits would I put in? I'd put 7355608.
I feel like that's not random. You probably took that from somewhere.
I didn't.
That was awfully specific.
I mean, you asked.
That
and I
was that
delivered.
random? Okay. Am I the only one that thought, okay, what about 1, 2, 3, 4? That would be very troll.
I just gave you the
and then
digits
you've got
that you put in
counter
the
terrorists
game.
trying to defuse. Okay, how do we decipher this? What do we do? Obviously, you know, you're not going to be cutting wires. You're thinking about, say you don't have a kit and try to put random numbers in there randomly, and then you know, you realize, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn it. Anyway, yeah, take it away. It's your time to shine.
All right, folks, welcome to the third round of action. Big BC game. Both teams yesterday had one really good result and one not so good in their opening matchups. Ancient is the map. Both teams were able to get a 13-2 win on their respective Ancients yesterday. Only one of them, though, will keep their 100% win rate. Big starting things off on the CT side. BC game kicking things off on the T side with a bit of an A split. I say split. No, because the only one towards middle. Everyone else in towards that A lobby.
Smashed it, mate. Proud of you. Let's see who'll be smashing it on this side, though, of the server. JDC. The first one to try and true with picks. Wants to double it up as well, but BC Game have got some pace about them here. You've got some dualies you need to deal with. Reinforcements arrive, especially from Donut. There goes Crimbo. Dualies to chime strongly by QB. And Big get a quick win once BC Game step a foot into that A site.
Well, that's a great pistol round to kick things off, by the way, for Big, right? You're able to deal with knock in towards middle, and if the Pitufiri is able to activate and get the first kill, then it probably becomes a lot harder to react. We're going to take a quick look at the 1xbet odds as well.
Close.
Incredibly leveled up for this one. Of course, if you want to check them out, you can click the banner below the stream, head over to 1xbet, use the code Austin25. That is AUSTIN.
You had to think about that one.
I am so disappointed. I am ashamed.
You got it right, though. That's better than getting it wrong.
If I did take the time and got it wrong, that would have been embarrassing.
That'd be funny. You probably wouldn't be hearing the end of it, but look at hyped.
It's the first time I've tried the spelling bee in English, to be fair. That's my defense.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Second language, not easy. 14 points of health left on Hype as he delivers with a double kill. They go on to the MP9 as well, putting that extra cash in pocket, already up to 2,200.
Yeah, you get a clean start here. We already discussed the different direction that Big has decided to go with this young of a team. I mean, you have QB, Crimbo, Hyped, and JDC. Obviously, you can't really count Crimbo and JDC as inexperienced. It is a new experience for JDC to be the star player, though. I mean, been a couple months now, but now he's the straight-up leader. For those of you that remember him being on Mouse, obviously, he was part of that original core from Mouse NXT that broke through into Tier 1 Counter-Strike into the main team of Mouse, and he was much more of a supportive lurking element on that team. Now he gets to be involved in the action.
Yeah, how many others from Big can say you've been in top 4s and top 2s of big events, right? Top 4 in a major.
Sure. I don't think any single one of them, by the way.
No,
on the top of
exactly.
My head.
No, no one. All right, Big have got themselves a buy. Already seeing Hyped on the AWP as a lot of mid-aggression has been shown. Smoke to block off BC Game's initial attack. Next has been left to the wayside here.
I think something made them cancel. They were thinking about probably going through with the Brawl and Flash from Nexa, but he decided to stay put. Waited for the instant elbow smoke to fade away. You retake middle with the later flashes. Ope already being brought into the mix from Hype. They might not be ready for this, but the smoke won't really let him get a clear line of sight for now into towards middle. BC Game just exploring the map for now. Essentially looking like an A-split though.
It does look like it, but there's a deeper lookout into red as well. And Prime Taps gets the early pick up onto JDC as he got a little bit overzealous aggressing into tunnels. Big are going to keep Hyped around knowing he's a solo defender. They've already dealt with one, which is why they're wrapped towards him in through spawn. But you've got to check Temple. Oh, you've got to expect something around here. Surely you must. And that's exactly why Cypher holds down that line.
Yeah, so sharp. And this is the end of the round, by the way. This is when you call it. Next is even going to make sure that the MP9 does not survive. Tapson won't be able to hold on to even his SMG. So BC Game get a pretty simple round, by the way. Nearly, I mean, it's not a teammates, but it's 3 different players getting kills around the map. And Nexa will eventually go down to QB. This is probably going to put an end to their hunting endeavors. BC Game probably want to focus a little bit more on their own money, and no, because just received the free upgrade onto the big green courtesy of Cypher.
60% towards your way towards a teammate, and now you're 80% towards a teammate. Come on, Nork. Step up.
Yeah, wall bang him
Run
through
towards Crimbo. Wall banging through somewhere. Find a glitch on some pixel or something and get the pickup. Nah, not happening. Got close though, got close. Really good start into the buying ways of BC Game.
Yeah, great work from Prime Tabs, by the way. This is one of the few things that I think have impressed in Prime Tabs the most in the last couple of months is people realizing he's actually incredibly sharp mechanically, right? And that just makes BC Game even more terrifying. In case you're wondering what exactly he's contributing with, considering he's probably the least experienced player on this team, well, firepower, a lot of it.
only relying on the MP9 Tapson. Had stayed over from the previous round. Should make this fairly simple for BC Game. Hey, P2 Fiddies doing their job. Overall today, we've had a few of these moments. The thing is, AK picked up, gives them a world of possibilities, especially if you're able to find more picks like that. Nexa is able to clean up, otherwise it could have gotten ugly. Instead, composure regathered and bomb tapped into the ground.
Yeah, pretty vital double kill there from Nexa, by the way. If he does go down to one of the pistols, that could have got him really hairy there for a second. Still good effort from Big, considering they didn't even decide to fully invest into this one, regardless of winning 2 in a row before losing the previous. They do decide to eco in the subsequent, and that means that JDC can hold on to the AK-47. They have plenty of cash as well for the next round. QB might even be able to drop an AVP over to Hype, so you're going to be fully equipped for the next one. It's a more conservative way of approaching things. As we said, even financially, you can see a discrepancy between the way that the two teams are probably going to be operating with their cash. On the other side, BC Gamer are going to be more than happy with it. Big double from Nexa, ready for the mid-round timed push with the flashes through the smoke in towards heaven. Good reaction coming out of Nog there. And BC level things up early on. It's all about the momentum, though. If you're able to deny BC Game from getting that early streak of a couple rounds on the T side, going for those explosive plays, then you're cooking.
What's that you were talking about, the playstyle between Hyped and Nork being different? They're going to be head-to-head here.
Yeah, I mean, the easiest way to put it, Hyped is going to be the guy running head first with an AVP, trying to go for an opening fight most of the time, and he's going to hit some insane shots, but he's going to miss some sitters every now and then. And then on the other side with Nog, you're going to get a lot more consistency, but not so much aggression. It's probably the easy way to put it.
Nicely put. We'll have an eye on both for this one. BC Game lining up outside of the B-bomb site. You've left the bomb behind. You're not showing initial attempts of a take. Perhaps there to stop any side of big aggression, and also on the lookout. Oh, here come Hype, the Nork, head-to-head. Oh, just barely not appearing on each other's screens. Thing is, I think Hype might have the better chance of spotting his opponent first. Or,
he's got the advantage. He's not going to walk down, though.
Into him. Oh, did it even come down to that? And now you'll be expecting someone on the right-hand side to be peeking you, while Hyped is moving in from your left. Instead, it doesn't come down to that trade. Cypher's the first one to get collection.
Ooh.
Hype goes in, collects it instead. 4v4 now with 30 seconds on the clock.
Eyes on A. I mean, Jacob's still in towards A lobby. They can go back, but JDC's still in donut.
Can he stop them by himself? He can hear the frantic maneuvering. No one's checked him. No one's lurked. Oh, dear me. Suddenly, Prime Taps got the intuition to turn around, and now it's all down to Hyped. He's rotated in time, but it doesn't really pay any results. Nork to hold down the line to deny any further rotations. That was superb from BC.
They made him think that they were going to let him be, by the way. They made him think that they were going to ignore him. But it was just all a ruse. It was a fugazi. They were just clearing him out from the right-hand side, by the way. This is so damn smart from BC Game. And Prime Times just realized as well, the first guy, my first teammate that ran through, hasn't seen him. He could be behind me. Let me just turn around, pick up that kill, get another one headshot finally to deal with Prime Times. But he's done his part in the round. A lovely double kill coming out of him in towards the donut in Crimbo. He's going to try his damn best to hold on to this AK.
Try he will, and succeed at it. God, how quickly that game traversed. You first have your explosion out in cave, and then instantly quick rotation. But I think this was the key moment where JDC gets collected. That round ended in that moment.
Yeah,
and
it's
there was
also
nothing else that
realizing
big could do.
JDC's alive. You know, you've got the mid/donut player still. You press tap, nicknames there. Where is he?
Deeks out for big.
Failed
Nade in the
smoke.
face of JDC. A load of pain.
Might have been blocked too, but in case it is failed, you don't want any of that.
Another slow play here from BC Game. They know the eco big is on the struggle side of things. So you've got to be a little bit careful unless there's any sort of tricks in the works.
Yeah, this is a B play if I've ever seen one, by the way. Bomb drop, Nock is probably going to collect that. You leave Jacob in a good position in towards red, and then you group up and go for a B execution. They still have a decent amount of utility. 2 smokes, a couple flashes, a couple mollies in the mix as well. You can muster up a good play out of this one for BC Game, but you're still going to give it a couple more seconds, apparently, to see if Big intend to go for something more aggressive. As of right now, though, we're not really moving around too much.
You basically said in a few too many words that you've got the ingredients to cook. And Jacob is a master chef. Well, I mean, 1 bullet was required. Ooh. Oh, okay. Maybe you've actually got a chance here, Big, because BC Game haven't entered the site yet. QB's got himself a nice little side angle with cover from both different engagements, but the pre-fire from Nine Pandas. Oh, it's superb. Doubles down on it. Yeah, never mind. You thought you'd had a chance. It's better you don't think.
I'm actually shocked. I just looked on the right-hand side and saw that Prime Taps realized he's on 5 kills. All of his kills have been so impactful so far on Ancient. This is the definition of quality over quantity right now for the German. And as we said, the only more unfamiliar name on the side of BC Game, right? Only person that hasn't had a taste of big Counter-Strike so far. Of course, before joining BC Game, and this is a fun one. He actually did spend a little bit of time on Big Academy for around a year between August 2023 and May 2024. So you do get a typical German prodigy against the German powerhouse. Of course, he was teammates with Hyped when he was on Big Academy. It was that weird Big Academy moment when they had Belaney, who's Polish, Seekos, who's North Macedonian, and then they had 3 Germans in Prime Taps, Hyped, and Sky.
And you've got to assume that they've scrimmed with each other, right? Played out a lot of game plans against each other, Big Academy and Big, that is.
Yeah, I mean, Prime Taps has been part of Big Academy twice as well. Is another thing that I was gonna add up. It's
When
that
Crimbo
period.
was there?
I think right after. I'm not sure if they were teammates. I don't think they were. Yeah.
Okay. Well, either way, German v Germans. Crimbo v his countryman gets annihilated. And now BC Game look to move into this A site, double up on the kill count. Prime Taps keeps that pressure going. This man doesn't miss this game. It's crazy.
You know what's the surprise, by the way? BC Game is not actually hitting them with the kitchen sink. Sure, they're switching up the tempo sometimes. There's some explosive rounds, but most of the time they're slowing things down early on to witness if Big actually want to throw something aggressive at them in the first couple seconds of the round, right? And even if it is a quick play, I mean, sure, they might accelerate into a bomb site, but most of the time that's because they've been offered an early pick, right? Prime Taps is just securing A main there, and he's offered a fight, gets the kill onto the aggressing player, and then they just explode onto the bomb site. Big have had some issues getting away with early aggression here on the CT side, something that was working out inevitably yesterday against 500, but Prime Taps and co have been incredibly sharp so far.
Oh yeah, it's definitely been the Prime Taps show so far.
And if you're Big, you don't want the best playing German on the server to be on BC Games side of things.
Yeah, that's not fun. We were talking about pride, but...
No, we're talking about Prime.
Nicely done. Saw what you did there. It's okay. It's, you know, it landed well. Question is, when do Big stop this surge of rounds? Maybe now, JDC, that actually swinged onto onto Cypher's head. Got the name 3rd time around.
Yep. Careful with the 5-7.
Pressured. Careful of the flying AK.
Can't believe it. Tapson has at least picked up an AK-47 for his trouble, so might be an opportunity. Cypher has to turn around and take care of it. Nade out. Really awkward engagement. Molotov going to slow down the CTs for now. Cypher forced into a fight. A lot of damage. Actually, he is able to collect that kill onto QB, but Crimbo shoots him down after. This is a
Next is even
game.
on the back line as a guarantee. Tapson, indeed. He wanted to go save, but they didn't really let him. And Crimbo missing half of his health. You wouldn't be surprised if one of the BC Game players went for the chase, especially given the cash they've accumulated. Look, we never expected Big to be competitive in this particular round, but certainly, but slowly BC Game are creating a bit of a buffer now. Getting 4 rounds of difference. could do the math, it's an ever-increasing amount of rounds between the two.
They are starting to play with a lot of good atmosphere and a lot of confidence as well, right? Look at that peek from Prime Tabs, by the way. Sometimes maybe you're gonna have the Oper pull out a pistol and jump like that so the rifle can short strafe and get the refrag. He did it with an AK in hand. He's just feeling it right now. He's just winning every single fight.
And the thing is, he wasn't even the one in that engagement that was supposed to get the kill. He had a player backing him up next to him, but he landed the head. Crazy. Big. Want to go for something different. Nade pops, giving a bit of a clear. BC Game moving up in ramp, slowly to show themselves to QB. They've been silent about it. He doesn't have a clue how close they are.
I think they see him.
Now he does. He knows. He's heard them. They've moved. He's seen them as well. Shadows galore, but the entry's been allowed. The digits are being touched. Tabson won't be holding on to his life. That's crazy. And BC Game want to deter Big setting up. Entering the backlines, Prime Tabs eager for this fight. Suddenly Big have a way in. Cypher trying to hold down the fort, but it does leave Jacob to a 1v2. Do you hear him? He stopped just in time. Crimbo's aware. Oh man, they don't have a clue. They have no idea that Jacob is snuck all the way behind him. Be quiet, son. This might be the clutch of the game, BC Game. This could be theirs. Diffused halfway. Oh my word, Jacob swings by, realizes hype, did not want to fake that one, and suddenly BC Game deter yet another big round.
Yeah, they really are outplaying them at this point, by the way. The fact that you have a flank on such a quick walk up the B ramp, and you can't really fault BC Game for going for a B play like this one, by the way. Big have been putting so much emphasis in towards middle, in towards shelf. Every single time they've been trying to send an aggressive player in towards that cave position. QB was all alone, able to get one, but they scale up. And the reason Big didn't realize when they see the second smoke, they just thought it was a smoke to extinguish the molly, and then another one in towards the cave position.
Ouch.
That is the definition of this game.
Yeah. I mean, you got the closest you ever did to a buy round win, and it just you get clutched up against, and straight after that you receive an AK bullet to the head without even seeing your opponent.
At least the hero op is on the B bomb site. That's where the bomb is going.
Again, no. It's all about time. Oh, Jacob.
Oh my god.
Oh, the hype is never going to check this. He's completely split the map in two. And now he'll be disallowing any type of rotates. Tabson is going to try and help out his team so he can receive the help in the end. Won't even happen. Don't even consider it. BC Game are rolling through these T rounds.
They really are running circles around Big right now. Big are just not aware of some of the timings. They're just not ready for anything. And you gotta feel for Hyped a little bit, by the way, because this is the second time Nok was on the other side and Hype's got a favorable angle to get the kill, and he just doesn't go deep enough on the peak with the AVP. Goes back, was not ready for Jacob. I mean, he was thinking about the timing of Jacob being in towards middle. He knew mid was open. He just didn't anticipate him to take the space that quickly. BC Game are gonna get 8 rounds on the board. Of course, you can't really fault Jacob for taking the space either. He knew he had 4 people in towards the B bomb site, so even if he walks into a crossfire, that's good enough information for his teammates to pounce. Even when they're half buying, by the way, they're being hunted. This is just style points for BC Game as of right now.
I mean, look, you've got 3 players already with 5 digits and up. Sure, Jacob, you look to interrupt me as you buy up, but you get the idea. You get close to that score, and you know, you've got money for days, 2 rounds remaining in the half. They're never going to be starving.
They are in their element right now. This is why we were having that conversation, by the way. I think the best way to describe BC Game is a skill-checking team, by the way. They're gatekeepers. If you're playing great Counter-Strike, you can counter them. But if you have some gaps in your play, then you're gonna get exposed. And that's exactly how you get exposed, with some prime headshots. Prime Tabs is an absolute monster, and Big are out of here.
He just wants to show he's the best German on the server. That even he's more German than anybody around. That's mad. Skill checked, timing checked. And even though JDC will be influencing his own score by the end of this game. Look, BC Gaming are on the highway to victory already. We haven't even split halves. There's even one round remaining in it. This is ridiculous.
I mean, sometimes you just can't shoot back, right? Tapson is 0 and 9. That's the story of how this engine has been going. A nice sequence there from JDC, who finally shut Prime Taps down as he was trying to run forward and just tap through the smoke. But at this point, he's just running around proudly and screaming, "Bring it on. I am ready." And he is ready. Look at that.
It's ridiculous.
Like he's playing a pre-fire map.
I mean, you can tell this is all trialed, tested, and worked out. It's well-drilled mechanics. He's doing a brilliant job as an entry right now.
Look at that again. Another tempo switch. I mean, you've been putting a lot of emphasis towards the B-bomb side in the last couple rounds, and now you just group up and go away once again. It's a good block from Grimble. They're gonna get ahead.
Man.
They're just running through the Molotov.
And Crimper would have never expected that one. A complete 180 when it comes to the pacing. Put right into third gear. Fight. He's on the wrong way of this. And I wanted to start by saying B started this round with a positive, a lot of nade damage. But it's how you end it that truly matters. BC Game illustrating that to perfection. Prime Taps with a good angle from a player that could flood through the smoke. Taps and gets the better end of him, but there's still 3 more players to deal with. Nork brings out his Tech 9, his pistol of choice. And Cypher has yet to be tested either. They don't know where he is. It could be Donut, could be Backside. Hello, peekaboo, goodbye. And BC Game end the half on double digits.
I think I found Cypher. Ask me where he is. I'm going to let you know. He's in the 2-1 bracket right now, or at least quite close to it. So is he, so is everyone else on that BC Game team. This is the exact level that we saw yesterday against Fnatic, by the way, and Bigger getting a second part of that ancient treatment from BC Game. I'm not sure a lot of teams will want to play BC Game in a BO1 from here on out. Good thing is they're going into the best of 3s, I guess. But even
you want
then,
to be going north in the direction, though, not south in the bracket.
yeah. And you don't want to, no matter who you are. I mean, Enshin, this is a fantastic T side out of BC Game once again. The individual level, the firepower on this team is just immaculate. And let's not forget, by the way, this is a CT side that started with a 2-0 for Big. This is 10 consecutive on the T side for BC. Big won that pistol round.
Whoa. Ever since Big have had their guns. Look, there was that one round that Big could have completely turned the tide. Start winning, start getting, you know, a little bit of a flow. But Jacob interrupted it with a clutch. And now, you got on your hands a very, very important pistol. And look, there are already very dangerous teams in that 2-loss bracket, right? You've got Gamer Legion there. And that's a team that you expected to already be in that 3-0.
You've got Baitu, beat Paravision.
Oh my god. Oh my word, it's not getting any better.
Oh, you know what? It's never over until it's over. Pistol round starting, Big T side. Next and Jacob are all alone. Surely they wouldn't be able to hold on.
Well, you don't know just yet. Well, they know they're not really in a position to hold on for much long. So they hold back and wait for reinforcements. Hyped is able to find first blood, though. A positive. 2 players with a temple potential exit. Crimbo denies the first. Are any heroics going to come through from BC Game? I think it's safe to say not anymore. Prime Taps, the only one remaining, finally put to rest. It feels he's been on a spree for quite a while. And Big win a very important pistol to see if they can still have some longevity on this map.
Yeah, pretty clean pistol round from Big, all in all, right? You molly towards the back of that box and in towards Brokey. You force Nexa back in towards Tempo, Smoke, CT. You push zone and Hype gets the first kill. You secure that part of the map. And from that point on, it's so difficult for BC Game to find favorable fights going back into it. Some nice shooting out of the Glock. A quick triple from Hype. It's not shocking that BC Game decides to go for a forest buy, though.
this now. Because BC Game Force, you've always got to be cautious of that kind of prospect. Slow towards the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Feeling their way through mid.
You've just dropped smokes to prime tabs there to block all alone and towards the B bomb side. You're trying to invite them back into going for an A play, and I think they're buying it. Yeah, they are rotating back. You have the double donut setup with Cypher and towards red. This could get really messy.
BC Game are one step away from a trap. Big might just be falling into it, but they've been able to get rid of one of the boogeymen. Now they've got a crossfire they need to take care of. Oh, both players waiting for their individual angles. BC Game got a bit angsty and chose to peek instead.
Yeah, this was a really smart move from Tapson, by the way. You make a couple steps, you slow it down. You just stay. You make it look like you're trying to get closer to the angle and you're going to pre-fire the left-hand side. That's why BC Game decides to go for the peaks. It just gets too quiet instantly. You just bait him in. You're getting a clean conversion. This is how you want to approach this one if you're big, by the way. This is the step going forward, or this is the right way going forward. You win the pistol, you win the conversion. That's exactly what you did in the first half, and now you're going to get a third round for it as well. If you're looking at the opening rounds of both halves, then Big should have a 5-0 start combined. 2-0 first one, 3-0 this time around. It's all about keeping that momentum going, though.
Going to see the highlight reel again from the previous round. Big looking to see if they can get themselves to at least half the amount of rounds than their opponents have gathered. There is good news for BC Game this round. Big are looking to walk into an area where they are holding 4 players strong. At least the nades are charming back, and with BC Game a bit eager to get their hands on some kills, others peak their welcome. And Big eventually able to take over with relative ease.
Oh, okay. That's still a nice pickup from Jacob onto JDC. You find 2 kills, and they've lost 1 rifle. They had 3 rifles and 2 SMGs brought into the round here, Big. So, you know what? If you're BC Game, you're quite happy with this. You're going to get knock on an AVP straight up. We talked about the emphasis that we could be expecting in towards that mid lane fight coming out of BC Game. Big themselves are pretty challenging towards middle, usually on the T side, but they love switching it up with some side hits early on as well. It'll be interesting to see the approach from both sides.
Again, Big making sure their contact in mid is not overstepping BC Game's boundaries. They've dropped a couple of smokes to give them space, but there's only one player taking advantage of it. Is it enough to keep BC Game busy here, as the meat and potatoes of this fight seems to be towards the right-hand side? QB with the first exchange. Cypher tries to trade it back, but gets his head ripped off his shoulders, and Big just found a clean entry into sight.
Next is here, though. He's gonna keep moving forward. Might not be ready for the time. Maybe spam comes through. Crimble running out of ammo. That's a bit tricky. Nexa still sticking around. I'm not sure they realize. What is the plan here, Nexa? You don't have a kit. I'm gonna get the kill into the over. Molly tap on the bomb. Guys, someone has to sprint. Someone has to run.
They don't. They've just peeked, so they know no one's on the bomb anymore. Nexa gets another one. Nade out. Not doesn't have a kit either. You're just hoping you bait them near the explosion, do some damage to the... Yeah, and that's not happening. All right, well, Big have actually started to gather up some pace
died
here, haven't they? Oh.
Did Thompson go back for utility? He turned around on the minimap. He either missed the gun that he wanted to pick up. Maybe... Could it have been the Oak? He missed something. I mean, the round itself for Big was great. And they win another one. But it's good damage coming out of BC Game. And Towson did go down. Good news is, they have plenty of money. Bad news is, Nok is still going to be on an AVP. And They didn't really know he had it, by the way. So, as far as they're concerned, Nog could have been on an M4 too.
Yeah, and in a BO1 scenario, you always want to be considering yourself as part of the conversation, even though you will tend to at some point. You've proven you're really strong on this T side. I want to keep the ball rolling. Nade does soften up this potential play from BC Game. QB knows there's players nearby, but the molly will keep them into the corner. You want to take that fight, but then again, it's up against two, so your chances are minimal. Prime taps! Double kill drive-by! That is ridiculous.
He's just having a field day, really. He's creating a highlight reel for himself on this map. Still might not be enough to close it, though. Crimbo, really important fight, and Jacob just turned around. Timing is going to be so important. Crimbo is just walking past him, and I think he realizes he might clear him from behind.
Crimbo's got all the information available to him. Everything he needs. Jacob, on the other hand,
Still chasing.
can still pick him up. Not that big of a deal. JDC very deep forwards, tries to go for the pre-fire angle, but Nexus was up close. Now down to a 2v2. Big trying to make their way onto the site. They haven't put the digits down in yet, but still, you've got Hype covering the angle. Damage with the molly? What? How do you fall victim to something like that? Was it in combination of a spray down? Not quite sure. Nork, a 1v2 with an orb is a hard ask. We'll attempt to see if he could find anyone. With a pickup, he gives it a chance. Oh, bit of a lazy peek towards the left. Hyped will continue to hold that angle. Big, oh, they got really close to giving away a round that should have been theirs from the get-go. BC Game got close, but no cigar.
Tell you what, by the way, Bigger back into this game, and yeah, I was just gonna say maybe a tactical timeout coming in from BC Game quite soon. It's still a good double kill from Prime Tabs, but Big are starting to look a lot more checked in, so to say. Tabson was, yeah, I mean, Tabson was 0-9. Now he's 7-12. It's still a good enough recovery. It's a 7-3 in the last couple of rounds. QB's playing all right. Hyped, Crimbo, JDC, all four of them are actually bringing in a decent amount of firepower right now. And if you're BC Game, you don't want to let a 10-2 first half implode that way. Nog is going to have enough finances to get himself an AVP once again, but Big have been really doing a good job in the last couple of rounds. Giving it a good go, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. It's no longer the same dominating game we knew from the first half. This is completely taken up a different pace. Big have not given up on the helm for this entire half. BC Game have not won a single round on the CT side yet.
QB doesn't know it, but that just puts insult to injury, by the way. That type of a spam Cypher is going to start a round on 20 HP. Nog, boosted on the other side of the smoke in towards Donut, though, has not been spotted once again. It's been really difficult for him to find any participation in a lot of the rounds so far on the CT side. They've been doing a great job at avoiding him, Big.
Crimbo's lurk is held short, so he doesn't really discover that the A side is pretty clear. Missed potential, but Big is heading towards the B side. They've already made up their mind. BC Game are going to respect the take. Potential retake, they've got a kit, only a single one onto Prime Taps. He's on the right side of the map, so could be easily picked up if needed. First flash out, 35 seconds on the clock. Big need to start moving in quick. Two BC Games line up together, but they are perfectly in line for QB to collect. Hyped as well as soon as he spots out a player. Get onto his screen, you know he's going to delete him. Very solid here from Big. This is a complete pace change. I don't think they've only just put themselves in the game. I think they're now the team to beat.
They definitely have put themselves in the driver's seat, that for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's a certain level of comfort to a lot of the rounds that they're picking up right now, right? And it's not them just running at BC Game every single time. It's them taking the time, trying to control the map a little bit, push back BC Game, make them uncomfortable. And the 1xbet odds still heavily in favor of BC Game, but Bigger definitely looking to change all of that. Didn't even have a smoke for long, by the way. Had to smoke off first line and then Molly Long can go with the fight. Double peek from the rifle works out perfectly. You get hype posted on the angle. He's able to lock down the extra rotation there. Bigger is starting to play some comfortable Counter-Strike, and it really feels like they have started to believe as well in this comeback.
Yeah, and even though their leader, you know, had a hard time getting warmed up at the start, something that you were talking about, you know, sometimes shots don't connect. In the last 5 lives of his, he's gotten 7 kills, right? So a completely different story. Night and day. Another buy for BC Game as they look to switch up their pace in mid, see if they can interrupt the flow of Big.
They're trying to get up close and personal. If you're big, you should know the Yuto on the CT side is a little bit limited in a round like this one, so you don't really need those early fights. But QB, a rather aggressive angle, he's going to get run down by an MP9.
That's the best start BC Game have had on the CT side for a long time. Can they stick the landing here?
Yeah, now they're locked out, right? You have no options in towards B, you have nothing in towards middle, you're pretty much forced to go into an A play, and Nok is still there in towards CT side with the OP.
He should get away with 1 kill, at least, and then you've got a 5v3. And you've also realized there haven't been any noise across the map so far. Nothing's been heard towards B. A site a bit less discovered. Molly drops in time. Oh man, BC Game actually have got a decent defense. Nork for a second there could have been the 3rd player. The timing though will allow him to post up again. Smokes and Molly's dropping. JDC finds himself in a boosted angle. Suddenly Big have a way in. Tapson somehow standing with 1 HP. They get themselves on site, bomb to be tapped. Nexa, his position is being watched, but he gets away with a pickup on Hyped. Nork finds an opportunity to jump in. Now 3v2. Can BC Game draw it back? Still, JDC keeps things competitive. Big, you thought they were out of it. You got to think about it again. MP9 on a longer distance still gets to pick up. Prime Taps is in prime role right now. Again, Tapson, single point of health will just be enough. The German against the Germans. It's the storyline that continues. BC Game find themselves competitive on the CT side again once more.
Tell you what, they needed a long time to get around on the CT side, and I was just going to make the point before the start of this. What happens if Prime Tap stops getting multi-kills? But I guess we'll never know. He wins another one, and JDC was looking so locked in. Prime Tap's just headshots him with the first bullet, peeking from Donut. Again. Bigger just playing a good round of Counter-Strike. They react well. They're able to take the bomb side. JDC winning a couple of fights. This is the one that makes all the difference. And in the end of the day, that was the easiest 1v1 in Prime Taps' life. 1 HP on the other side for Tapson. Just needed 1 bullet to the body.
Decent nade there as well. I think you've done about 60 damage overall. Cypher holding his line. BC Game have come alive. Big have walked into a trap. 3 players were holding, now bumps it up by 4. You've got a 5th one arriving. Big, do you really want to go for more?
Prime Taps needs to rename himself to Heimlich after this one. He really is the Heimlich of the choke of BC Game. And that spiraled new life into the team, it seems like. Big decide to switch up the tempo completely after a really close round. You hit him with a bit of a B rush. BC Game were just ready for it though. A lovely double kill coming out of Cypher. Another one from Prime Taps for a good measure. And if you're big, you press tap, you look at the money. This could be a save.
It's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I was about to make the point, Ted, as well. I don't know if you agree with me, but you don't blame Big trying to switch things up after a close round, right? Trying to play aggressive. You know, interrupt BC Game before they build any tempo.
Yeah, this is probably one of the points that you can, one of the conversations you can have with Big for a lot of people. It has looked like sometimes the playstyle could be a little bit predictable, and by predictable I mean they always make on paper the right decision, or at least a lot of the times they will make the logical decision or the logical call, right? And after a really close, scrappy round that goes down to the wire and it ends up being a clutch that the enemy team wins, you know, the CTs could be a little bit more, maybe even emotionally over the moon, let's say, after the previous one. You try and group up and just hit him with something quick. Don't give them a lot of time to actually think about the advantage that they've gotten themselves into. Play like, call like you're in the good position, call like you've just won the clutch, right? And it's a pretty logical thing to do, but BC Game were just on point with it. Prime Tap's taking the first point of contact. A bit of a failed molly, I think. Unless that was a pillar Molotov. That molly in towards blue might have failed there for Big.
Safe to say, cash lacking, but Big need to put their hands deep in their pockets because this is BC Game knocking on the door of a 2-1 score, and your life's threatened as you'll be dropping into the lowest of brackets in the Swiss stage. Can you hold on? 4 rounds of difference. Can you bring things through in overtime?
Jacob is so quick to get into the off angle on the right-hand side, by the way. If Crimble starts walking forward and retaking main later on, he might not be ready for this.
Time to timing. Oh, he's spotted out his opponent. Oh, man. Woo! For a moment there, Crimbo might have been given a lifeline into the round. Instead, it's BC Game with the early frag.
It's a big opening as well. You still know Next is in towards the A bomb side, though. Jacob's not usually the A rifle, so you're going to try and explore your options in towards B once again. But Cypher, up close and personal in cave.
That's a deep corner to be held. Tamsin knows that it's a big potential, so pre-fires the mark. And Hyped is lined up for Prime Type's peak. Now Big are in the leading seat. Now the ones in pole. Oh! Opening for Nork as he takes an aggressive stance. Flash,
no
will he flash himself in? I think he might. No, holds back for a little bit, but it does keep Big second guessing. Extra step forwards. JDC wants to sideline that, but Nork playing an aggressive game now. They don't want to allow Big another opportunity. Nexa to back him up. You've also got Jacob going all the way around, but he's taking his sweet time. He's not going to be relevant for a while. Hyped. That is an unorthodox shot to miss. The pressure is getting to him. JDC side angle pays dividends. Jacob gets caught. He arrives to the site, but it's to no avail. BC Game going to have to hand this one over. They've run out of time. It's going to be a big win for Big.
They stay alive in this one for now. Hyped is even going to be able to hold on to the big green, so it's a bit of a win there. Coming out from the Germans. That one was going down to the wire, though. It all comes down to a couple individual fights in towards the cheetah prime taps, trying to catch them in a bit of a timing. Didn't realize how many players there were on the other side. The moment you see Jacob catch Crimble off guard in towards A main, you're thinking this is going to be the final nail in the coffin. Good shooting coming out of Hype, though. Couple nice shots from Nolk as well. But JDC and Hype getting and hitting the shots that they absolutely had to now. Because of Nolk staying alive and because of the consecutive rounds that BC Game were able to chain up, they will be able to reinvest once again. And look at Hype go. He's going to burn down.
Oh, man. Nearly, at least. 15 points of health remaining on him. If someone slaps him in the face, he'll be downed.
If someone scratches him, he'll be down.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Maybe taking this a tidbit too far.
I think if a tiger scratches you, you're taking more than 15 HP.
Yeah. Exactly. We're talking about tigers here, Ted. If the tiger looks at you, you're dead. Scary.
Triple
BC
boost?
Game.
No one to be seen, though.
Oh, this boost could be
And
perfect.
Jacob has not heard them jump over. He will hear them drop.
He will.
Yep.
Yeah, that's heard. You know there's 3 players at least here, which is why you've also posted up Crimbo aggressively. They try and take advantage of it, a potential pick. BC Game don't fall for it. Instead, JDC takes up the timing to move up from mid. Do you really expect from the stack up for someone to be around? JDC gets a better timing of things. Jacob was the final defender there. Now it's all down to Nork. 1v3 drawn down and 1v2.
He knows.
You've got players from all around. You know JDC is coming from mid, but he's also repositioned. A deep angle taken. Headshot connects. Big is still in the game.
Nolk hit him through the wall. That was supposed to be a kill. Nolk, you can just see how quickly his mind processes a lot of the information, right? How quickly his mind builds the perfect way to approach this 1 versus 3 clutch. And that was a great round from him. The Molotov towards the back of Pillar sets up Crimble for a lovely double kill, but Nolk definitely made it doable. It's all about this tag through the wall here. If he gets the kill onto JDC, he's got a shot at the 1v1 instead. It's 12-10. BC Game going for a half buy with a hero M4 on Nolk again.
You've got to hate the civilization building these walls without Rock exiting that wall just enough to block the bullet landing. A game-changing round, a game-changing moment. Prime Tap's looking to do damage with a 5-7. But man, look, the nade will seal the deal here.
No.
BC Game trying to take an advantage out in mid. Suddenly they've got a way in.
QB's low on HP as well. You need to get that kill on Cypher cleanly. There goes the first one. Flash in. Cypher's still dancing around. He can back off. He can just stay alive.
We've got a round on our hands. This could go any way, especially with Big getting the plant down and Hype taking an aggressive posture. Nexa, he might want to move in. Crimbo gets the optimal timing. Cypher's only got a 5-7. He's got to make it work. His feet are being burnt alive, but he's taken out of his misery quickly. BC game, that was a light buy. That was a shaky buy. It looked dangerous. Big did get to shake. The BPMs are through the roof. This round could be it for them. Otherwise, we're seeing overtime.
Yeah, this is a key one. Money-wise, though, unless there's a rifle drop, Big are going to have one player who's not on an AK-47, and you don't want that for the final round. You're going to have either a Galil or a Mac-10 in the mix, I think. Unless you jiggle things around. What does QB end up with? It will be a Galil. You want to have a little bit of Uto in the mix as well. BC game, there's been a couple occasions on which they've been able to get the opening kill, not quite convert to a round window. This is going to be your last and final possibility. Your final chance, or it's OT. And look, we wished for a closer map of Counter-Strike. That's what we're getting right now. A 10-2 first half from BC game and an insane comeback from Big into the second half. They're just one away from extra play here.
Nog, who could be solely responsible of shutting something down here, giving his team an early advantage, but Big are taking it chiller than before.
I'm not sure if you're going to be ready for Jay coming towards Jungo on that late of a timing. They have Molotovs though, so they should molly him off. Thing is, he's got a smoke. So does Nexa.
Yeah, but he's kind of stuck here, isn't he? Nades land, softening him up for the spray. Another nade lands, down to 12, tries to reposition. Crimbo sprays, that's the end of him. Big start things off, 5v4.
Nexa going to block off early. Thing is, they haven't yet spotted the AVP of knocking towards the A-bomb side, right? So you're just hoping they're going to try. They're going to see that smoke in towards Donut and head in towards A, but it's going to be another B finish by the looks of things. Or, oh, never mind. They've changed their minds. They are going A, but BC game, they're the ones second guessing themselves.
Yeah, they may have overthought this. Taking a few steps backwards. And may have created an opening for Big to move into. That's exactly what happens. Nexa is single-handedly responsible of holding down the A-site fortress. Tabsen maybe appearing on his screen. Does so much damage. Accumulatively could have accounted for a kill, but just isn't enough. Nork with an AWP. You kind of wish you had a rifle in a moment like this. Blocked out of a smoke. You need some big work to happen in from Cypher. Instead, Hyped has got his number. There's only one way this game is going. We haven't had many best of ones this tournament where they have gone to double digits for both teams. We haven't had many games to go to OTs either, but this one was destined to go there.
Yeah, what a recovery that is from Big. Many would have doubted the character that this team possesses going into an online qualifier like this, especially after one of the results yesterday, right? You're looking at Big being dominated in their first game. You're thinking, well, this is going to be another disappointing online game, but Big answer back with a 13-2 against 500 and here against all odds after getting only 2 rounds on the CT side. They're able to bring it back. This is definitely going to stay in the books for them as a masterclass of a performance. It's all about closing it out now on the T side, though. On many occasions, you would see a team that was struggling to close it out in regulation go into overtime, this time with a lower amount of pressure and bring in an entirely new level of play.
Yeah, we take a bit of a sort of lay of the land before we jump into the game. Continue that overtime streak. And topping the charts on the right-hand side is Prime Taps. He's been online since the start of this game. But when you switch sides here, Hyped just took on another level.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why we talked about the head-to-head between the Oppers as well, right? Hype might be the one out of the two to miss more shots that you would put as Orthodox and probably easier, quote-unquote, to hit. But when he's online, when he's able to produce the kills, he can be an incredibly impactful Opper for the side of Big. And it's not been only him as well. Crimbo, JDC activating QB as well. You look at the kill distribution. I mean, you can't even falter Tabsen for having a bit of a slower performance individually when he has 4 of his teammates between 18 and 20 kills. It's a team effort coming out of Big, and some great calls have been coming out of Tabsen. And now we start asking questions probably of your BC game, right? You're looking at guys like Nok, you're looking at guys like Jacob, and you're saying PrimeTaps has had a phenomenal round so far. Cypher had that double kill in towards the B-bomb side. Other than that, CT side-wise, there has not really been many opportunities for the side of BC game. And one thing we have to highlight, Nok has been isolated perfectly on that CT side so far. Try and remember the last time you see Nok with an AVP get an early pick or even an early opportunity, by the way. It's not like he hasn't been walking around and trying to look for angles. It's the fact that Big have always been able to avoid him.
Yeah, Nok. A name appearing on big rosters, many of them. Finds himself in an org unfamiliar to the major scene.
I mean, all I'm going to say is he's here, NAP isn't.
Very true. And Counter-Strike is the type of game that says, doesn't matter the org that you have behind you. It's all about the 5 players on the server. Fairy tale runs allowed from all over. Endorsed. Yeah, bit of a tech timeout before we enter to overtime. And look, even if if there is some issue, you want to make sure that everything's ironed out before you enter what is maybe the most crucial rounds you'll have in your entire qualifying run to the major, right? Again, we talked about how fierce the competition is in that 2-loss bracket already. Some really strong rosters, and I think the big one there is Gamer Legion, and your chance getting into that 6th seed is slim. So sooner, the sooner you get into the BO3s, but is due to the qualifying aspect of the Swiss stage, the better.
Yep, absolutely. Of course, to anyone that is just joining in, this is a round 3 matchup in the Blast TV Austin Major 2025 Europe Regional Qualifier, brought to you by Relog Media, obviously, and myself and Pavlos for this one. There is another game going on between Bedboom and Fnatic, as well in the 1-1 bracket. Both teams here in BC Game Big, and both teams over at Bedboom Fnatic have won 1 game and lost 1 game, respectively. So they are playing out the BO1s. After this, we're going to have a new set of faces, new set of casters coming in for the Nine Pandas in Seoul matchup. B-Stream is going to see Astralis take on ENS in another 1-1 bracket game, and then we're going to have the BO3s between OG and Metasport and Heroic and Nemiga to see which are going to be the first 2 teams to prove themselves spots at the major. With that being said, we're back to the swing of things. OT number 1, and Big keep it going on the way to a comeback.
That they do. Early damage onto Jacob. He's not going to be too confident with himself now with near half HP, but the same could be said about QB. Big is where they found their most success on the T side. The same could be said for both, right? 10-2 halves for both teams. But now economy being less of an issue. Big starts to waltz into the B-bomb site. No one there to stop them apart from being behind the smokes. The shots connect, which means BC Game do have the numbers. They aren't able to put the bomb down, though, meaning they can get into defensive positions.
Yeah, great damage done, though. QB down to 23 HP, and Hyped and JDC have received a little bit of chip damage as well. It's going to make life a little bit easier for BC Game in the retake.
QB not affected by the flash. JDC holding his line nicely against Jacob, keeping things equal in terms of numbers. BC Game can't drop back from this. They need to go for it. There's still a lot of util available here for Big if they want to re-peak this. One of the flashes gone, meaning there's only 1 remaining on Kumbo. It's going to be crucial. PrimeTaps gets a double kill, comes alive again when most required. Such an incredible performance, but the bomb is being defused and there's nothing you can do about it. There is a kit available to the hands of BC Game, and it's going to be them to win the first round of OT.
And it's same old, same old. Again, CT sidewise, BC Game have received rounds for 2 reasons and 2 reasons only. Multi-kills from Cypher or multi-kills from PrimeTaps. And they nearly get both of them in the same round here. Nok with a lovely patience hold, but look at those headshots from PrimeTaps, man. This is straight up impressive, by the way. PrimeTaps is looking insanely good.
Yeah, he came into this game with a mission, you can tell. Still not the end, though. Still the first round of OT. How long can they take it? Early mid-aggression coming through from him. Early pickup as well. JDC gets isolated. Not only that, but Tapson is no more. He's going to have to be calling from the grave. Double kill from QB. Suddenly things are even.
Level things up. Jacob finally goes alive and towards mid. The issue is, you know, both players are alive right now for Big, so how badly do you want to keep on scaling? You've given a little bit of time without Pulse to Cypher to walk around and walk away. Primetaps is going to be left all alone, but they're re-clearing middle in the meantime. Cypher should realize what is going on. Thing is, they're being so quiet right now. Information is going to need a little bit of time to get relayed.
Primetaps does catch QB off guard. Things are square. Crimbo, very, very clever to smart and pushing through. And, you know, if you're BC Game, you've got to push through a smoke or two to get that round working. It doesn't go their way. Big, keep things close.
That was a much needed one for Big, especially with the double kill from Jacob into towards middle. That was a 3 versus 5 that Big is able to pick up, and it's courtesy of QB and Crimbo both going huge. We had that conversation about Crimbo as well, right? He's such a young player still, even though he's been around the tier 1 scene for such a long time. He's only 22 years old. Been a part of Big since 2022. We talked about, obviously, the fact that he was the in-game leader on Big Academy, but needed not more than 5 months on the Big Academy team to get promoted to the main team, and he's already been able to play a couple majors, 3 to be specific, to be exact. And in the later rounds, in the clutches, when the stakes are higher, this is where Crimbo's done some of his best work. That was a straight up wall bang from Cypher. JDC is out.
Sometimes it just works like that. You've got to receive it chin up. And then you can see how heavy fortified BC Game are towards this right-hand side of the map. This is where Big are looking to knock the door. Cypher, spray down, is finding some important damage. Not just damage, but full-on collections.
Oh,
full-on kills. Yeah, sure, Big have found an answer back, but you've left the bomb behind and QB's left in a 1v4. Sure, that first snap towards his opponent was impressive, but BC Game winning 2 rounds on the CT side of overtime matches the amount of rounds they won in an entire half.
yeah, it does. And it's, again, one of Cypher and Primetaps going huge. This time it was the UK prospect. First kill was a straight-up spam. Second and third, incredibly impressive for coming out of Cypher and towards the B-bomb side. 43 kills between the 2 B players of BC Game on the CT side of Ancient. Of course, not all of them gathered on the CT side, but still, really good performance, really solid holds. And BC Game potentially moving into the T side with 1 round advantage. This is where they did the majority of their good work. Let's see if Big have what it takes. It's been a really, really impressive team effort comeback from Big, as we pointed out, right? We talked about Crimbo a little bit picking up the slack with 22 and 12, but QB's on 22 kills as well, hyped, and JDC both on 20. All the young girls are starting to, or trying to join in. They're doing a good job at it, but now we'll need to do so on the CT side as well.
Some extra timeout time to chillax. Not allowed to talk about the game at this point in time, though. You've got to take a moment, you know, in moments like this to speak to your own mind. Take a chill pill. Take a few deep breaths in.
I don't think they mind as much, by the way.
No.
Considering the fact that it's been a pretty stressful game of Counter-Strike so far, it's safe to assume that at this point you've just thrown the books out the window, so to speak, the strat books, and you're just going on the fly. In that sense, you have 2 incredibly experienced in-game leaders, right? And that makes it really exciting. Nexa has been one of the more criticized names in the last couple of years even. Sure. On this level of competition, but a heavily underrated in-game leader and heavily underrated individual even, and what he brings to teams. He's one of the few people that you could give any types of different pieces and put your money on the fact that he would make it work to some extent.
Let's see if he's capable of taking a team like BC Game to the major. Of course, winning this game doesn't get you there instantly, but it definitely gives you a good chance. For now, 2 rounds consecutive required for BC Game. not even consecutive, 2 rounds in this half. But it's Primbo to open things up nicely. Prime Tap's a bit rough around the edges on the second play. But the second shot is very quick onto Hype's head.
He's insane. He's absolutely insane when he's on. Still the round is going though. Flash goes high. JDC leading the charge. Cypher back turn. Taken down. Jacob again on a flank in towards middle. Able to get the first one. JDC has to make sure he gets out of dodge.
Yeah, Jacob might be getting Tabson out of jail here. 2v2. Oh, the timing on that is rough for BC Game, but for Big on the other hand, a silver lining perhaps. Jacob sprayed down on the front side, but towards the left, you've got JDC hiding in the shadows. Big able to pounce back quick off the switch of the half.
This is just an individual showdown at this point for both teams, by the way. Look at Big. They have 3 players with 23 kills in overtime. Crimbo able to shut down the first one. Look at that from Prime Tabs. This is just a shooting gallery. You put him in the pocket, he's gonna get everything for you. The only way to take down Prime Taps at this point feels like double peeking him, triple peeking him from different angles. That's what they do. And another really impactful triple kill coming out of JDC. Big level things up once again, 14 apiece.
And you wonder if Big are going to switch things up here, but they know the pressure's off their shoulders now. BC Game not knocking on Matchpoint's door.
They might try and walk a B, by the way. Nok has been boosted. He's not seeing absolutely anything. Thing is, you still have 2 players in towards middle right now, so we're in towards elbow, so you want to retake mid later on. Bomb still in towards that B bomb side. BC Game playing the long game here. You don't want to go for an instant play, and that's a monster HE right on top of Nok, and he didn't even have an AVP, by the way. Excuse me. Just standing there holding with an AK.
And if you're BC Game, you sort of want to channel in the energy you felt in the first half, the dominating 10-2 beginning of this game.
Oh. If Nexa peeks into this one, by the way, Prime Taps can't swing to go for the refrag. He's got the bomb on his back.
Oh, man.
Or the other way around.
It's a bit of a leg shown there. Flash, it's going to have to be respected. Nexa gets away with it. But Tapson doubles down. The big boss shines in a moment when it's most required. BC Game, though, we've got Jacob going from around Hype. He's going to hold the angle with the AWP. Big looking to seize the lead here. BC Game interrupted a complete conversion. These 2 teams suddenly performing most on the CT side.
Yeah, and there you go, the veteran, by the way. Tapson going in absolutely huge, and the story just changes completely. T sides were great in regulation. CT sides was where both teams were struggling, but now that the money is solid, now that everything has gone down to the wire, Tapson goes absolutely nuclear with a triple kill of his own. And still the risk to go for that double peek with the bomb on your back. I guess the moment you get the first kill, you're just thinking, okay, we're going to be able to get that 2 for 1. Not quite.
You definitely know that BC Game have got a serious face right now. Big 1 round away from getting themselves the secure into the 2-1 bracket of the Swiss stage. With 1 map, 1 series actually required to get into the major. JDC, first contact, first pickup, makes it 2 as well. This is the best start I could have hoped for. BC Game in big trouble. Cypher's able to simplify a little bit.
Where do you want to go with
3
this?
spread apart.
Yeah, I mean, Nok is still with the bomb in towards that B bomb side as of right now. Big might get a little bit enticed to look around. Tapson's not seeing anything on middle. They're being proactive. Next up, this is going to be a big fight. Spotted out. This is just 1 player, no bomb. And Big are still playing for a little bit of information. Thing is, QB's all alone in towards the B bomb side, and BC Game have started gathering up. Tapson, Penny starting to drop.
At least there's 1 flash available here for BC Gaming, right? Suddenly you can use that to try and break through damage onto Cypher. That kind of illustrates intent. You're not going to have spread out players this late into the game. 25 seconds. The idea is the B-bomb site. Big are ready for it. Kirby with the AUG lined up against Cave. Now repositioning for the onslaught of BC Game players. Everything looked good for BC Game on both first halves, but Big is the match winner. A complete turnaround and get themselves 1 series away from the major.
That is definitely one you're going to remember for a long time if you're Big. A 2-10 deficit on halftime. It looked over. It looked donezo. BC Game had their tickets into the 2-1 bracket. They were so close, yet so far. What a comeback coming out of Big, man. And we gotta give props where props is due. Every single one of the Young Guns was able to get over or around 25 kills. Tapson started the game 0-9. He was not only able to get his own and get a couple impactful kills towards the end, but he caught a masterclass of a T-side from Big in that second half.
He really did, and he kept his youngsters in check, right? He kept his teammates in the right headspace to keep things going, even though being down at a 2-10 deficit, even though being down, already 2 rounds in overtime, you're able to bring things back. It was 2 mental barriers that they had to cross, and even though their opposing German was leading the charts and leading the game for BC, it just wasn't enough. But man, what a story would have been if BC Game end up on the other way, right? The 6 Germans are actually the ones leading the charge. And it's, a bit of a tough situation, a tough, pill to swallow if you're BC Game.
It's a bitter pill, definitely, for Prime Tabs, that is, right? Because you're trying to qualify for your first major. You're the least experienced player on the team, and you leave your heart in soul in the server, pretty much. You put out a massive performance impact-wise, and still, something is not enough, right, for the side of BC Game, of course. They're not out of the competition just yet. This was a best of 1, so they're going to be down in the 1-2 bracket. Issues might start arising the moment that you see the draw for tomorrow, because you already have Gamer Legion and Bait in there. But the thing is, BC Game is still an incredibly dangerous team, and we can't overlook the fact that they were able to put themselves in that 10-2 position. It's just the fact that Big were big, and they were impressive.
Big were massive. We got some still matches following up here, and it's for the qualification into the major already, right? Teams that have gotten themselves 2 wins. There's a match up next to that you do not want to miss. We're throwing this to a break, and as soon as that's over, you can be expecting a banger of a match.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
And a warm welcome back to the Blast Austin Major MRQ for Europe. We're now into the second half of the day once again, which means myself, Eternal J, and my co-commentator as well will be taking over the mainstream broadcast as we move on to continue with our round 3 mid-match and one more of the upper matches as well for our qualification opportunities. Dwight, how you doing today, man?
Well, after seeing that last one, I mean, Cypher and the boys choking a 10-2 lead. I think there's a lot of teams that are just struggling with the emphasis of this being a qualifier, right? We're seeing a lot of results and a lot of outcomes that wouldn't traditionally happen online.
Yeah, high-pressure environment. It feels like when you're only a few steps away from the major, well, you've got to deliver your A game. And for some players, that is a little bit too much, especially for the likes of 500 and Paravision. Two names that you and I, Dwight, were hoping we'd see quite a lot out of in this MRQ, not to be the first two eliminated out in round 3.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that 500 have gone out in last. I'm surprised in the way that they have. They haven't even given a fight to anybody, and I think that's an embarrassment off of the name and the players that they have. For Paravision, I think it's disappointing as well that they don't get a single win. They have shown so much determination in the last couple of months to be basically one of the brand new teams in 2025 that doesn't have a single VRS point to grind up and make it to the MRQ, so they're going to be gutted that they couldn't make anything happen.
Well, like I said, our focus now turns towards the mid and higher matches. Gamer Legion and Bait will stay alive, and in the mid positions, we're going to try to see if we can avoid some eliminations as well. BetBoom, rather, Fnatic is still ongoing, and we turn our attention to Nine Pandas and Saw as our next match up on stream. And back into the best of ones once again here, Dweg, of course, transitioning away from the best of threes from earlier on this morning. This is one of those cases where I look at the way that this match is set up, and I wonder how much we can really pull from in terms of information about how this, about how these two teams sort of weigh up against each other. Because I think one of the key things about these two squads is that there are some doubts, there are some question marks, especially in that Saw camp.
Well, what we know from an organisation perspective is that the goal is to achieve the major. This is both a Nine Pandas side and a Saw side that have had relatively good success in the major qualifiers in the past. When we look at the previous RMRs, for Saw to even qualify to the Copenhagen major and just narrowly miss out on Shanghai. So I'm sure Muteris and the boys over there with the same core are going to be looking with the same mindset. And for Nine Pandas, just to try and bounce back after a bit of a disappointing result versus OG on Nuke.
Well, let's talk about this Nine Pandas squad, of course, Dwayne. We got to see them in action in yesterday's proceedings. They went 1-1, having beaten Big pretty handily, but couldn't quite finish the job against OG. Would they be feeling disappointed coming into today?
I think they will be, because they showed a really good T-side on Nuke. I thought their trading was very good. Crad was getting some good timings on the lurk outside. Dilladez was incredible in some of his mid-round positions. I didn't see a lot out of Result, though, and maybe that's like a question mark, because he's normally a really good anchor for this team. He normally puts up some really good performances. I thought Xiaofi was disappearing a bit in the second half, and then Moon, we just never really saw impact from him at all on the big green. So there was a few players underperforming for Nine Pandas, and that's not good enough if you want to be able to push towards a qualification.
Yeah, the first thing that has me worried is the discussion about Moon, because obviously with him being a stand-in, with him having never played anywhere near this kind of level of Counter-Strike, that's obviously the big question mark about Nine Pandas' performances, and I just have to say that he didn't exactly wow me yesterday. I know we only got to see one map between you and I, but I also feel like that that's not going to be a point in their favour going into a best of one once again against the Source side. Now, for the Portuguese core, obviously they've moved away from being pure Portugal into this international roster, but we've seen very little of this international roster on the server. I feel like that, in my eyes, they put a lot more emphasis on playing tier 1 tournaments and trying to get the team together in practice rather than officials.
And that's quite obvious with the tournaments that they've been playing in the last couple being Pro League and Cluj-Napoca. But Jay, we don't have a lot of tier 1 teams in the MRQ, do we? We've got a lot of the tier 2 teams that grind the CCTs, grind the closed qualifiers, and I think Saw have made a big mistake in these last few weeks in terms of preparation for this tournament, that they just haven't played anything online, and it means there's a lack of officials for the new two guys of Cjot and Azuru in the roster.
Well, even especially in this tournament right here, what we have is the two best of ones to pull from, where they lost out to BetBoom and they beat Bait. So that's obviously at least a good benchmark to set in terms of beating Bait. BetBoom, of course, a team that we have a lot of expectations for in terms of what they can do in the MRQ. So I think they're on track to sort of easing themselves into it. I think the best of threes is where we'll get to see the best of this Source side, but you are right in terms of concerns. I don't think I'm quite as concerned, though, because they've still got some decent players, I think, to work with. Is Azuru one of those guys that you're really watching out for the most?
Well, look, he's a star player that can do a lot of good work when resources resources are put around him. I remember him playing in the local UK scene in Coalesce and being one of the rising talents, being young at the time. And then he gets the opportunity to go over to Endpoint, and I think the start looks pretty good the first few months. And then what happens? The team just looked awful, didn't they? For such a long time, maybe close towards a year, team just did absolutely nothing. And I think Azuru got overlooked quite heavily. So did Seejod. This is now their chance to prove it as individuals that they can kind of compete at this tier 1.5, tier 1 level and hang with some of the best teams in the world.
On the other side of the board, you had that highlight of Dilladez as well there for the Nine Pandas side. And I have to say, what a day he had yesterday.
He did. He's an incredible player. And I think within this matchup, and probably through the majority of the best of threes that are going to continue, Dilladez is always going to be the guy to watch for on this Nine Pandas organization.
I think one of the key things about Nine Pandas, though, is that we've always talked about there being individuals which we can pick from in terms of who's performing well at the moment. But there are other guys. You mentioned Result potentially being a little bit missing. He's a guy that can also take over that star role at the same time. You look at Crab with his experience in a similar sort of way, maybe not quite as flashy as the Young Guns, but even so, you are looking at these boys as having a very versatile roster in terms of who those individual stars could be. But can those individual stars perform against this Source side right now, who might have a little bit of unpredictability in their favor in terms of this matchup, Dwayne? So, look, I kind of want to talk about maps to a certain extent, not too much of an extent, because there was a head-to-head back in October where we saw take over. I think the difference in the key things about delving into the details there is the fact that that head-to-head was only with the core 3 of players and not all 5 of them in server.
Well, it's difficult to know what even the map pool looks like for Saw. I mean, when we're talking about Seejot and Azuru playing just 21 maps for the new team, they can change a lot of where their strengths lie from Pro League to now what they're doing in the MRQ. Now, we have seen for Saw, against BetBoom, they played Train, they got destroyed. Against Bait, they played Anubis, and it was really competitive. It was probably a little bit too close for what they would have liked. Whereas for Nine Pandas, they played Mirage against Big, and they outclassed them completely. They went up on Nuke against OG, had a good T-side, but struggled in the second half.
Yeah, I wonder if that Nuke could become another concern if it does come through in this map up. It is floated towards the tail end of the veto, but it is taken away by the Source side. So Ancient will be the map that plays out for this one here. Very low win rate for the Nine Pandas on this one, but I could say the exact same thing for Sora at the exact same time. So we've once again hit one of those best of one vetoes where you don't really get a strength for either side.
I will say Ancient's a bit misleading from some of the win rates, though, Jay. I know it's 7 wins and only 12 losses in the last 3 months. The last few losses that they've had have been extremely competitive games. We're talking about 11 rounds versus BetBoom, 9 against Ents, 10 against 9, 10 against Fnatic. So when they've faced off against those stronger teams in Tier 2, they've certainly held weight. They've just struggled to push it for results. Now, one thing that is a positive is in the last week, we did see Moon standing in for Nine Pandas in that European Pro League tournament. They took on Anonymo, took on Whopper. Both of those maps were Ancient, so at least he's getting a few reps under his belt and he's getting familiar with the system on how he can play on this map.
Well, certainly encouraging at that level of CS, but I contrast that with Sword's position, and they've got some high levels of their own regard. Will those high levels come out to be? Let's find out. Here we go. Nine Pandas taking on Saw on Ancient. We have a moment to discuss things in a bit more depth, Dwayne, because I do want to actually highlight some of the map ups. I mean, you mentioned the results that Nine Pandas have had competitive affairs against the likes of BetBoom and Ents and what have you. But on the other side of the board, remember, Saw have only been playing Tier 1 tournaments, so they're taking on Tier 1 competition. And actually, some of those wins have also looked good. I'm thinking about that 13-4 over Na'Vi is a perfect highlight.
Indeed, there's no denying that the results they had in Pro League were above par. They were able to upset a lot of good teams with a roster on complete debut of Seejot and Nazubu joining. But I feel, Jay, that match sharpness is a key condition for a lot of these teams coming into an MRQ. And I think Saw have made the incorrect decision to not be grinding online tournaments. I think Nine Pandas are hungry. They got the major snatched away from them back in Copenhagen. They're going to be here today looking at Moon as the stand-in and saying, right, we need to do absolutely everything in our power to go 2-1 up to make our chances better on getting that qualification.
And it sounds to me like you're going to be predicting Nine Pandas and backing them to take this best of one.
Indeed, I am. I'm going to be looking at Dilladez in from mid and what he's going to be able to do. I'm also going to be thinking about Result and some of those anchor roles, and I want to see if Moon can finally be a takeover player. Starting on that city side, I want the big green to be in his hands early.
I'm going to join you on the Nine Pandas basis, but I will add the caveat that I think that Saw could still show us some more when it comes to those best of threes. I want to explore that map map pool. I want to explore that depth a little bit more and see what that preparation has truly brought to the table. I don't think a best of one will highlight Soar's true capabilities. So Pistols are live as we get set into it to see whether they can make their way into the high or lower groups as Nine Pandas take to the CT side.
Sejot just trying to clear out as much of the map control into Cave and get the Glock in searching. You've got Crad and Dilladez very defensive in the back lines. Agil is going to be up against 2 players towards A, so any further action from him and it's going to be an early contact.
Odds at 1xbet have this a pretty even stance, but Nine Pandas just edging out the Soar side. They are looking to prod Sejot in towards the B play. Taps of the Glocks hoping to hold. Nine Pandas are careful to their position, but they have been baited by this one player lurk out. The bomb's still back over on the B side of the map, but as one player surges forward, they will take control of A.
This is a nice timing from Soar, baiting over rotations, Resalt's coming back into spawn with those Julies. Muteris is aggressive and so is Agil. It's about getting that opening pick for the T side to get the security of the bomb plant.
Secured by Zulu, engaged from Agil, takes Result down. Good start. Looking for more is Sejot as Crad drops next story. Couldn't have timed that more perfectly, but also couldn't have missed a better opportunity. Tagged up, not quite getting a kill. Dilladez finally draws out the first one of the matchup here for Nine Pandas, and all the T-side players start backing away, trying to play outside of the bomb site onto that open bomb plant position. Dilladez close with his teammates, checking around big box. Back will be turned towards Agil, who gets his triple in, trying to hunt for that quadra. His teammates might steal it away from him, and indeed, it's Muteris to close out the last Soar. Take a pretty good pistol.
And nicely done from Soar. Now, if we're going to talk about winning conditions and where Soar are going to show the majority of their class, it's going to be in some of the mid-rounding ability, some of the calls that Muteris is able to make, some of the timings that they're exploiting. We just saw how much map control that Sejot was able to find in there at Cave, and it just kept the CTs at bay. Agil was able to walk out A for free, and then they just play time on the post plant. They all peek on each other. Really simple and easy executed round there from Soar.
Good way to start things off. A better follow-up will come soon as well. Nine Pandas opting to take the passive route, not force buying like we've seen from them in the past. War of attrition was a key factor of yesterday's proceedings. But in this case, opting to take it to the third round. B is open, as is A. It was a mid-stack, so Soar will walk right in, get that plant.
Soar historically have had some troubles against weaker teams to get qualifications into a major spot. I remember back to the Paris major, right? The closed qualifier before we even got to the RMR. They had a best of 3 versus Viperio at the time. That was Artist and Extinct and Giraffe. And, mate, that's a free game. That's one that every single day of the week Soar should be able to take. And instead, they ended up losing 2-0. I remember even Christ was standing in for that closed qualifier for the Brits.
Go all the way to the qualifier, decided to get to the RMR, and even then, that was a last place exit, so no Paris for you. It's only in Copenhagen where we've seen Soar on the major stage. You wonder if this new squad can try and bring them back to that glory. And all the glory for the starting up here again, 2-0 against the Eco. Rifles being brought in by Nine Pandas so they can try and resist from now.
And you just need to start comparing some of the reps that Nine Pandas have got. I mean, Ancient's one of the higher played maps in the pool for them at 19 maps played in the last 3 months. We can only compare that with just 11 for Soar, and only 4 of them had a Zulu and Sejot in the team.
Those 2 newer elements to this roster will be guys to watch out for the most. M4s will try and push their stars in at the Nine Pandas side. It's Result, the forward face in mid, alongside Dilladez with support. 2 kills out of shelf for him. Azuru and Muteris crumble before, but Story gets a double. Shelfie trades it. Sejot trying to see if he can get a responsive in, and tries to the wallbang spray as well, but unable to find any of their picks for it. Agil's on a 1 versus 2. Mac 10 in hand. Rifles spread all across mid, but he's gone straight towards A to get that bomb plant in. Very difficult weapon to work in a clutch.
I love the intensity that Nine Pandas are bringing. Opening gun round, it's just all-out aggression. It's fighting for lane, it's fighting for mid, it's not giving freedom to the opposition at all. Now, Agil has to try and play time. There's a bit of separation, but both of the CTs are coming in from Donut. We're talking about 20-odd seconds left on the clock, and Moon has a smoke.
Puts it right on the bomb. Agil from range. Krad's accounting for him. It's a 10-second stick. Spray comes up to reveal the CT's position, but again, the firepower, the stopping power of the SMG, not good enough to deal with the M4. Nine Pandas get there first.
And similar to what we were talking about yesterday with BetBoom, the players just being too good to not qualify to a major, I think you can make the same sort of assessment for Nine Pandas. When you've got Crad that's been at 4 majors, when you've got Xiaofi that's been at 2, when you've got Result who's been a top-end Tier 2 player for the last couple of years in his career, when we're talking about Dilladez being the star for so many different iterations of Nine Pandas, it's such a stable core 4 that Nine Pandas just have to be always constantly trying to push ahead. I saw lose that first gun round and instantly take a tactical timeout.
The first of 3 available in this matchup. A very early one called. Very rare you get to see round 4 tax. Moment to reset mentality. And realign the strategy. Captain Muterus to be leading those talks. They still hold a round in the lead, but you can see how the buy could equate to Nine Pandas taking real quick control of the scoreline here. So a bit of a necessary or crucial round for Saw in the early match. It's Zulu and Story on the pistols for this one.
Terra's trying to come out elbow quicker, trying to put more pressure onto Resol straight away. Spam up there towards Red Room, going back and forth, doing decent damage onto Xiaofi, but here comes Dilladez.
Dinged down there and would have been hurt. Seajot tries to swing forward, but the rifle firepower is beaten by the SMG this time. Dilladez getting away at 6 points of health in that exchange. Has to back off. At least they won't concede the rifle for Saw here.
This is now 3 kills in just 2 rounds for Dilladez. He's starting to get that impact. Muteris would love to try and get that trade back in Cave, but they've got another player deep on the angle of Crad. It doesn't even give a jiggle before that smoke goes down. That's tactical.
Further utility being passed off towards him. A flashbang available. Only 2 flashes available for the CT side in general, so util advantage at least for Saw in the execution. They're going to use 1 smoke to block off Red. Flash their way in towards this B bomb site. It seems Molotov's up, and Muteris gets caught looking the wrong way. Ego can get that trade back, but Saw continue to be down by a man.
And Moon is just waiting for that ramp cross, but Azuru is coming in after the Cave players have come out.
Second flash over against Moon. Third one doesn't really land. Crad and Moon hold the crossfire. Azuru in a 1 versus 4 now. Takes 1 and 2. Individual fights given up. Crad is still close. Will blind spray. Azuru can't quite return the favor. Instead, giving up his position to attempt a blind kill. Gives Crad the kill in return. And Nine Pandas even the board looking for the advantage. There's no money available for Saw.
It was a bit of a lazy check towards Dilladez, wasn't it? It was sort of pre-aiming towards that left-hand side, but not quite clearing it all the way. There's no option in which that MP9 on red HP should be able to get another kill. Maybe he can do some damage, get a couple of bullets off, but he should never be able to get 2 in that scenario. Dilladez, even after being spammed from elbow, you didn't expect a lot. A decent effort from Azuru, sort of tap that bomb, draw the fights out in the open. But in the end, it's Crad to get the spam, and it's Nine Pandas to win a couple in a row, and now they can start stabilizing this CT economy.
Aggression continues to be applied from Nine Pandas, taking all sorts of mid control. Saw have struggled in the early match to get much of this part of the map.
I like the confidence, to be honest, Jay. I know that it's only a light buy and it's only a Glock round, but we're seeing intensity. We're seeing Nine Pandas not fearing aggressive moves.
It's not quite going so far as to offer up themselves towards a stacked set of players on Saw's part. Easy pickings for the rifle of Result. Straight eco on Saw, leading to the gun by here and now. You wonder how much in this first half is going to be acceptable for Saw to try and make something of this match.
Both Crad and Muteris have a single map differential on a career HLTV profile. Crad currently has 1,821 maps played, where Muteris has the exact same, but 1 less.
A lot of experience between those two. Fast play out from the Source side. Muteris is called in, so I think a bit more aggressive to meet Nine Pandas head on. Result's good to try and hold the man advantage to evens, and Shelby will continue to keep it at a 3-on-3. Crad gets the man advantage for the CT forces as Zulu and Muteris take it right back. It's Dilladez alone this time. He's on the SMG in the 1 versus 2.
Now, all the anchors are sort of struggling there for Nine Pandas. Everyone on rotation can't quite multi-frag. They want to try and upgrade that MP9 into an AK, and Muteris and Azuru, they're just packing together. They're making sure they're not separating in this 2v1.
trade off each other as soon as Diladez is spotted. Taking their time to work their way back into mid and back around towards Donut. So A is still the final target, but Diladez has picked his moments and picked his position correctly.
I wonder, does he peek on the tap on the bomb? Because that is going to be the next key winning condition on whether this MP9 can isolate the jewels.
He's starting to hunt. He might even peek for the bomb. His shoulder's just peeking out. Zuru can find him. And there'll be no chance to deny this plant. It will be secured on Saws 3 apiece. So a little bit of back and forth in this early matchup. Neither side gaining a true advantage over the other.
Well, finally we get an AWP out for Moon. Now, he's only been rifling for this first half, and he's been playing mainly towards B. So you wonder if there's going to be some changes in positions, whether that AWP plays the A anchor and you maybe get Result out there on the B bomb site, how active Moon's going to be in some of the communications to try and get the big green in for an opening pick.
Straight opening from Shalfi in from mid again. Muturis is cut down. Even when they're not getting right up in the face of the Source side, they're still able to win these fights. From range, beyond the smoke, Seajot can tag Diladez to 1 point of health. Saw have to slow things down, but Nine Pandas are considering further pushes. You see Result considering a move up towards Donut. Could find Agil's back turn. Shalfi checks for him. Agil gets the kill to return. He's waiting for another CT push, and he's about to receive it. Result has not been seen. Still utility with his back being turned. The M4 struggles to get it, but finally Agil's going to go down. Meanwhile, Seajot is struck on the B bomb site, so they'll gain the plant. 3v3, making it 2 with Diladez's blind spray. Somehow gets away from all those stray bullets. Him and Result are rather low HP here.
And Moon has got an incendiary and should get contact against Azuwu.
AK's watching for it though. Slow peek in, he lands it. It's Story alone now. Hearing footsteps of all 3 players now being spotted in the jump space. There's nowhere to look. And Moon will pick up an AK to close out the round and bring the lead back for his side.
Can we just take a moment to consider how risky that was for Diladez on 1 HP? If he's on 100, I have no issue with that spam out from short, but he goes for a quick little burst and just gets the right connection. If he finds nothing and their spam bullets back, he is goner, and that round is just over completely. It's the risk from the star player to make something happen, and then Moon to hit the all-important shot against Azuru. Good pre-aim, and then notice how they peek together, short, long, and cave on that 3v1. As Sword just had no chance on the post plant at all.
Couple of things going right for Nine Pandas. Saw continue to have money problems as a result. Couple of rifles available for this round. It's Mac 10s coming forward from others, one of which on Seajor gets right up to an AK upgrade against Diladez's casualty. They might be going quickly towards this B bomb site. Indeed, Crad is found next. Moon pushed back, a 5-on-3 with no HP advantages. Nine Pandas are already backing off, and Muturis is getting all this information as well. This could be a late round hunt from him and co.
Just beaten by pace, pure acceleration from Seajot to try and get that first aggression in towards cave, towards that cheater angle. They just caught Diladez with his knife out, trying to fall back. And you're right about the hunt. I mean, you've got 2 players towards spawn, a couple of players out from mid. There should be an intent to at least drop one of these CTs.
Result being checked. Agil's going to capitalize with the kill. Seajot's moving on Moon. Sees them both. Tap head, transfer, nice and easy. No one remains alive. And Saw bounce back once again, not letting Nine Pandas truly take over control of the situation. They might get leads at times, but unable to build off of it. And now the economy game starts to turn on its head. Now Nine Pandas start to have ecos.
But this is where Saw should be able to take over the game. We're in a stance where the last round featured, what, 2 AKs, 1 Galil, and a couple of Mac 10s. It's a weak buy, but now they're forced the double eco. Nine Pandas are going to have to force buy up here. We're talking about mainly 5-7 Deagle armor, maybe an MP9 armor for Shalfi. But it's going to be tough. You're not working with the best of weaponry. This is a swing round opportunity. This is Saw's best chance to go 6-4 up, keep that emphasis on. If you're able to win this anti-force buy and get to that 6-4 marker, just with how the money's going to sit, Moon won't then have the AWP in the following gun round. So your projections could potentially be 7 or even 8 T rounds.
Couple of MP9s, the best weapons available for Crad and Shalfi here. quick out again from Mutrist. Counter flashes are pretty good from Nine Pandas, and he immediately knows what's going on. He's starting to recognize the aggression that the CT side want to take towards this mid control. HEs will try to put on some more damage from CJOT. Results on 21. MAC-10 unable to get the kill in though. It's just HP being taken over them. Fortunately, in the other side of the map over the B entries, there's no one there on defensive, so they can just walk right up ramp. Kill from Story in the backlines will get Shelfie. Bomb plant will be secure without resistance. There shouldn't be much in the retake either.
Well, you've just taken a tactical. You've gone in for a fairly heavy A and mid stack, so you've left B completely opened up. You sort of gamble it because of the light buy. You say, right, if B ends up being taken, we'll hold on to what we can, try and bring it into the next. Saw will be very happy that they didn't run into any kind of trap there. CJOT could fall out towards elbow. The 5-7 at close range will get one, but an upgrade to a MAC-10 is not going to mean anything for Moon.
The MAC-10s are the first players into the hunt of the last round because it's weapons that they can sacrifice here on Saw. Moon will be upgrading. Only thing that will value him at the moment is if they can get this AWP in his hands, but Saw have got 4 players around it, so even if they get the kill on Story, it won't be recoverable for the CT side. Saw up to 5. Advantage that should lead to, as you say, a 6-4. Minimums in the half. Almost a guarantee here.
Yeah, Saw has been quite back and forth with sort of the momentum of the game between Nine Pandas. I don't think either squad's been able to run away with it just yet, but we're starting to get the vibes and the feelers out there that it's going to happen now. And Nine Pandas go in for a fairly similar tactic of taking mid heavily as 3, but rather than having 2 A players, they're going to have 2 players on B.
Oh, I see what's coming. Crad and Reso going to get the first couple of kills out of the round here. Again, Saw not quite ready for the advanced angles and the quick aggression that Nine Pandas take. The elbow control wiped out. AK now in the hands of Result. One of the 2 kills on his part. Advantage Nine Pandas. Saw forced to slow down, but they've rotated in towards the B stack, so A's open and they're starting to read it.
And this is where CJOT just needs to slow down any of the rotations that could potentially come from CT or from Temple, and they've got to get themselves in good post-planting position. When you've got a MAC-10, you're not going to be the big damaging dealer, so I'm looking at Story and I'm looking at A-Guild to fight off against the few upgrades that Nine Pandas have.
Oh, missed shot from Story. Moon's taking him, so that AWP can now fall into the AWPer's hands. Passed off to Shalfie instead. Ego doesn't know where to look. His back return towards this main flank. Something the MAC-10 of CJOT saw that's left. The Nine Pandas have swamped Store in an instant. It wasn't even a force buy. It was saved upgrades of the previous force. And Nine Pandas has still walked away with the round win.
And just when it felt that Saw had a bit of an easy break, it's Nine Pandas to return, and just the upgrades that they've been able to hold off at the back of it. It's Krad's opening pressure down there from ramp, and then the post plant just generated nothing, did it? Good timing from Dilladez on that backstab. And then Moon to get a couple of kills, 5-5. We've set evens again, and I kind of wonder at what point, Jay, do we get like a scoreline differential of more than 1 or 2 rounds? Does that even happen? Do we just kind of keep going back and forth for the majority of this game?
Very possible, honestly. Advantages of 1 round on these leads at, absolute maximum. Green Soul trying to put a lead in for Nine Pandas to close out the half right here. He'll take CJOT, another entry for him, one of many entries for him. Top flag of the board at the moment. Azubu wants to challenge that on Moon. 4v4 established. And not much else.
It's a good timing for Azubu. It's a solo aggressive play with the AWP to scale out from Donut to put a bit more of a sight line and a look in down on elbow. But without a teammate, no one protects him from Shelf. And it's a returning fight after that loss of casualty against Result and A-Main. Azubu not pre-aiming the edge of the smoke. This is an aggressive move from Shalfie.
Sees him. Takes the Brit down. AWP of Story can strike back. Shelfie gets a little bit too hungry there. 3 on 3. Result catches Mutrist looking the wrong way. Once again, the timing great for Nine Pandas. He looks to even challenge onto Agil. Damage being done, but Crad walked right into the trap. Story was waiting for another aggressive fight, and he gets another kill on Result as well. Triple for the big green gun. It's Dilladez in a clutch, but it's not impossible. Both are tagged to 49 or less.
Nine Pandas have been caught in this round for over-fighting a little bit too much. And Dilladez is going to be in for a real tough 1v2.
Agil's going to check CT. Cover it off in the back of the boxes. Dilladez gets him. No smoke, just that flashbang, the 4-story off angle, but he's got direct vision onto the bomb. Peek on a spot, tap it once, sees his man, shot missed out from Story. The movement good enough. Turn away from that flashbang. Dilladez now has the angle against him, and Story holds his nerve to take his head clean off and gets them 6 at last for Saw. 7-5, the best case to close the half with.
Well, Nine Pandas can only blame themselves in that round. I think you had some nice gimmicks, didn't you? You had Result aggressively in A-main. You had Shalfie working on the edge of the red smoke, but players are just looking for too much there. They're getting too hungry to make an X-Factor play, try and multi up. It's just Story being patient with the AWP, just catching player after player moving in. And Dilladez tries his absolute best and does some good damage against the AWP, but can't find that finishing blow. 4 to come in for Story, and potentially even a scoreline lead going into the second half for the Portuguese.
Good spray damage done to Crad, but Cjot's the first player to fall back at lane. The information given up. A fight was to come forward from Result, but again, through the smoke, Saw are ready for it. The 4-on-4 is established. Damage against Crad, leaving him only with a CZ at the moment. Aggressive towards the B defensive line. But nothing revealed. No aggression that he can take control of.
And Crad's going to try and double dip with a flash in from Dilladez by the looks of it. Just constant movement, constant aggressive moves.
Missed shot from Story. They're looking to move on indeed. Crad gets a CZ kill. Jump face to see the next 2 as well. All the information they require. Once again, hard rotations to 9 Pandas into the B defensive, but they're calling in the rotate just as fast. Out to red, they'll look to go, but Saw stall it and slow it back down. Moon's going to hold against the cave entrance, a standoff, AWP v AWP battle. Neither side peeking yet. Story's thinking about it, though.
And 9 Pandas have pop flashed through that red smoke, and they've seen nothing towards mid, so Story's going to have to try and maintain that sight line.
Oh, he just sees a pixel of Shelfie. Is he ready for Dilladez, though? He's rotating quick. His back is turned, and Dilladez is waiting for the key man, the bomb carrier, to give him what he wants. The kill required, the double on Story, a triple in the round itself, and Muteris can take him back. Now got to get Crad on the A-bomb site and deal with Moon on the retake. The CZ still. Backs are being turned. Crad got so much with that pistol. 2 to his name, and it's a dead even half at 6 apiece.
And 9 Pandas are a really tricky team to play against, Jay, and I think that they've shown many examples of that in the first half. They just don't let you get comfortable on default at all. They can be over aggressive. They can sometimes look a little bit too hungry at scenarios, but they also have some of that discipline, and we see that from Dilladez playing out in the jungle pit area, just having trigger discipline, making sure that bomb gets dropped, forcing all that pressure back. So for 6-6, I think both teams have worked really hard to try and get that score.
Indeed, they have. Difficult situation to be in, of course, for Saw. They have done well enough to keep things as close as they were. 9 Pandas constant resisting. When you thought that they had control, it was a bounce back. When you thought it was the other side of the board taking control, well, exact same situation, you could say. Was that a good enough T half for the Portuguese score?
Well, a lot of people are going to look at this new iteration of Saw and say, man, I wonder what Muteris is going to be like casting or playing and calling in English. It's not the first time that that's happened. Way back in the early 2018 days, it was Muteris, Fox, Rowland, Mouse, and Mihu that played together on Team Kingwin, Portuguese players and Poles coming together, and that lasted a few months or so. So it's the second time we've seen in the career trajectory in which he's called in English.
Remember that one very well. Didn't do too bad at the time. Didn't rock the world, but still. Second half, 9 Pandas to their T line, and with the aggression they've taken on the CT side thus far in this matchup, you wonder if that's going to be a point towards their favor when they get on the attacking onus. Main for the majority of players, Azubu and Agil are the 2 on the defensive. Good shots from Agil. Azubu able to capitalize on the tree boost up, seeing the shadow of Shelfie, and shuts him down with a straight head shot. Story with his USP covers off the mid control, and it's Crad all alone in a blink of an eye. Saw take control.
The first contacts are just obliteration. We've got the P2K doing work out there in the Temple big box position, and then Azuru, we know how strong Tree can be. We've seen it on pistol rounds. Julie's at close range. It's not bad for them to be in Donut, to be in these close range angles. So up there in Tree with the height advantage, you just start tearing. And Nine Pandas were hoping for a much easier walk through in that A main area, and instead they couldn't even get close to the bomb site.
Oh, Crab. A couple kills out of that one as they struggle to get the final pick in. Yeah, shut down pistol outside of that from Saw. Advantage reclaimed. But can they keep it, though? Again, the level-headed best rounds that we've seen in terms of advantages has just been 2 at maximum. Pistol and conversion may well offer that up towards Saw. Glocks only again for Nine Pandas. Not forcing the issue without the bomb plant bonus. That being said, the flashbang's still good to go through the SMG and the rifle player. Seajot's going to trade it back to a 3-on-3, and Agil also with control. So a bit of a Larry moment, but nothing that accounts to anything of worth for Nine Pandas. It should still be 8-6. And they can bring those rifles back again.
I was getting a bad feeling after the opening couple of kills come in, because you just feel if they can target one area quickly, whether that be Red Room, Donut, or Shelf, and just get that next player, then it starts turning into a collapse. But Sword did a good job of constantly facing. There was a lot of Nine Pandas players that were kind of looking in different directions, so it was difficult to get the kill back. Saw make it a couple in a row, and here comes the first gun round. AKs across the board. I'm just watching out for the timings of what Shalfie's going to be calling, because I know he likes a couple of aggressive moves on D-side Ancient.
Engagement for Shalfie starts things off in this round. Nine Pandas. Almost getting Seajot as well, but he stays alive beyond these smokes here. Sandwiched between 2, just missed the window to trade back the first contact. Story instead with the M4 starts leaning forward towards Cheetah. Doesn't go all the way out to challenge Result. Gonna wait for him or Moon to wrap that corner. Slowed down again with the Nine Pandas side. The pop out comes up good. M4 to fight the first, not able to stabilize the second. They still don't know about the SMG here, though.
They know that he's low, but they don't know exactly where he is. Because they spammed him from the top of Shelf, they know that Seajot's got to be fairly low HP. And Shalfie should fall, but they won't get a trade back. I think Muteris might get caught, though.
Kill found. Muteris still deals with Moon before that smoke blooms. Krad's found the A bomb site meanwhile. With that bomb still at risk, Seajot could still find the kill on Dilladez, but low HP gives the advantage to the AK. 2v2 now. Agil challenging him, drops that bomb most permanently, and that should seal the round unless Krad gets both of these fights in real quick. 30 seconds to deal with Muteris first, and Agil second. Behind that smoke, he is going to wait. Does he leap towards the engagement? Yes, he does! And that gives up the round. Krad, an adjustment and a half, gets it back for his side.
Oh, that's a big clutch. That's a big kill from Krad. He has no idea where Agil's repositioned to. He knows that the kill came from mid, but where's he gone? Is he back behind Xbox? Is he out there on the left-hand side? Is he elbow? Is he in Donut? It is complete unknown. That is a hell of a shot to transfer the crosshair close towards the right-hand side. Saw felt as if they'd done everything right there. 2v1, 30-odd seconds left on the clutch. But no, it's Krad to come out on top. And I wonder, Jay, do we come back to that last round and say, what if? Is that the difference maker?
We might have to. There were options available for the CT player. There's very little time on the clock. At some point, Krad would have had to run for it. He could have waited behind the smoke and maybe waited for information, popped out to check Shell for about 10 seconds after the fact. Maybe allowed that bomb to go down, play the retake. Instead, advantage sits towards Saw, but maybe not for much longer as they get mowed through by Krad and Dilladez. 2 players dropping, 2 take tag damage in significant amounts. The A site is completely opened up. And for Story and Seajot especially, there's not really any worth throwing these rifles away. They call in the save, and for right good reason.
And here's something to consider, Jay. Krad is the lowest rated player for Nine Pandas on Ancient in the last 3 months. But yet in an MRQ, when we're talking about high pressure matchups, He is 13-9. He is having considerable impact that's making a difference in terms of rounds being won.
And for like the 6th time in this match, we are all even on the scoreboard. Neither side. Oh, I don't know what happened there for Shelfie, okay. Doesn't make too huge of a difference. They've still got 4 rifles held over. Money pretty good. And so is that scoreline. Again, Nine Pandas. 8-8. And see how quickly these rounds fell apart and everything. Oh dear. Yeah, Saw don't have a lot to work with as a result of that loss again. $1,900 of loss bonus is basically double eco status from the previous. The AWP holding over. And FAMAS as well, probably looking to find early round impact, and if they can't get it, just save them for the next gun buy. At least it will be a gun buy in the next. At least Nine Pandas won't swing their way straight to a streak and take control of the whole map up. But a lot rests on round 18.
Just not many upgrades to get much damage out of it. You've got both the AWP and the rifle that are towards B. The Shelfie against the Zubu, already spotted out from tree. The 5-7 has got the opening kill though. At least they've got one of the trades back.
Adjustments back from Shelfie, getting the man advantage in. Damage is pretty decent against Moon here. The FAMAS also dishing out some damage, taking Shelfie. Resort and Moon are rather low. Opportunity available for Seajot. He's Molotov'd out from the back of the site. Actually lands inside that smoke, I believe. Diladez flashing his way away from the bomb site because they've just gained the man advantage here. Saw rifle that Muteris can pick up. There's so many that's been dropped out there. The bomb going to try and rotate in towards the B bomb site, and was sort of thinking about going quick. In the end, they pack together and wait for the bomb to get planted. They'll go for the retake instead.
But this is where Diladez needs to show his quality. He's a star player for a reason. It's a 2v3 where Moon's close to half HP. Diladez is the only way that Nine Pandas can recover this.
He's on 14 kills, top of the board for the T side. Flash towards him, Seajot. Shoulder baits, gets a little bit of damage off, but in a 2 versus 2 with Diladez's kill, Muteris and Story continue to move. Shot missed, Moon's tagged so heavily, and Story starts running. No kit available for him. He brings out a USP instead. Going to dip in for a second opportunity. Diladez is watching. Story's creeping. But recognizing now that there's just not enough time, he'll fall back. Hold on to his weapon. Nine Pandas will do the same for them. Could have been a bit of a moment. Could have been another steal. Doesn't quite come together for the Source side. Nine Pandas up in the lead one more time. Now come the true gun buys at the CT side.
I've been quite impressed by some of the decision-making individually from Moon. This is an inexperienced player that is playing the biggest tournament of his life. And in a 2v3, after Diladez gets that first kill, rather than sort of hiding and playing time, he just wide swings. And that gives me the feeling that he's not afraid to take Jules. He's not afraid that he's facing off against a team like Saw that already have a major under their belt, that already have the accolades of all of last year, of this core being a successful tier 1.5 team that was hanging quite consistently in tier 1 tournaments.
Like I said before, a lot of emphasis on this next rifle round. Saw will buy in. Nine Pandas could seal this round with a very confident lead if they gain it.
Well, you expect that Crad's taking a little bit more responsibility because of the event that they're playing in, but also because he used to be a caller. I think back to when he was playing out on Amcal for the majority of last year. He was in-game leading, and I know he's been a bit on and off with in-game leading. It's not his traditional role, but he was doing it at the time. I guess you could say the same for Shelfie. I mean, he was under the leadership of Jerry for a very long portion out there on Forza, and it's only after Jerry got benched and moves started to happen that Shelfie had to take on that responsibility and say, right, I'm going to be the caller, I'm going to be the captain. And since bringing Crad into Nine Pandas, because you're ex-teammates and you both got that ability to call, I think that Crad would be a lot more vocal than perhaps what he's been in previous iterations.
Both players playing under the leadership of Jerry, a man that's probably had a lot of impact on the CIS scene in general in Tier 2. The combined hens may well give them the chops to make it through the MRQ and claim that major spot that Nine Pandas and Dilladez especially will feel owed towards him.
I just remember some of the tweets that we were seeing from Seized. I mean, that was the last run, wasn't it? I mean, after getting dropped from Na'Vi, you're basically going from organization to organization in the tier 2 and tier 3 pits. You're playing on BepZ and Cyber Legacy and Trident, and you're doing everything in your power to just have that last run at a major. And he was able to do it, and then you find out you got visa issues and you can't get there. So for someone like Dilladez, who's still on the team, that hunger's got to still be there.
Yeah, tragic for that team at that time. Could well have been a career-deciding or career-defining moment for them.
And how often do we see that in MRQs and sort of minors, RMRs in the past? There's a failure, you're one game off, player changes happen, right? The roster disappears. There are so many examples that we can pull from for the last 10 years and literally say, what if? I mean, you take B&E and Sinners in that 2-2 game in Antwerp, 16-14 last map decider. B&E go on to get a taste of what it's like to play at the majors. Sinners are still waiting from that day onwards. There's so many teams that you can look at. Fiend, when they took on Copenhagen Flames in the Rio 2021 RMR at the time, how Copenhagen Flames went on to achieve quite a few majors. A lot of those guys got experiences to play at tier 1, and yet the Bulgarians went down. They got forced into changes. A lot of those players even went into retirement after that.
One opportunity is sometimes all you're going to get. And this may well be the one for Nine Pandas players. AK's up for them. They have control. Will they keep it? Will they extend it? Will they finally get a good solid lead over Saw? Will Saw answer back one more time? They have their full set of rifles. But again, a lot more stand to be gained here by Nine Pandas. Money is not exactly perfect for the CT forces. They've invested every penny they can. 11-8 could well be the score. They take down Agil to start things off. Indeed, Shelfie swings upon the man. Azuwu gets a kill to return, but both players get caught up, flash blinded, and behind the boxes. Dilladez can mow through both. A 4v2 established, and Story and Siege are having to save their guns because they just don't have anything more to play with. No money to buy the rifles in the next round. And that is exactly what Nine Pandas were looking for.
Just individual mistakes being made there from Saw. First off, the donut player of Agil is struggling to just get one kill against the two players coming towards him. And then Azumu gets a fight on the bomb side. He's just trying to fall back, mate. He's just trying to retreat. He's trying to go defensively towards CT. And instead, he's got his in-game leader just headbutting him in the smoke. He can't fall back any further. Miscommunication. Players all over the place. And ever since Crad won that 1v2, we've seen a shift from Nine Pandas. We've seen a struggling Saw, cannot adapt, cannot get rounds up on the board. And now with the money where it sits, you've got an option. Do you rebuy again? Do you lightly eco?
Well, seeing drop 10-4s with Story, I think they've made their call. They're forcing it.
And take Muteris as an example, highest rated player for Saw on Ancient the last 3 months. He's 4-14. We've seen a lot of in-game leaders across this MRQ really struggle to put up numbers.
It's in those matches where you see them struggle that they end up falling apart as a team. It's not enough to call good tactics and have a decent strategy. You need to have the frags to back it up. And Muteris is going to try and change that, but he's only good for one pick out of it. 2 kills from Dilladez once again. Molotov on one, AK on the other. They lost Moon in exchange, but that's certainly a trade you take. It's slow and quiet again from Nine Pandas, knowing that they've got all the cards.
You can just feel that Shalfie is suffocating Saw right now with how these last few gun rounds have gone. Dilladez is just on the money. Every time he's coming out elbow, he's getting a pick. He gets 2. Moon gets caught in the cross, and it gets really silent. This is probably the slowest that we've seen Nine Pandas halt the clock.
Smoke on Donut telegraphs mid-control. but Story is expecting them to be pushed up to red. The flashbang only further communicates it. He's rotating into the B stack, and actually, this might bode well for Source still. They have to get the right picks at the right time. The smokes will keep them blocked, but Result is looking to set up for the execution. Mollies don't land for them. Nine Pandas, 30 seconds for the execution itself. The flashbang comes forward. The M4 spray comes up good procedure in the end. USP brought out. Crad is solo HP. He gets taken down in the end. And Azuru and Story hold the center of the bomb site, but not until Dilladad strikes for the triple. He's looking for the quad. Azuru makes his way in slowly but surely. And Dilladad thinks he might be coming in real fast. In fact, the footsteps confirm it. Azuru, he's forced to fight. And he comes out on top this time as Saw save themselves.
Oh, just when it looked like Dilladez was going to be able to have another big impactful 1vx, it doesn't quite come. For Saw, things are getting to a state where they're gambling. That's a 3v4 disadvantage where they just hope that they can crossfire on B. They're leaving mid, they're leaving A, and it comes down to Azuru to basically do everything. Story hits a blinder against Xiaofi. That's a kill that should never be able to come out.
Put everything into that force, and Saw able to win the round, but they've still got problems ahead of them. Damage heavy against their economy state, but Azuru struck again. Result, first casualty out on this B bomb site defense. No damage return in the exchange. Nutris and Agil on the MP90. They will be the points of contention if it comes down to it.
Azuru is making a difference, and Saw have been trying to search for a difference maker in this second half, and they haven't quite been able to find it. Azuru won the last round and now gets the opener towards ramp. And Xiaofi and Moon can start retaking some of this map control. They need a returning kill, though, and against Sidjot, it's only a tag, down to 18 points of health.
Love to get that M4 in Mutris' hands. Maybe even Agil back here. Sticking with the SMG for the time being. The flashbang Moon does not expect the SMG to be so close, and the veteran holds his nerve, gets his kill. There's no one else out there in cave, however. Molotov to try and stop the push of Xiaofi as well. That bomb's not making its way into B site today. Action from Krad's got to force out another angle.
Now, up against the potential AWP deep in A, you've got Sidjot that's just hugging the corner at the moment. Krad is going to have to probably be the entry fragger that creates space and creates an opportunity to wrap A.
Sidjot gets caught off. Kill found at last on Krad's part. Agil pushing up as well. Krad runs right into him, and Xiaofi trades back the Brit of Azuru. Did well to start the round, got 2 kills out of it. Now it's on Mutris and Story to close the 2v2 outright. Mutris has no inkling as what's going on, but 10 seconds if he gets the bomb carrier. He get denied as the flashbang indicating what's going on. Wallbangs can't get attempted. Will he swing right now? He could well do so, but he waits. He holds, and Xiaofi gets taken down soon enough. Mutris is tagged to half. He needs Story to get here. The AWP providing support from the outside, but it's not even required. The veteran might have underperformed in this map, but this round was his to rule. It's 10 apiece again as he leads Saw back or evened up again.
This is back-to-back rounds in which Saw have kind of been at the disadvantage. I'm looking at that one thinking they're forced a bit of an over-rotation, try and get players deep out towards CT. They end up getting caught by both Krad and from Xiaofi. And then Muteris, who's got, what, just an MP9? He's completely alone on the bomb site, makes a play. Yeah, eventually when he swings out against Dilladez, he's got his teammate of the Orpa just behind him. But it's X Factor, it's clutch moments, it's back-to-back rounds to make Saw 10-10.
Final tactical from Nine Pandas. Because they stand to concede a match point. It's no longer Saw battling back against the odds here. It's a dead set even money line. A swing round that will lead the victor straight into the 12-10. The buy itself looks better for the CT side. AK set, AWPs and M4s. There's still Galils and pistols being brought in, but the AWP brought out for Moon lands on Azuru first. He is not a threat in this round.
And notice how they don't just accelerate. After that opening pick, they don't just send it up ramp. They stay composed. They stabilize. They reset. They get players up in lane, trying to take cave. You've got Krad on the lurkout in elbow. And Xiaofi, with the buy where it sits, only has a P250. It gets silent again. Nine Pandas have been quite happy after first contact to run the clock and silence the round.
Siege pushing. Shelby's got utility in hand. Sees Brad as well. Trying to get that second kill, and he gets so close. 2 points of health against the man. Muteris hears him coming. Flashbang from his teammate. Blinds off the forward player. A counter flash will try push Result in, but he doesn't go full all the way. Advantage still sits for Nine Pandas here, but only by a small margin.
And that one flash is going to go out towards ramp. Try and see if they can get Crad. Oh, look at that backstab. He's going to go all the way to Red Room. This is insane.
It's going to come in late as well. Saw might not expect this. Result being crept up upon. Crad strikes and Muteris drops. Agil surrounding. No escape route to save. No chance of the 1v4 retake. And tag to 19 in the first face. Moon revealed. Dilladez waits. There's no time left for a defuse. Crad makes everything work to his favor. He molds the world in his image with 3 kills. And the swing success on Nine Pandas.
You can easily say that Crad is the most experienced player on the server. To go to 4 majors, to be in touching distance of even playing at a stage once upon a time. 3 kills, wrap into red. To make that call, Jay, on a 10-10 round, when there's no util in the post plant, the only thing they had was that single flash that got thrown out there towards lane. That's it. That is confidence. And that is an experienced player making an experienced play.
No doubt about it. In any other situation, you're on 2 points of health. You never, ever get that much impact out of it. But he did. And saw our reset. 1,900 bucks. Money is decent for the next round buy, so they're not going to invest in this one. Minus a couple of 5-7s. Take some miracles out of Agil and Seejot to win this kind of a round here. Nine Pandas. Wondering what Saw have brought up, if they have brought up at all. Utility set towards the B stack. 4 men to receive if they do end up committing. The MAC-10 makes light work of Story, and quickly a Seejot as well.
Muteris and Azuru are just hanging back to hope to get one. Agil with the upgrades. I mean, might as well just save the Kevlar and the 5-7, I think, going into the next round. No point looking for an exit here.
One pick found from Azuru. Any exits that Agil will get will mean nothing right here. We are going to enter match point for Nine Pandas. 2 of them available for Nine Pandas, in fact. 2 chances to close. So we need to drag us into overtime. We've seen plenty of that so far today. I wonder if it will be real. Money is set and ready, so Saw will have no limitations, no concerns. Buy the AWP, buy the M4s, buy all the utility you can muster. And bring us back to evens like you've done time after time.
I'm wondering if we get a complete pace change, something pure, fast, and really in your face for Nine Pandas, because I know they've got it in the playbook, we just haven't seen it on the Ancient T side yet.
Or moving for Moon. Story takes him. Or found the first fight for Saw's favour, but the aggression towards mid has left B completely open. You mentioned how Nine Pandas, they leave that part open on their CT side. Saw exact same situation right here. Flashes to turn up against Story, who's now been seen. Muteris and Agil have posted themselves up towards Donut, though. They're going to try and resist this bomb plant, at least for now. It's a lot of time on the clock, so Nine Pandas going to try and play it out. Seejot through the smoke at CT is going to grab Crad and return. The spray back from the T side line is going to catch Story and Seejot for low HP. Still not dead yet, though. Shalfi pushing that bomb into Donut. He's looking for a fight or two. This might cost him the bomb right here. He takes the first man. Muteris takes him on the return. And now they're forced to re-aggress into the CT line to grab the bomb once again.
Shalfi had to make that play because they were getting desperate. They've got no more util. And Dilladez to get the off angle. He needs to get the kill against the AWP transitioning in CT.
And he doesn't do it. Story crosses, locks on his man, 2 kills. Result, a 1v4. And this would be a magical 1v4 if it came in. I think he just got spotted. And the cross out from Donut. Cjot still not moving. Not like it matters. Not like Saw need to. They have full control of the bomb. Result's going to dip out. Take a rifle and save it into the next. Miracles don't exist on Ancient. As Saw will fight with class and take that class into number 11. 24 rounds will be played of regulation. And 1 of 2 match points are burned by Nine Pandas.
A good work from the Orpa of Story. He's had a difficult second half, hasn't generated that same level of threat like he did in the first. They're just out there on A. It was the right reaction. You've got Moon working an aggressive pick. You've got players flying out A. Shalfie, he just needed this secondary kill, didn't he? Needed Muterus at the back of Donut. But even Cjot to be spamming there in CT, completely blocked by the smoke and still gets a kill.
Final tactical called in by Saw. The perfect time to do it as well. Still that limit of a kill on the FAMAS. A couple of Galils out for Nine Pandas. But you have your rifles. All of them. How do Nine Pandas want to play this? Do they want to take that aggression back? Do they want to slow things down? Will Saw respond in kind? It's mid-access initially for 2 CT players, but 2 team men trying to walk out towards the A-bomb, so I put those smokes up quickly, so they're trying to sell some sort of rush tactic. It doesn't buy a rotation, though, because no one's crossing past that CT player. Story's watching with the AWP. They haven't received enough to go whole hog, so they'll sit in pretty.
And this is a wacky tactic in round 24. A heavy A fake with lurkers out in A main, elbow, and lane. It's a pocket strat from Nine Pandas, but it hasn't warranted an opening kill just yet. It has forced a lot of counter util, though, from the CTs. Keep an eye on that. You've got, what, a single smoke left for Agil, a flash for Cjot, and just a HG for Azuwu.
Story. Oh, what a shot! He saw Resalt's shoulder peeking out, had to time it so well. And he did. Might not need the counter util if you're getting the pick straight out. Nine Pandas forced to readjust. They're looking to lean into the A site with this rotation, but they've still got Agil sat on the center, now backing away from Donut to defend main. Might need some support of the AWP, but Story's watching red right now, and they're about to peek into him.
Story's on for a round here.
Doesn't get it, though. Hesitates to pull the trigger. Shalfie now takes him, and Agil needs to be a hero, or at least stall, get one pick out of it to set up a 3v3 retake. Krad's walking main. The FAMAS not sure where to look. His back will be turned somewhere. The question is where and when? Not there, not now. Krad saves his teammate, keeps Shalfie in the round. A 4-on-3 established, and Cjot's got to answer back. That he can do. Back in main, it's a 3v3. The AWP of Shalfie now sees what's going on. One player back towards CT spawn. Dilladez going to join him in the back lines, and Saw running out of time. They're running out of players as well. Cjot's picked up, and Muterus gets nothing. Azuru's got to clutch it again. A 1v3. Tapped once. He's trying to force Dilladez to make a move in. He does his damage on return, and Moon's repositioned as well towards CT spawn. 10 seconds to it. Azuru's got no cover. He's tapped the one, but he cannot get the kills he needs, and Nine Pandas will push it past the finish line. 13-11. What an epic it turned out to be. They go 2-1 in the MRQ.
What an effort from Krad. Without his individual performance, we aren't here. Saw win that game. Remember back to when Nine Pandas was 6-8 down. Krad wins that 1v2 where he gets the kill in Red Room, follows up against Agil in Donut, and then only a few rounds later, Jay, in that 10-10 post-blood, he walks Red Room, gets the backstab. Krad had an MVP level performance. We even saw it in the very last round, getting Agil on that A-bomb side. A difference maker for Nine Pandas.
100%. Easily the MVP pick of the game right there, because it's just the amount of impact he had. I know he might not have the most flashier moments or the flashier plays, but he had the smart ones. He had the ones that made the ultimate difference, and the ultimate difference is a 13-11. When it's down to that much, you're looking at rounds like what he was able to secure, and you're looking at that as being the ultimate difference maker. On the other side, it would have been Azuwu had he claimed a little bit more of his own right had they pushed past the 13-11 of their own, but it wasn't to be on this particular day. So Saw now up for elimination for the rest of the tournament.
And this is what I was kind of saying at the beginning of the game, Jay. I think Saw have made a mistake that they have not grinded online officials after Pro League in the lead up to the MRQ. Let's put this in perspective. This is a squad that played majority of Tier 1 events last year. They've come into this year. They haven't had time to embed Sejon. They haven't had time to embed Azubu into the system. And instead, they lose to a Nine Pandas who's been pretty average over the last few months that's got a stand-in for the MRQ.
It's very true. You're right about that. But I still stand by what I said is that I want to see them explore the map pool more. I want to see if they can find more strength, because even in spite of that, you still saw good performances from Azubu and Sejo and Story on the AWP. I mean, you want to talk about impact in that last round. I thought that with that opening kill, he had won it outright. But as we've said before, that's not to end up being. So when they go to those best of threes, I think that's where we will see Saw either make the magic happen or crumble as you predict. But in terms of this matchup, that's it for the best of ones here on the mainstream. We move to the best of threes because it's time to move on to the 2-0 games. OG will be in action up next against Metasport. After this short break, we'll see who is going to be our next team forward to the major.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
On to the next one. The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
It's time to qualify some teams. The Blast Austin Major in the MRQ. We've hit the 2-0 stage in our Swiss system, and across both the main and secondary streams, we will have our qualifying matches. This is what the Swiss looks like. This is how things have weighed up. Still waiting on that Astralis Ents result to come in the mid-match, and then that B stream will move on to Heroic and Amiga. For us on the main side of things, we've got OG and Metasport to see who will be the first team advancing to Austin.
And it's nice to see, Jay, that it's actually Tier 2 representatives in this sort of matchup rather than a Big or a Gamer Legion or an Astralis, who we see quite regularly at Tier 1. This is going to be history being made. This is going to be OG and Metasport with so much on the line in one best of three.
Been a long time since we've seen OG at a major. We've never seen Metasport at a major at all. A year on from their breakout, putting Sweden back on the map. They hope to try and do it again at the grandest of all stages in esports. The question is, can they go through the opposition that have been getting better and better over their long and extended lifetime here? This is a best of three that has a lot of weight riding on it, not just in terms of the qualification itself, but just for what it means for these two teams, Dwayne. We talked yesterday about how much it would mean for the likes of Metasport, for these guys that haven't been to majors, versus OG, a set of guys who some of them have been, some of them have not been at the same time.
And we know that OG have taken the mindset in 2025 of grind and work hard. They are within the top 5 in the world for most maps played in the last 3 months on HLTV. They have played 42 best of threes in that time window. That is insane. For the players that are on this roster, they've just been playing tournament after tournament, and I think you could certainly say, with a grand final placing in the Bucharest closed qualifier, with winning a CCT, that the results are paying off, that the team is on the rise.
Indeed. I think I mentioned before that Bucharest and that Bucharest qualifier and that CCT were key parts to OG's success in terms of getting the necessary VRS points to get to this position, because honestly, they weren't really all that there at that moment. I mean, you know, I mentioned before, $30,000 was their scaled prize money earnings in terms of points contributions to VRS. 22,000 of that came from that CCT win, and then they got a bunch of points from how many upset victories they took in that PGL Bucharest qualifier. The question for me is that just a blip on the radar? Is that just a couple of good runs, or can it be sustained? If they get the victory here today, I think it will be the latter.
Well, this is already so much better than what we saw at the Copenhagen RMR last year, where Fuku was still on the team and Regali was there, and Nexius and Keto and Heavy God. They lost to Apex, they lost to Ecstatic, and then they got knocked out by Gamer Legion. They only beat the Danish team in pre-seed, which, funny enough, had Nikodos at the time, and that was about it. This time, we've beaten Astralis in our opening game. We took on Nine Pandas. It was competitive. It was a tough first half, and then we started slapping them. It's been quite cruisy. It's been a really good time for OG.
Indeed, it has. I mean, look, even yesterday, I mean, we saw some difficulty in that Nine Pandas best of one, but they still came out on top in that Nuke proceeding. So maybe Nuke might be a fun little thing to look at when it comes to weighing up against how they're going to do against this Metasport side. Now, I said before that, look, some of the players on OG have never been to a major. Well, Metasport as an organization have never been to a major. And for everyone involved, almost everyone involved, again, you're looking at that key defining landmark in their careers.
We've got a lot of experienced players, though, on this Swedish side. We've got both Hampus and Plopsky that have made the stage twice at majors, both at Stockholm and Antwerp with Ninjas in Pajamas. And we've got Isaac that went to a major grand final. Remember when he was there with Gamer Legion back at Paris a couple of years ago? So we're talking about a core of guys that are going to be so hungry that can finally be able to put Sweden on the map in a tier 2 organization to represent a major qualification.
That's the key thing, though. Tier 2 organization and not quite the same environment as they were playing in before, surrounded by veterans. The only man that did it in a tier 2 organization was, as you mentioned, Isaac in Gamer Legion, right? That's basically been it when it comes to underdog runs here. So I wonder if, again, that's going to form up and be the key glue that keeps them together in this one. Metasport overall, look, I mean, obviously the additions of Isaac and Hampus have been crucial to their improvement this year. It's very clear and obvious that that's the reason why they've done as well as they have done, when last year felt like it was going to end with complete disaster and that they might not even be a presence in 2025.
Well, it's nice that you brought in experienced pieces, but you've still got the impact of some of the younger guys. I mean, Plopsky's been a part of the team for over a year now. He's a star player. You look at Adam B, he's been a part from the very beginning. He's kind of the backup dancer. They create a really good duo. And then Lumi has caught my eye so far on day one. I thought his AWP impact was a lot higher than what we've traditionally seen in the majority of online tournaments. And I think in this kind of game against an AWPer like Nikodos, Lumi can rise to the occasion. He can really step up to the plate.
Yeah, I'm with you. I was very impressed with what I saw from him in yesterday's proceedings, and it's just something that I don't think we were like highlighting Lumi per se. I mean, obviously we're talking about him as like a guy to watch out for, but I think a lot of our attention turned towards guys like Plopsky or Hampus, for example. Again, that core rifle pack more than anything else. So for the fact that Lumi did not only supersede what the rating numbers indicate right here, but also that impact as well for what they did during their 2 best of ones, that's great for him. For Nikodos, obviously the guy you want to talk about the most on OG, not only because he is the newest addition, but also because, as you mentioned before, part of that Copenhagen Flames roster that had made it to decent major playoffs and all. And for him, obviously, a very capable player of his own right, had a very good matchup against Astralis.
Indeed. And I guess between both of these teams, we get a rough idea of where the map pool lies, Jay. I know that Train is an insta-ban for both. So what I expect is Train to get banned out from Metasport or from OG, and then Metasport should be banning Ancient. They should not be allowing OG to pick into it. If Ancient gets floated, then OG's going to pick it straight away. And then Metasport, they've got both Mirage and Anubis as options to pick.
Yeah, just to put it into perspective for those of you that aren't familiar with OG's map pool, they've played 39 maps of Ancient in the last 3 months. The next map down is Nuke at just 18. So let that set the pace for exactly how good of a map this has been. Highest win rate map in the pool as well, so you don't want to be playing that at all. Metasport get rid of Nuke instead. That may well be the mistake being made, because that's that one-sided point in the veto. Ancient coming out from OG. Mirage picked in by the Metasport side. We'll have Inferno as the decider to egg. So, you know, obvious decision aside, how do we feel about the veto?
Well, for Metasport, they don't play a lot of Inferno. They don't have many reps on it at all, at least in the recent history. And for OG, they've been grinding so many tournaments that, of course, they've got a lot of maps under their belt. I mean, we've had, Nikodos sort of stand in for the team for the last couple of months and then only officially signed recently. He's already got close to 80 maps under OG. So that just tells you how many repetitions we've seen in best of threes and these deep tournament runs. So for that reason, I think OG's got a deeper map pool just because of how many officials they've been playing recently.
Yeah, I'm with you there, honestly. Like, the grind has certainly worked out for them. I'm so well encouraged. I mean, just again, look at that map win percentage compared to the times played on that Ancient. Like, that's the one solid point where I feel like the Metasport have no chance. The fact of the matter is that by logic speaking, you are either looking for some serious anti-strats or you're looking for them to win Mirage and Inferno. And I'm just not convinced that Inferno is going to be strong enough at the moment.
I know that Hampus was quite strong on Ancient when he was playing for Bleed, and that Metasport still played quite a bit of Ancient. They even pick it from time to time in best of threes. It's certainly not their go-to. They normally try and punish pick it against opposition that may be weak on it. But you are right. There's got to be preparation coming in. They had all of the evening to know that they were playing against OG. And Hampus and Abdi, if you're not banning Ancient when both teams permabans are trained, you're trying to get ready for Ancient. You're trying to get as involved in that matchup to allow OG to go into their go-to.
Well, look, I mean, again, like I said before, they better come really prepared to this one because it's not going to be an easy task, even if you do have some sick opportunities and some sick strats of your own or some decent play rate and decent basis to work from on this map. Because, again, it is OG's bread and butter, not only just because of the nature of the win rate, just because of the style that they play in. There's a reason why it is so won so often and so well played across their entire pool. So, for me, honestly, I feel like this feels like an OG series. I'm not sure if it's 2-0 or 2-1, but at the very least, I feel like OG should be the team that advances in this matchup. And that's not to take anything away from Metasport. Honestly, they are good enough to make it into the major, and they've got another opportunity in round 4, plus the last chances and everything. So in my eyes, I feel like that whilst OG might rule the day today, Metasport will have plenty more chances to make it into major.
I think the difference between these two sides today is one team has been able to go above that boundary and one hasn't. We've seen Metasport get into grand finals, we've seen them be threatening, but we haven't seen a tournament win from them this year. Whereas for OG, they've won a CCT and they've qualified to 2 majors in the past year. I know it's a different roster, right? It's a different iteration, but it's the mindset that the core has had, that the changing has had, the backroom staff. I just think OG are a little bit more prepared for what it takes to qualify to a major, to go from a 2-0 game to getting that final win, to get that final push to making sure that you guarantee a 3-0.
Yeah, it's very true. Again, they have major history as an organization. Several of the players have major history. Feeku's obviously been the longest standing member of the roster, so he himself has that whole that whole backing behind him in terms of history with the organization itself. And as I mentioned before, Nikodos 5 major appearances in his own time of things. In terms of experience for the individual players, though, like, you've still got 3 individuals on this roster that have never been to one. So I wonder again how the makeup is going to be. In my eyes, when you take a look at like who's prepared to make it into the major, that feels to me more like an assessment on the individual players and the makeup of the squad itself.
And I kind of get the feeling now the OG are just having fun, as in the previous iterations, there was maybe a little bit too much pressure to perform, right? To constantly be a tier 1.5 team, to be pushing that boundary where we're good enough to get to the lands, but maybe not good enough to be too much of a threat. Whereas now we've got newer pieces in. We've got an in-game leader that's 18 years old. We've got Buzz that had a taste of what it's like in tier 1, but he dropped back down to tier 2. Spook to be on very few international speaking teams to now going over here, and then Nikodos again to drop down the divisions. I just get that spark of OG, that this is a new generation and it's a new mindset of, okay, pressure's off, let's have fun, and this is where we start getting the results. This is where we start beating the better teams. I mean, some of the runs that we've seen from them recently, but winning the CCT, they beat Omega, they beat Apogee. We just saw what they were able to do on LAN only a couple of weeks ago. They've beaten Paravision, they've beaten 500. I look at the Cluj run that they had. They beat Ents, Sinners, Heroic. They've beaten some very good names in Tier 2 as of late.
Indeed, they have, and it's just more credence to the fact that they probably should end up winning this series as well. And in terms of my prediction, I'm going to be picking OG for this best of 3 here. I think about the nature in which they've come from this, from the background of the team itself, though, because when they entered Counter-Strike, it felt like everyone was going to, look at them as being a next tier 1 organization, and maybe at certain points they were, but that hasn't been the case for a long time. Can they turn that narrative around? We're about to find out. The match is ready to go. It's Mirage to kick things off. OG here on the CT side starts this best of 3, decides who will be our first team forward to the Austin Major. I'm backing OG. I'm going to go 2-1. Dweg, are you with me?
Absolutely the exact same. 2-1 OG. Nikodos, the second lowest played map in the pool for him is Mirage. Haven't got to see many officials since he joined up on OG.
Metasport will look to try and set the pace here with a set piece and the pistol round. A site is the target. 3 defenders, 4 if you include the man back in jungle. Nikodos has been tagged out all quickly. Spook and Feeku get those couple of kills. Feeku doubles up. Buzz can follow it up as well. And Plopsky is in a 1 versus 5 in a matter of moments. Metasport pour out a palace, pour into the A bomb site, but they get shut down for OG starting the pistol.
And this is going to be a very important Swedish derby for someone like Smook. To go up against Metasport, you were brought up and generated through that Swedish scene. I remember when he was playing on 0-0 Prospects, out there with Hype and Franson and those boys, got himself a little bit of an international stint out in Sprout, and then he came back to the local divisions again with Johnny Speeds, working with Hampus even, working with guys like Rolf. We know that he's a local talent that's also been brought out into the European sphere.
A good opening from OG. Confidence starts course, no force buys in from Metasport. Didn't get that bomb plant bonus, so not the start that they would have wanted in their own map pick. OG trying to lead us into that CT basis and try and take control of what is statistically the best half in this map for them. There shouldn't be any resistance in round 2.
Now, Jay mentioned earlier 39 Ancients in the last 3 months for OG. 31 of those times, it was because of a map pick and a best of 3. Now, in the rare occasions, the Ancient's been permabanned or they've decided not to go for it, they've picked Mirage. So Mirage is the second highest pick map in the pool for OG behind that Ancient.
Decent ding damage done there to Fiku. Turns up for the SMG regardless. A bomb plant out of this round, in fact. Just see if they can secure it from Isaac. Krisen's not going to make it in time, and neither is Spook. So, a little bit of cash available for Metasport into the next buy. 2-0, regardless. The rifles will come in anyway. OG are looking to hold solidity here.
Yeah, including coaches, Jay, there are 7 people involved between both of these teams that have never been to a major before. We're talking about Adam B, Lumi, and the head coach of Abdi out on Metasport, and then Krisen, Buzz, Spook, and the head coach of Lambert out on OG.
Again, could be a career-making matchup for all of those individuals. Some of them even storied of their own right. Metasports. First chance to get on the board with the AKs across the entire setup. And Nikodos holding mid control, the M4 still in his hands. Can't afford that AWP just yet. It's Adam B to press on as Buzz also presses counter aggression over a ramp.
Oh, they missed the flash. The Buzz can't go in. Still gets the fight anyway against Isaac. A good opening maneuver there from OG.
Surprised they didn't call the cancel, but it works anyway. Prison ready to receive Hampus, who's not ready for such aggression here. Metasport getting caught off guard with OG's approach to this match. Klopski almost became the next target of Nikodos. Sat there on top of the ticket booth, but didn't quite see his man. The smoke is in the way, so they can start to establish some short access, but they're still down by 2 men here.
Krisen could be making history of one of the rare young in-game leaders to qualify to a major. I mean, imagine calling a squad of OG's caliber at 18 years old and getting them 3-0 in the MRQ. A 5v3 with the opening advances from both of the Danes winning out their opening picks. It feels almost impossible that Metasport can recover.
Well, Adam B wants to try and change that. Frag on Buzz. Spook does deal with him regardless. That shuts down any potential in that angle. Krisen, the captain, like you mentioned, dealing with Plopski as the peek out from short goes well to his double. Hoping for the triple as well. Lumi's back to offer it up to him. Just seen, just missed. But 20 seconds on the clock to get this bomb down. Watched by Fiku. There to cut him down all the same. Simple stuff from OG's part. The 3-0 can lock in Metasport. Working off loss bonus only right now. Does not go on to the full-on buy. Should be seeing the half invest here. And Khalil, I thought was going to get held in by Lumi, but not to be.
There is 2 maps in the pool out of all 7 for OG in which they have a negative win rate. One of them is Train, which is their instaban of just a single win and 1 loss. And then the other one is Dust 2, which is very close of 5 wins and 6 losses. Everything else is a positive. I mean, even Mirage, 8 wins and 7 losses for them. They'll be looking to contest here on map number 1. A Spook out in con, waiting for that swing in top mid, but nothing presents.
He goes down bottom mid and waiting for players to make their way in from underpass. No major threats generated by Metasport right here. They're playing the slow passive style in Mirage. And will be towards OG's benefit. And like you say, you'd imagine the guys like Prison and Lambert will be ready for this approach. We'll deal with the pistols pretty easily. Damage on Hampus, so again, shouldn't be much more out of this one from Metasport's side. Need to hunt down these kills.
Krisen gets aggressive, but also realizes he doesn't need to go too far forward. Flash around the corner, Spook gets Adam B. Nikodos doesn't quite know about Plopski at con, so the Tech 9 does get away with 1 at least.
Going to be the only one. Yeah, seems to be, as Isaac completely misses his chance in the Deagle. Plopski at least trades the man. 2 men down. A third one to take one of those AKs out of hand may well be good as well. Big Coup offers it up. So Plopski's isolating several different fights, but unable to convert upon the Quadra. Just the 3 is what he'll gain. The money's still pretty decent for OG to where they can buy without many immediate concerns. Metasport, the work down, target that economy in the next rifle round. 4-0 to OG start.
Jay, you and I, we only casted Metasport versus Nine Pandas in a best of one in Mirage a couple of weeks ago, and we saw it as the Plopsky show. Everyone else was struggling to get behind him. Now, that wasn't the case yesterday against BC Game. I think we saw a lot more out of Hampus in terms of impact. We saw Lumi getting involved in the AWP, but it's just a general wondering to kind of consider Plopsky is the #1 rifler for Metasport on this map. Is he going to get the support, and who's going to give it to him today?
And something I mentioned as well for Metasport is the fact that sometimes I'm concerned that nobody is giving him that extra support, because sometimes he gets incredible performances and they still aren't able to convert upon those opportunities and unable to convert upon those great matches. Right now, he's only getting 4 kills in the first 4 rounds and very little impact from the other 4. Only Adam B to frag out on Metasport alongside him to try and lead that charge in towards this B bomb site rather. Crizzen, just barely missed the mark. He's going to start to aggressively up towards this smoke, but doesn't see contact yet.
It's good info that they've cancelled, because they were starting to send a lot of rotations back out. Now, Crizzen can just re-smoke to hold these T's at bay. The problem that Metasport have is that they don't know where the info has come out. Has Palace been pushed? Has A ramp been pushed? Because they've been so grouped outside of the B apartments, there is a lot of room and a lot of timing where OG could have potentially got on the front foot.
Mid flank from Hampus will try split into the B bomb site. You still got the IGL here, about to get off of the way from the balcony. He does manage to get a little bit of damage on. Nikodos will get the kill on Hampus. Fiku follows up on Adam B. The man advantage is taken. He can't get that second kill though. The ding down on Isaac is not enough. He's taking that bomb right into the back line. Oh, Spook, what an adjustment that is. Can he make it a triple? He may well get the opportunity because Lumi can't hold the spray. What a 3K. What a 5th round for OG.
Oh, that's cold, mate. That second kill, utter beauty. 8-0. Spook in the Swedish derby is dominating. We'll get to look at that one again. This is not an easy connection against Plopsky. And then to finish it off with the final kill, he is feeling it.
Jesus. Alrighty then. Welcome to the next level, Metasport. This is what you got to deal with now. OG on fire. Being proficient at this moment in time. The AWPs and Nikodos crossfiring alongside Spook. Games at the start at this moment, and there's nothing really the Metasport can respond with. No major buys up, half invests again. They're not getting the bomb plants, they're not getting the rounds. OG are 1 away from having minimum 6.
It's just a lack of kills. You've got 8 frags being presented going into round 6 for the T side. More impact individually has got to be generated because the economy's starting to get out of order. You've got Spook up at around 6k, Nikodos up at 7. A quick play in towards Con. The AK out from jungle does lose the first fight to Adam B at least.
Still got Crizzen and Buzz back here. They both push towards Ram. They're trying to force Buzz into an awkward fight. He does take down that bomb carrier, but Plopsky returns the favor. Is he ready for Crizzen? He is, but the HP differential gives the M4 a better fight, and he can turn back on the secondary player. Hampus drops the bomb for another time on Metasports. 3-on-2 favors OG at the moment. Isaac is close. He is. Those footsteps, those Crizzen's peeking, but still, Crizzen adjusts. Perfect placement of the M4. Adam B's now alone. Needs a 4K. 1v3 has gotten that first player, knows where Crizzen's holding from, but no information on Nikodos. 20 seconds remaining, bombs in the open. Gonna go grab it, Nikodos peeks off the information called out, off the information of the footsteps heard. 6 in a row, OG steamrolling Metasport right now, who have to take a tactical because their mentality is in the dirt. There's performers that haven't fragged yet.
Well, we are seeing OG hitting the shots that should be landed. Out here from Crizzen towards A ramp, players are looking sharp and players are generating impact. Now, I want to say a little bit of miscommunication. You've got Plopsky aggressing towards A ramp, and there's probably a good, 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds until he peeks out wide against the bomb carrier. And Hamper should have had his weapon drawn there. He shouldn't have been able to get the bomb down. Maybe he thought that another teammate was protecting him from the top of stairs. It's these slight little details in high-pressure matchups that are... You're going to slip up. You're going to start making those rookie errors. These games take the best out of some teams and the worst out of others.
Metasport can't win this opening half. All they can do is draw it out, but they need a perfect set of 6 in a row to make that a reality.
When you consider that they started on the T side of Inferno on day 1 versus Bait and got a 10-2 half, we're now looking at them trying to recover an 0-6.
Adam B kicks things off. Metasport, one player burning. That HE from Prison doesn't quite finish the job. The damage wasn't quite there against Hampus. And Nikodaz's Orb is waiting for a peak. Palace, he gets what he wants, but he's a little bit late to the mark. The hold from stairs for now.
And now Metasport are trying to work a timing. Pressure's being built from both A-Ramp because of that opening kill and Isaac with the little jiggle that he had from Palace. But there could be a timing in the mid to late round in which Plopsky just starts walking B. And Kristen's been brought back over. Spook's trying to make an info play. He's spotted one at the top mid boxes at least.
Regrouping onto that B play. Krisen's the only man to hold the B bomb site. He's been very proficient as an individual fragger, though. Top of his team's board. Sees Adam B. Quick burst. He's Plopsky. Oh, the headshot's perfect. Krisen looking for a triple. He doesn't quite land it, but he's done more than enough right here. 3v3 with HP advantage. OG going to set themselves up for the retake. May even be able to deny the bomb before the fact. Spook is looking to aggress once again. It's the exact same position. Didn't see the shoulder. Has seen the melee in the back lines. Looking towards default as well. There's 12 seconds left. Hampus has just dropped. And Fiku comes in with the flank. Isaac to peek into 2 will only drop 1. OG have the half. The team play, the skill, the individual prowess. This is looking so solid right now.
And Metasport are getting farmed at the moment. And you need to slow this game down. They're trying to do it with the defaults. I think you just need to start getting these tacticals out, because I feel that Metasport have had a few chances. We saw it with the opening kill that Adam B has generated out there towards A-Ramp, but they are just losing too many fights at the moment and losing too many multi-frag duels, right? We're constantly seeing players get 2, sometimes even 3 kills for OG.
Economy is in ruin. Hero AK for Adam B, seeing whether he can make a difference. It's Lumi that kicks things off, the deagle in his hand. Nikodos fragged out first. Adam B follows it up against Prison. We're on a 5-on-3. Spook trades and Fiku gets it back to an even man stance for only for a moment. Adam is really trying to claw his team out of this hole that they're in. Mid control established. Man up right now for Metasport.
A bit more aggression from Metasport in top mid and a bit more overfighting from OG. Buzz will have the Peaker's disadvantage in this aggressive duel towards A-Ramp. The feet will be seen first from the Oppo.
Made some noise to hunt him. Wasn't quite able to connect. He's going to be all alone on this A-bomb site as well. Spook can't really provide too much support. If they extend out towards short, then that might be something. He's going to hear those footsteps. Buzz knows where they're at. Fights on Isaac, gets nothing out of it. The Tech 9 turns up instead. Spook, who's been great so far, but 11 HP to get 1 versus 3s together. Incendiary missed. Do they think he's held back behind Connector? Just seen the head of the one man. I think they should have spotted him as well. Waiting for a double peek, which will come through, and he'll only get the damage. Didn't quite line those heads up, so Metasport will steal around and finally get 1 on the board.
Well, just about, and I think you need to start facilitating some of your star individuals. I'm looking at both Adam B and Plopsky, and they need to consistently be making a difference. We're seeing impact from some of these riflers. Adam B doing good work. Hampus still yet to get a frag up in this first half. It's been a slow start from the Swedes. They need to start stabilizing. I mean, what will be a bit of a helping grace is if they can force a reset at some point, right? If they could just get enough rounds in a row where eventually the funds are just going to get deplenished on the CT point of view.
Six rounds still to the good on OG, despite that loss, that steal. Metasport still need more confidence out of this. They need to convert the rifle round more specifically. We've got those AKs, the M4 held over. A little bit of cash in hand for Lumi as well. So there's potential they can build off of this, but it really all rests on the rifle round win, which, as we've seen from OG, Not always a guarantee for Metasport.
And not only is this a Swedish derby for Spook, but he played with Hampus on Johnny Speeds from September to December last year. They even won one of those Elite Series lands together. He's 11-3. Got in close to trying to win that 1v2, but you can just imagine in his mind that this is the map and this is the best of 3 to show all your X factor, to show all of your talent on why you got picked up from OG.
11-3 like Crizzen as well, the captain who spent the better part of 2 years on Mouse and XT. Another one of those talent outputs from that Academy project that's been so successful. Looking sharp. Leading a hell of a squad that are just decimating for the most part. Metasport have got the one up at this particular juncture. Look down on Nicodoz, but Crizzen, what a swing that is. Hampus can at least trade back from mid, and there are 2 low HP players, but Crizzen's not done. He's just found Isaac. Finally, he's dealt with, and Plopsky can follow it up, and Nicodoz has turned it into a 2 versus 2 anyway. Hasn't had much of a chance because his teammates have been taking the whole spotlight to really have the impact. And Lumi's spray goes all over the place. He loses his own life. It's Plopsky in a very winnable clutch. He's got to go for that bomb plant first. Nicodoz misses an AWP shot. Fiku on a FAMAS. 18 points of health to try and counter clutch it. The jump face hasn't seen him. Lumi's going to be allowed to plant.
It's a tough clutch from Fiku with the FAMAS out of all weapons on low HP.
AK leaning forward, picking the right angle. He's read it. Fiku just finds him, but doesn't find the kill. Triple for Plopsky to keep it together for Metasport. They get their second. Not the kind of confidence I was looking for, though. At least they have still reset the economy.
It's a perfect example of CS2 being swing or be swung. I mean, right there, Crizzen is being mollied. The pre-aim is there for Adam B, and yet still Crizzen can win that fight. Just utilizing the game mechanics to your advantage. Good effort from Plopsky with the height that he brings out there to the top of the stairs. And you want an experienced player to be in a clutch situation, so there's no surprise that he can win that 1v2.
Typically the guy we talk about the most when it comes to Metasport's impactors. And with that triple, he has now taken the top of the board for his side. Only at 8 frags, still behind the likes of Crizzen at 13. The push from OG as well. Is Isaac going to be ready for this? AK pulled out. Spook's going to get turned away. Awkward engagement. Still comes up good for the AK regardless. The MP9's down by a man.
A good repositioning from Isaac to not overswing, to not just give an easy trade back to the next player. It's about timing now from Crizzen because Hampus is just on around the corner.
Seen him. The spray still comes up good for the SMG. Now Fiku's got a chance. Held back behind the pillar. Buzz gets a kill out of it as well. And Adam B falls down. It might be an SMG half steal because Plopsky even struggles on the center of the bomb site. Lumi's AWP out in the apartment, revealed by the Molotov if they didn't know already. Crizzen is low HP. Waiting with that AK. Nicodoz not quite got the automatic rifle, but he has got that SMG still at range. Buzz domes the last, and OG are up to 8.
Statistically, Mirage is the worst map in the pool for the in-game leader of Crizzen. He averages a .91 rating in the last 3 months, and at the moment, he is pretty much being the MVP player. He's bringing in multi-frags, he's making round-defining plays. After losing the opening man advantage, he returns it back from short, and then just multis up with impact. Nicodoz, Fiku, all close range with those MP9s. 8-2, Metasport, they catch a break and then pressure's back on immediately.
Can at least still sustain rifles, but look how quickly they're going to make way in towards mid. Spook is seeing what's happening. Will still engage against one. Adam B's fallen. Plopsky, good for the one trade. 4v4 quick. Nicodoz did take tag damage as well, so Metasport have a little bit of an advantage in that one fight. Crizzen leans up. Lumi's right around the edge of the smoke. They've gone right behind each other. They have no idea, but Crizzen has sussed him out.
It's been a game of confidence from OG. We saw that from Spook, just wide swinging con, and then Crizzen to work around his own smoke. OG have got the mindset of constantly being pressurizing their opposition. Isaac's desperate for this trade. Doesn't know exactly where Crizzen's repos to. Will the Galil even win the fight against the M4 close in con?
M4 takes himself a triple. Crizzen continues to light up the opposition. 17-4 for his numbers. The leader leading by example.
Less than 800 maps played on HLTV, but just surpassed 200 yesterday on OG. The IGL is feeling it from the individual impact, but also the calling style. And think about what it's like for the confidence of the rest of the players, Jay. If this is what your IGO is doing, if this is the impact that he's finding.
Versus the confidence that Metasport are losing round after round. The 18-year-old just making light work of even the veterans of this Swedish roster. 7 to the good on OG's scoreline lead. One more round in the half for Metasport to try and secure a consolation prize of 3. Already HGs have landed their position though, and they've got very little in the equipment department. Trying to work their way up to connector. A-site is the target. Buzz does get checked. They get 3 kills very quickly. OG, all players blinked. It's a 2 versus 5 for Nikodos and Fiku. They will get Lumi for 1 frag, but everything else is going to come much more difficult.
Yeah, Fiku to try and get through the murder hole is just never going to win that fight. Nikodos has just got to make something happen. The problem is, none of the T's are giving him a fight. No one's over-peaking him at CT.
Knows that Plopsky's behind the danger box, but doesn't know when to act, doesn't know where to shoot specifically. Try and get the high ground. Try and see if he can peer over the ticket booth. Starting to move up close. Isaac across lots. Incendiaries to scatter them. Kill found. The second man, Fiku. Clutch that will not come forward for him. So OG will concede a third. But that's still 9-3 for their favor at the turn. And honestly, a lot of those rounds looked unbelievably confident.
And they were outclassing them individually. That's all that can be said in that first half. Now, if there's any in-game leader to get yourself through a comeback and to get yourself out of trouble, I'd probably put it in the hands of Hampus with what he's achieved in the past and what he's tried to push this lineup forward. But it's a tough ask. The problem is you need it for survival. With this being your map pick with such a low score in the first, you need to instantly get success. That's winning the pistol round. That's winning the anti-force by winning the first gun round and just consistently putting rounds up on the board.
One of those moments where you say, if the CT side is where it's going to be, it better be a damn good half. Metasport certainly have statistics to indicate the CT is the better, but not by an overwhelming margin. We saw how quickly they got decimated in that pistol in the first half. If a similar situation happens right here, I mean, we were saying 2-1 at the start. That would pretty much, or borderline, be a complete impossibility here.
Well, the only players that are going to make a real difference is Lumi, Plopsky, and Adam B. Now, Adam B is the A-site anchor. You've got Plopsky that's in there at con, and then Lumi that's going to be rotating around with the AWP. I mean, the first thing that you think about is when does he even get the AWP? With how the potential first few rounds of the second half could be, it might be a little while until that comes. I don't think you can expect Hampus massively to make a difference, and you can't expect it from an experienced player of Isaac either because he's a B-site anchor. He's going to be there in some of the B lanes and might be able to catch lurk timings, but he's not going to be a player that's making a difference like some more of those advantageous role players are.
Running out of options here. It is a requirement to get this pistol for Metasport to stay alive on their map. Six rounds to make up. First 2 will need to come in quick. Their hearts on OG are set towards the A play. 2 CTs to receive them.
Now, Adam B just jiggling this tight angle, but it's going to be quick out from Palace. It should be a 5-on-5 retake.
Smokes up, seeing a couple of players crossing past the Palace entrance will dish out some damage, but it's just tags against them here. A little bit returned on Metasport, but they have the bomb site, they have the bomb plant, and there's very little retaking room right now. There's potential that they might even push on from CT spawn here on the T side. Indeed they do, but they run into the firing squad. Buzz suddenly realizing what the danger is will fall right back. Crizzen and Fiku, the first couple of casualties of this half. Spook, jumping Glock, straight to the head of Plopsky. Adam B trades, and Nikodos looks to strike here, right? Hampus goes down, defuse coming out. The knife is pulled in by Buzz, and Lumi's dropped. Nikodos turns it into a 1 versus 1 as Adam B trades, and you still got Buzz holding the firebox. He's already gained a cash bonus. He's now looking for the round bonus as well, and he's done it and all. There's no kit available. There's no time for Adam. Metasport thought that they punished the ultimate of mistakes, but OG still find it in them to turn up a 10th.
The most impressive moment in that round, Jay, is not just the cancel at CT, but the adaptation. So OG's mindset is let's take spawn control. There's too many CTs, so we have to back off. Now, normally, Spook might get stuck a little bit. Maybe he plays around the danger box, tries to play time. Instead, you need to take space elsewhere. If you can't take CT, well then you need to take jungle or con, and he does exactly that by getting aggressive, taking that space away, and then it's just time stalling. It's excellent from Buzz to get that knife off. A 10-3, Metasport forced by back in. They are getting desperate now.
Where else do you go? Every time it feels like they've seized an opportunity and it's just snatched away. Smokes just pushed on by OG because they think they can get away with it, and they can. Isaac is the only man to defend this bomb site. Overwhelmed instantly. Just got to save these guns now.
Yeah, Chrism put out a tweet last night, Jay, of the gif of the famous Kobe Bryant interview comment where he says, job's not finished, job's not done. And he's right. You have a really successful day number one, you go 2-0 up, and you've got to be thinking that same mentality. Doesn't matter if we're 10-3 up, doesn't matter if we're 11-3, doesn't matter if we're stomping the opposition. The job is not finished until map 1 is converted and map 2 is taken. OG look unstoppable in this best of 3. They have given barely any chances to the opposition.
The job's not done, but it feels like it almost is. And we're only in the dying stages of the first map of this best of 3. That is how dominant OG have been. That is how incredible this opening map has been for them. And a reminder to you all that this was Metasport's pick. We've got Ancient coming up next. Look at those odds at 1xbet. Rightfully favouring OG by a massive margin. They'll keep these weapons of the previous round and try and force out at least a 4th to keep them away from match point. But realistically here, you're playing for overtime at best, and even that's unrealistic stretch. Adam B does take Fiku down, so there's one start.
Now Hampus is desperate for another opening kill towards top mid, and they land it. And Chrisen can drop the Mac 10, get out towards the AK, but things have been a bit awkward. They've been doing some damage onto Adam B and Hampus, but they are down by 2.
Couple of trades available on those 2 low HP individuals, though. Can OG return the favours? And having map control taken away from them at the backstab of Adam B. Up towards short, they'll look to go. Chrisen leads them in. Scout from range, good shot to the tag, forcing out the TK from Buzz, and lands a couple of shots of his own. Lumi finally showing up a little something for his side as Spook can tap his way onto exit frags, maybe sneak in a bomb plum, but that's getting lesser and lesser as the seconds tick by. And Isaac will return onto that scout, take that last player down, recover a couple of AKs for his team, and so Metasport stave off match point for now.
Now, OG will just be that constant threat, because in both the first half and even transitioning into the second, they've never given Metasport a break for a few rounds in a row. It's always been, okay, you win one and then pressure's back on immediately. They might be able to get a steal, but we need a hell of a lot more. And I just want to get that vibe that Metasport brought in the BC game matchup yesterday, where we just see a little bit more success in con, individuals making plays. And it's been a quiet showing from everyone.
Lumi hits a shot. Fiku goes down. Defensive held on the B bomb site. Meanwhile, Krisen's going to work out a lurk towards Connector. Still 2 CTs on defense, one towards short. They have no idea the buzz has popped out. 2 more riflers set to deal with. Hampus can deal with Buzz. Advantage taken by Metasport. Spook's also been tagged. Krisen's still lurking, trying to buy some rotation room. Oh, that's wallbang damage as well from Hampus. Tagging Spook to 22, so OG start to feel some pressure.
Just too many CTs there on B. Too many rotations had come out. It's a strong cancel, but it's up to Krisen and Nikodos to work the mid round. Now they've got mid access. The bomb can go back out towards A ramp, but they need a high HP player to make something. Now there's no util at all here for OG, so it's going to have to be dry on all of the contacts. And Spook is just pre-aiming any of these aggressive sight lines, whether the CTs have taken map control away. And Krisen can come up con. Now A site is very much clear. It's just Adam B playing heavy retake with him being deep in CT.
Bomb needs to be a priority now. Can Adam B deny it? It's slow walk-ins and Hampus watching from short. You spot the man. No, not quite. The angle's not quite there for it. And advantage held. Krisen's holding the murder hold. Will Lumi give him what he wants? Hampus reveals. Swung upon. Kill found. The captain up to 19 kills now. Bought OG another chance here. 3 on 3, and now there's 2 players on low HP for either side. Adam runs right into Spook, who still gets the kill against him. Isaac trying to move close, but Spook has peeked to the headshot. Lumi trades, and Lumi's running straight for the hills to live to fight another day. But even then, his days are numbered, because OG are on match points.
The individual impact from Spook and Krisen's been mind-blowing. In situations and rounds where it feels unlikely, it's a cancel. There's not much there for OG, and then all of a sudden, Krisen gets the opening, and then Spook on low HP plays the off angle from the back of triple, waits for the CT rotation to come in. A great timing against Ladder Room, and then this second kill. What a dome that is against Isaac.
Beauty of a sequence. Spook trying to one-up Krisen on star power and just flashiness.
It's been a game where I don't think Metasport tactically have made a lot of mistakes. I don't think they've played poorly. They just have not dueled correctly, have they? They've just lost way too many fights against OG.
And the scoreboard speaks for itself, doesn't it? Swing forward from Hampus. He's trying to change that. One of the lower fraggers here, bottom of the board. Meanwhile, action out against Isaac. A little bit more impact by comparison, and now we'll hold the defensive 3 players down, trying to make it 2. Buzz turns up a trade, but Hampus is still there on the responsive. Plopsky taking damage. Nikodos from range will deal with Hampus, but he's lost Krisen in the meantime, so it's all him. The Danish newest pickup unable to convert on a clutch. Metasport continues to maintain a lifeline. But it is 1 out of 8 in a row required to take us to overtime.
Yeah, there's no denying that Nikodos has not been required in this opening map. I think we've seen takeover games from him. We saw it against Astralis on Nuke yesterday where he dropped nearly 30. It's just been rifle central. We'll probably see a little bit more prowess from him when we go to that second map of Ancient. For now, it's just about closure and giving Metasport the odd round here or there, but making sure this game gets wrapped up.
They're going fast here, OG. Rush tactics, force brought in with pistols and rifles and everything. HEs will do quite a lot of damage towards them, but CTs are blinded. The man on the back of the bomb site eventually does get overwhelmed. Isaac does take Nikodos with him, though. Bomb plant will be secured, and incendiaries will come out. That won't be able to kill off Fiku just yet. Krisen's in the open, and will get shut down by Lumi. So advantage is quickly evened up by Fiku on the Galil. 3v3.
Yeah, they're in a good position because Buzz is out here towards the bench, and he can swing on a contact.
One good kill can make a difference, but Plopsky's the man to win that kill. Fiku unable to find a trade. It Spooks Deagle at range in apps, trying to hit some heads. Unable to do that. Metasports stay alive.
Yeah, quite a scare. You've got Hampus, the short individual that gets nothing. Isaac, the anchor that only gets 1. And just OG trying to work a couple of off angles, a little bit wider on the bench, trying to swing out to the open, but the crossfire is just being too strong. A real good chance right there, not being converted. The money situation, I mean, the loss bonus is kicking in after 2 in a row, but bomb plant probably won't be an invest. Has to be a light eco. I mean, even saying that, it's probably not even worth upgrading a few pistols. You might as well just strengthen and get yourself into a really good gun round.
Got plenty of buffer room to do so here, OG. And their first tactical is called. Probably going to make a decision. Maybe they are thinking about the force for the half buy versus the straight up eco. Haven't had a need to take tacticals up until this point. Now Metasports may start to find some threat from here. Still 6 rounds to the good. This one was a freebie. The next one, a rifle win, could close the gap to 3. And then you start tugging at the collars. And you start getting a little bit worried on OG's part. And see what they can get out of the eco. Bonus cash, any casualties. Nicodos has a deagle, so there are upgrades, but nothing that will break the bank. He sights the target.
Just trying to make a play. Unfortunately, with that HE, there was a chance, just a small one. Unfortunately, getting up on the high ground means the accuracy is going to be completely off. Now, OG will just pass the parcel with the dig and see what individual fight they can win.
Good smoke there from Isaac, timed it well. Minute to play with here. OG have scattered from the apartments, had their heavy-handed set towards that bomb site. They're trying to work some picks. They are trying to dish out some damage. Because the money isn't perfect for Metasport. Need quite a little bit of it to find a reset, though.
Just slowing the clock. Buzz has got a fairly good timing. It just gets peeked out against the triple player. And now it's back into the B lane. One player can come in from short, the rest can come out to the apartments.
The Eagle in mid gets nothing. Prison and Spook have to go in to at least go down and get the cash bonus of its demise. Spook does get 1 pick out of it. But that will not be anything more. OG focused on the gun by now. Bonus cash would have been nice to have at this moment, but they still have those rifles anyway, just slightly limited on utility for Nicodos. Normality round has concluded. OG now need to get this next one. This is one of those key rounds that you need to win if you're Metasport to continue on this comeback.
Yeah, they've got the weaponry behind them. Lumi on the AWP, the AKs around them. A lot of B hits we've seen from OG, and it seems as if they're going to go in for one again.
Lumi's AWP goes up, looks down range. Incendiary set. A bit shallow, doesn't go all the way in towards the kitchen, so Lumi can look down into the stairs entrance, but see nothing. That flashbang misses, but Lumi also misses. No shot against the first contact to Fiku. Molotov start coming back, but it's not commitment.
Just a cancel to come out from OG. And they've got Fiku in a strong position in the late round in case there's any apps aggression. And Krizen's working top mid. Nicodos can come and join him. Spook's even coming out to underpass.
Pixels away from Fiku's gun barrel sticking out there. The AWP does not know. Nice HE on Spook. Tagged to less than half HP. Krizen still working up short. Blocked access of vision towards the connected control. Smoke start coming down, and Krizen just caught Hamper. Spook's caught Plopsky. Lumi's got to do this all on his lonesome. Getting that first frag out, trying to get back up in soon, but they're so slow that the rotations here. Metasport don't realize the danger that they're in. This could be the end right here. Shoulder bait attempted, and Buzz going to catch Lumi looking the wrong way. 4 versus 2. OG on the precipice of the win here on Mirage.
And they're just doing the basics so well, aren't they? The overall trading, you get a little jiggle there from your short player of Krizen, and that's just to buy attention, just to allow the AWP to look towards that area. So it's an easy kill from Buzz towards the top of the van.
Isaac with 1 pick back. Still a man advantage for OG. Adam B also revealed. AK upgrades for Isaac will come forward. He sees that man on the center of the bomb site, but it's Nicodos with that kill. Adam B's got 3 individual fights to take. He peeks out to 1, and the other swings. Buzz will close, and OG will close map 1. The pick of Metasport, Mirage, has fallen.
It's a hell of a showing from OG on a map that is middle of the map pool for them. You'd expect them to give a good fight to Metasport. You don't expect them to slap them about like they did. That first half was completely uncompetitive. Spook had a masterclass. Chrism was farming to a level that we don't typically see from an in-game leader like him. And across the board, OG were just outclassing Hampus and the boys. So it's a wake-up call. It's probably not much of a learning lesson from Metasport from what you can take away. It just simply wasn't really a game in Map 1.
No, I have to agree there, Dwayne. It really was just outclassing. Like, the fights were so good. Chrism popped off. I mean, even Spook popped off at that matter. I don't think it was just down to the one individual that did extremely well. I mean, yes, it was true that was the case, but truly, like, OG just didn't give any breathing room for Metasport. They couldn't work anything at all. And you were right. Like, and the way that first half played out, they just lost so many fights, so many duels, so many players. Took too long to really get started. Even Hampus was down at single digits to end the map.
And we get to a position from Metasport in a best of 3 where you're now going into home turf. You're going into the #1 best map of the pool of Ancient. It's got some reps under your belt, but we need to see a much better showing. We need to see them up their game significantly if they even want to compete in Map 2 to hold off this best of 3.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's still a good map in Ancient for Metasport, but that's the key thing, right? A good map. Ancient for OG, that's a great map. That's a stellar map. That's a map that they don't ever lose on. So it's like, how are you going to hold up to that when this is the level you're bringing into your own map pick?
Well, it comes off of confidence, and it comes off of mentally trying to reset after map #1. I mean, luckily enough, you're going to be starting on that CT side, which is going to be a bit of a helping hand. But for Metasport, it's a wake-up call. They need to develop a lot more in map 2.
A lot more required, a lot more needed, and a lot more will be seen by OG instead on their map pick, up by 1 in the series. If they take Ancient, they're going to the Major. Can they finish the job? We'll find out after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Only one more map to go before OG will be in the Austin Major. A very stellar showing to open up the best of three, dismantling Metasport on Metasport's map pick of Mirage. It's Ancient up next to egg. And even though guys like Crizzen led the impact charge and definitely had a lights-out map, this is the map where everything else will come into play for OG.
Indeed. They've got 10 wins out of their past 12 on Ancient, and they've been playing some really good opponents. The only losses recently has been against Monty and OT, and then BetBoom only a couple of weeks ago. This is going to be a tough fight for Metasport. I know they've had some decent reps under their belt, beating NIP and beating Nemega, but we haven't even seen them play this map for about 14 days. So there is going to be a lot of pressure on Metasport to just try and make this game competitive before we even start concluding that they can win this and press it to a third.
And I have to wonder as well with how one-sided that first map went down. You have to look at the mentality game of Metasport right now. You said before the break that the key thing they need to do is sort of just get their minds back in the game. So can they do that? Well, only one way to find out. At least Metasport get the CT side start, but I have a feeling if this first half does not go well for them, then this series will be a loss, and OG will be the first team through from the MRQ to the Austin Major. Pistols are live. OG made light work of the Pistols in the last map. Will it be the same case here?
Yeah, statistically, the round win percentage on T-side is higher than their CT bases for OG. Not often we see that for a lot of teams, especially when it's your best map in the pool. Hampus jiggling on contact can smoke himself off towards Cave. You've got Plopsky with the jewel. He's playing out from the wood wall. It will be a B lane, but OG are just waiting to see if they can force an info play. Will someone walk aggressively down from ramp or walk aggressively into A main?
Hampus will get forced out of the cave entryway. Buzz trying to get wall bangs in. Damage is pretty heavy against Hampus right now, so OG are off on the right start. Not quite the opening kill. Metasport trying to get kills from beyond those smokes. Nothing lining up for them. OG are ready to go.
Not really room to cancel here either. Even though they've still got a late lurk out from A main, they have to commit towards B. They're waiting for a mistake to be made by the B players.
Hampus is still playing forward. And that bomb has backed off away from Cheetah, so the shot's indicating, oh, that's a perfect bait. Nikodos about to get Hampus. Nice and effective. First blood drawn out. Can he get any more out of that? Don't know, because they're focused entirely on the mid take and the donut play. Nikodos still is forced to fight back on Plopsky, who does take a return, but Isaac has fallen on the A attack. Lumi training back on Spook, turns it into a 3v3, but needs to get the other three as well. Backups on the way. Crizzen's picked up. Buzz quick headshot, double up on Adam B. It's Plopsky alone.
1v2. At least he's got the Julies, but both players are backing off and they're playing the long range game into donut.
No kit, no smoke. Got him Buzz, looking at Fiku, and Fiku just domes him perfect. 3 out of 3 pistols for OG.
Really good work there from Buzz, and it's funny, Jay, I actually remember you and I casting him on Arbe. That was way at the start of his career, before he went over to AGF, before he had the good stint with Mad Lions, and then eventually went over with, Black and the boys there at Masonic and got the call up to Astralis. And this is a guy that's been involved in the Tier 2 scene for many years. Just instant gooshes and taps to the headshots on those CT players running out from spawn. That was an uncomfortable round, wasn't it? It was a bit of hesitation on whether that bomb was going to go B or A, just because of the impact from the lurkers of both Spook and Nikodos.
And they did well to force out that first kill. All ends well in the end of the round. Hampus, good deagle shot on Vika before he burns to his death. Buzz credited with that kill. Now 3 are found in this map thus far. 3 more players on the way in as well as the rotation. Spook's going to hear those footsteps. Smoke down at CT will confirm that that position is not a factor, so it's really just Temple and Donut they have to worry about. No more smokes though, so the fight's on Adam Plopsky and Lumi will have to go the hard way. Buzz smokes through 2, Lumi trades back a couple out of it, but he's lost Isaac in the meantime, so it's going to become an expensive round for OG. A round that could still fall apart. Triple for Lumi. Falls back out of position, just barely evades where Spook's coming from. Bombs grabbed, AK picked up as well. Try and fight the range game. Lumi's going to back off and try a different angle himself.
As long as Spook plants for CT, he's got protection from Donut. He doesn't know exactly where Lumi's repositioned to. Could still be in Donut, could be going out towards Red Room.
Footsteps heard. He's ready for the peak, and he wins it! A quadra in the round as he finds an important steal for Metasport, and they get started early.
Well, there we go. That's the kind of spark and the hope that you're working with the desire to put up a performance here in map number 2. That felt as if a round that looked quite comfortable for OG. They go 1 for 1 with the trades. They scale out of A main slowly. Buzz gets a couple of kills towards the Donut players. And then all of a sudden, Lumi just finds the right connections and the movability to get his first into Donut and then go all the way out there to CT. A low HP, but gets the job done. A tough clutch, but an all-important one for the AWPA.
Now Metasport need to do something they weren't able to do in this series thus far. That is follow it up. Tech 9s on OG and AK for Nikodos. Hero weapon in a force buy round. Now trying to work their way up towards that B bomb site initially on the default. No opening kills yielded for OG at the moment. Metasport happy to hunker down.
Well, you're looking for that AK to be the majority of the damage dealer. And Plopsky getting on the front side of that smoke towards Cave. Get the MP9 close range. OG run the clock. They've got Cheetah and front side of lane towards Shelf. And not really much mid-access at the moment.
Couple of kills out of Adam and Plopsky. Adam B deals a Nikodos. That AK only good for the 1 frag. Now falling in a place where Metasport actually could recover it themselves. Buzz's Deagle has managed to get it back, so the impact weapon stays in play for OG, but it's still a 2 versus 4 for them.
Yeah, Buzz and Spook. It's not impossible, it's just extremely unlikely. Even if they get the bomb down, which they probably could because of the respect being offered, you just don't expect anything more to get granted. It might help out the cash injection. Hampus and Adam B are just sitting so defensively.
The smoke goes up. Spook checks for Adam. Don't get any kills out of it there. He's low HP. He's going to try and get the breathing with the bug to plant the bomb. Kill on 2 individuals, and suddenly this turns into a 2v2, although still difficult. Spook on 25 HP, especially Buzz, only with an SMG to work with. Quick peeks in from Lumi. Will try to get out towards Long. The Deagle in the hands of Buzz as well. Backstabs coming in from CT side as well. Just seeing that man transition out of the bomb site. The Deagle on Isaac, not quite landing. Aware of both now. Shot on. Lumi is tagged, but Buzz is going to get smoked off. The SMG goes drive-by. Spook takes that chance to peek forward. Get a triple locked in. Buzz is cut back by Isaac. 25 HP for the clutch on Spook. Another clutch available. This time, OG up to recover the situation, but Isaac bursts through blind and catches his man. And Metasport will just hold the round.
I reckon OG force buy again. It's a bit unorthodox just because of where the economy sits, but 4 players to drop, cash injection. I reckon you keep this pressure up. I reckon you buy again.
And Crisen's half-bought here. and some intent. Let's see what the buy looks like in a moment.
Considering that was a 2v4, they've done well for themselves to almost win it.
Very good effort from Spook, AK in hand and everything. It's just that HP difference at the very last moment and a good burst from Isaac, well timed. And yeah, they are going to force it. 3 Galils out. Crizzen is dealt with very fast though. HE's down. Hampers firing blind through the smoke. Takes down the captain. And not quite as flashy in the first portion of this map as he was in the last.
A good counter util. You've got an aggressive play out from Elbow and now just blocking with nades towards A main.
Buzz leans forward. Hampus takes him back. Lumi back at Temple, will dish out some more damage, but Spook's going to get another kill in on his board. 5 to his board now. Fiku turns his Deagle up for one of his own. Lumi will forward. Still a man advantage for Metasport. They know exactly where these two T-side players are coming from. Isaac with the backstab going to find Spook. Drop that bomb. Decent efforts from OG, but it seems like the force spike still could go well. I was going to say go right for a second, but Fiku, adjustment on Adam V, domes him. Back still be turned towards Isaac, who peeks at the right moment, and will still keep the round together for the CT side.
You just feel in that 2v3, it sort of gets a bit slow and there's no util, so you just can't get the bomb down straight away. You're hoping to force a bit of a fight, and it just doesn't really come. A complete spam against the in-game leader, and then Hampus, how quickly he gets that first and then just tries to back off deep in CT. A good work from both him and Lumi to stay alive, buy time. Isaac gets into a recovering, retaking position towards A main really quick. And now OG have had a bit of a fight, but they're down off to a slow start. It's going to be them down 1-4, so just keeping the mentality right, keeping the idea on exactly what they want to achieve on the eco and come that next gun round. The last thing they want is to allow Metasport to get off to a hefty lead in this first half.
And they should at least go ahead by 3 rounds. 4th on the table with no investment from OG available. No cash to justify a buy. Kill on Hampus to kick things off for Spooks, so standardized stuff from Metasport taking a little bit of mid-access. OG can't resist it. They have got Deagles in play, and to their credit, they've been deadly at times. They've done quite a fair amount of damage to Metasport's economy. You need to find those picks at the moment, though, and they're just not getting anything in this round.
Lane being taken, aggressive advances. Hampus is trying to fall back towards Red Room, but he's getting support from Plopsky too, so they can maintain the crossfire. No issue there at all. And with the upgrades coming in with the Deagles, you've got to hope for 1, even 2 picks to get warranted.
Fiku finally gets one of them in Lumi. Isaac trades it back. Nikodos, you ready for Isaac to peek in from big box. Hampus might instead take the angle and does win the fight as well. Drop the bomb. Last banner Buzz. Still can't hit the Deagle shots he's requiring. Does take Plopsky out, so there's one more. A 3rd kill would be amazing at this stage. This would be like 3 or 4 rounds in which Metasport have gotten away with deficits to the economy state. It won't quite work out that way. The rebuy on these 2 players may leave a little bit more to think about for Metasport's economy state. OG up to the gun buy.
Now for OG, we need to see the depth that they brought out on Mirage from a calling perspective. The trading, the spacing, the overall readability on where some of the stacks are coming from and where the pressure points are going to be made for Metasport. It's been uncomfortable to start the game, but now you need to find that comfortability and you need to show us exactly why Ancient's your best map in the pool.
Spook going to run through that smoke. The fire is extinguished by it. Hampus, man to receive the T-side contact. Incendiary to force him away from Tetris. Up to shelf alongside Prison and moving forward. See a man spray goes a lot of damage against both those players. Prison runs right in towards Plopsky, takes that kill. Hampus another B trade, but Spook keeps control of a 3-on-3. The HE's against the red player. Buzz adjusts towards Isaac out of Donut. And meanwhile on the B side, Lumi holds the defensive. Spook's picked up. Still in a 2 versus 2, still an even man stance. Hampus, Molotov, going to force him into the open, and both players are there to receive. Fiku and Buzz crossfire and combine, but Lumi's got the good read. He's expecting there to be an A play. Does beat them to the punch, but Buzz quickly finds the headshot, and OG find their second round.
Just like the change of pace that OG find there. I mean, we're talking about 6 deaths on the server in what, the first 35, 40 seconds? It was just a little bit higher tempo, bit more aggression into cave, bit more intent there in mid. You've got the CTs trying to fight from red room, out from donut. That's a hell of a shot from Buzz to readjust back down. Good utility usage, and then they just played together. Buzz completely clean with the headshots. Metasport, I mean, the buy looks awful, doesn't it? You've got a couple of M4s, but it's not backed up by a lot.
No, not at all. Damage output significant from OG, even in the round that they're losing. Creating the perfect swing opportunity to mitigate the lead that the Swedes have come up with first. OG really walking up to the line of engagement, but not able to truly engage right now.
But he's not going to be seen by Adam B, so he's got an aggressive sightline where he's just looking at the cave entrance. Now that molly's going to push Plopsky back. It's about timing, though, on if Plopsky further retreats, whether Nikodos can find the kill or not.
Molly's in, smokes down. Spray, not quite there for Adam. Nikodos takes the kill. Still got SMG in at cave to try and hold off. Plopsky's overwhelmed. Isaac does get a trade out of it. His M4 good. Nikodos down to 2 points of health. Can't quite find the connections onto Chris, and he's covered behind the totem. Very nice HE on Lumi as well. Both players in the back lines of the B site are around about half HP. They're going to start to back away for it as well. Hampus may look for exits, but this round is an OG round.
A really good opening attempt there from Nikodos. You could feel the intensity with how aggressive he is towards top ramp, but just with all that util flying in, he just widens the angle slightly, and he deals with the B anchor of Adam B, and just can't do anything in that exchange, and it just collapses the bomb site. A Spook up against Hampus out here from Shelf. The AKs are still drawn, so the 1-for-1 trade's going to come out. And we're just slowly starting to feel some stability coming from OG over these last couple of rounds.
Climbing their way back up to Metasport's scoreline. Early advantage for the Swedish side, but OG, the round 8 marker, will look to try and equalize, and there's really not much that they can do to resist it on Metasport's part. OG are taking a second tactical timeout, though, so maybe a chance to talk amongst them. But with an M4 and a Deagle, it really is Isaac and Lumi is the only elements to make a miracle happen.
And Nikodos shares a lot of similarities with Nemega's Khan, in which that they're very strong riflers in Tier 2. I think in CS2, with how the AWPing is, with how expensive it is, with the whole economy game, you need AWPers to be proficient on AKs and M4, and it's something that Nikodos has brought even before the switch to CS2. We saw it on Fnatic, we saw it on Heroic, the proficiency at the Tier 1 level with the rifle. Always watch out for just how much damage and impact that he can bring. OG and Metasport has felt like Metasport's been over them for the opening segment of this first half, but now we're slowly getting some shifts in the ties. That's the fast donut smoke being lined up, so it's going to be an aggressive A take from OG.
No one there, the receiver from Metasport. Deagle at range from Lumi. One head out of the massive seaside players with just no vision. Smokes, mollies, lots of mollies sent down deep here. No kits on the retake either, so Metasport, Reed's looking for damage at the moment, or to save the M4. And the Kevlar for Lumi if he wants it. They are packing towards mid, but not to try anything special here.
And I do wonder if pressure's maybe getting to Adam B in particular for this Metasport side. This is a guy that's a very strong anchor and one of the best riflers that the Swedes have. But across the MRQ, I just haven't quite seen the same performances that I have from him online. And I think that's expected, right? He's never been to a major before. He's only got about 700 maps played on HLTV. He's not played at that sort of real end top tier 2 level consistently. I'd like to see what his response is going to be like on this CT side of Ancient, because as of right now, he's struggling to find that form.
Well, he had his moments on Mirage, of course, nowhere near the top of the board. Prison made certain of that much. But you are right, you want to see him being able to lead some sort of charge for Metasport. As they fall out of favor most permanently. 7 for his numbers, so he's currently one of the bottom players on the board. It's Lumi, the man that you highlighted at the start of this matchup. It gives Metasport everything that they've had thus far here on Ancients. OG about to take that away from them, though. Isaac does start well against Spook. Fiku's there for the responsive. Saw that utility thrown out of the pit as well. Molotovs to force Hampers into the open. He burns quite significantly, and Fiku can finish off the kill.
Excellent utility usage, and then just discipline. Now Lumi's been seen out towards red. He hasn't seen the bomb carrier get in towards Donut. This A bomb site's completely taken, and there's an aggressive player of Buzz out here in Temple.
Heard them coming as well. Going to prepare themselves to round that corner. Lumi and Adam will both come in from Temple. Lumi's watching the site. He check the corner. Not fully. Buzz kill found. Second goes down. And Plopsky knows that he's out of the round.
Gets a lazy check towards that left-hand side. And the pre-aim's not sharp enough, and Buzz just capitalizes straight away. I don't even see how this M4 is going to survive. Not with Nikodos' lurk on B.
That leads him head on. And actually does win the fight. So that's an AK upgrade instead for Plopsky. So I guess you were right, Dwayne. The M4 didn't survive into the next round. Neither will Metasport's lead. Plopsky does get found by Krisen in the end. And OG now up to 5.
Now, OG have been working hard to make qualifications happen. I think about them in Dallas earlier on in the year. Lost out to Astralis, lost out to Big, went in last place. They even had to play in a couple of closed qualifiers for CCT, right, with how their VRS ranking was. Series 19, Series 20, they featured there, where they ended up winning the whole title. And both of the Astana and Bucharest closed qualifiers, it was close, but wasn't enough. Could this be the one? Not only to qualify to a LAN, but qualify to a major.
Half-bought pistols, XM in for Hampers, getting a little bit of cash out of that 1 kill on Nikodos. Took a lot out of him to get that frag anyway. The rifles, of course, in full play, mostly for OG. In light work at the site take. An AK recovered by Plopsky, so a small bonus weapon for them to utilize in the next gun by OG, however, will get to number 6. They will lock out the half advantage. Metasport. Make this one concession. Hampers can't draw any more exit frags out of the round, unfortunately, but best you can do given the state of the buy state. Oh no, Krisen takes Plopsky, so the AK doesn't stay in. That could have been important to Metasport.
It's going to make a huge difference, not so much in this gun round, but potentially the follow-up if they lose it. You always want to try and protect reserve cash. Those sort of swing round 11 into round 12, it could even be an 8-4 half for OG. And Metasport, they've got to try and get as much out of this AWP as possible, because it's been a little while since we've seen Lumi get on the big green.
Spook blinded off. Lumi and Hampers can capitalize. Isaac's fully blinded there. His teammates have him on lock. A little bit of a fight going the way of Metasport this time. Something they can work with now. Their 2-man advantage. They've left a lot of open space here on the B bomb site, though. Prison's going to try and walk with it. Swing on. Kill found with Fiku's assistance. Adam B will take both players out anyway. It's Buzz alone in the 1 versus 4. The discarded Dane. Taking 1 frag back. Knows that Plopsky's somewhere in cave, but exactly where is an unknown. Now he's been spotted running towards 2 more CTs, and Lumi shuts him out of the round. It's a 5th for Metasports. 1 more to even up the turn of the half.
And nicely done from Lumi. Not only did we see, what was it, in round number 2, the 4K and the clutch of the 1v2 that answered back, but we're seeing some impact from his AWP. He got the opening kill. That's a tough shot. There's flashes coming. You're trying to turn away from it, and then just follows up, even with this last one against Buzz. And Lumi has, without a doubt, been the bright spark in what's been a difficult first half for the Swedes.
OG want another half advantage here. Metasport Oh, just flashing against Nikodos, still blinds him. The AWP still gets the kill, pulls the trigger at the right moment. Prison gives up his life. Fiku can't quite get it back. At 1 point of health, he almost did. Isaac turns it on its head to a man advantage now, finding Spook in mid. Buzz gets caught between a rock and a hard place at 2 CTs. Down to 2 men on OG here. Really unlikely they come away with this round. It seems like Metasport will get their 6 apiece.
Yeah, Kristen knows better than that. Just walking through a cave smoke is just disaster. And it made it quite easy for Plopsky to just get 1. Now, Nikodos can start scaling up ramp with Fiku behind him, but they need this AWP v AWP duel. That's going to be the critical kill in the round if they're able to return it.
I'm going to sneak past Lumi for now. Noise being made as Nikodos will confirm that they are up in the sight. Utility sent over, peek forward, shot on Hampus. 2 versus 2. Bomb has been tapped. They're trying to draw more fights in. Lumi placed that nade pretty well against the AWPer. Flashbang still gets him, and Nikodos jumps into another fight. Another kill found. 15 seconds in the round. They're going to try to go back towards the A bomb site quick. They should have enough time to get there. Can Isaac deny? Can he get the bomb carrier down at the right moment? I don't know if they can do. Oh, I think we've just lost the connection to the server, so we're not going to find out how the outcome of this round ends. Oh, dearie me, Dweg.
That's a shame.
Couldn't be at a worse time as well, by the way.
Yeah, look, I think for the AWPer of Nikodos, he's had an incredible round there, and you probably assume that they're going to win that, right? I mean, 2v1, you plant for CT, it's done deal. I think overall for Metasport, it's just always been them trying to claw back in this first half, just kind of be in that position where they had a little bit of a good start, but in the majority of gun rounds, just slowly see if they can give a little bit more of a fight back to OG.
It's very unfortunate, actually, because we did see Metasport take that round and just take a look at the game log. Okay. So actually, very well done there on the part of the 1 versus 2. So, I mean, obviously we don't know exactly what happened, but, you know, it's a huge victory, I think, for Metasport, considering all things that happened there. I don't know, again, whether that CT side was enough to claim the map, though.
Probably not. I mean, you're looking at, what, 4-1 beginning, but then sort of left it off and didn't give a huge amount of threat towards the tail end of the half. For OG, I actually think that they're always going to look stronger as games go on, whether it be in the MRQ, whether it be qualifying to the major. I think with just the repetitions and how they've looked as of late, you'd imagine that transferring into that second half that they are going to be quite strong and that they're going to be able to get the job done and get it over Metasport.
Again, this is a map that they are just so proficient on. They've won it so many times in the past, and you have to give them that much in terms of their success rate here against the Metasport side by comparison. So even though it was a positive start for the Swedes, even though they got that initial advantage, they weren't able to keep it, and that, again, could be a difference maker when it comes to how you're going to match up against OG here and now. So I do agree. I do feel like it should still turn in towards OG's victory. I just think that for Metasport right now, they need to get some serious running boots on and try and make that pistol success happen, try and again get the early half advantage, because once again, we're down to the position where we're looking at that potentially being their only chance to make this series happen.
Well, you can see the difference in the game that Metasport had versus Bait and BC game yesterday, in which they were sort of the team that always felt that they were on top. It doesn't matter what the scoreline said, they were sort of outclassing the opposition, whereas today they're always clawing rounds back. They've never felt comfortable against OG, from map 1 to now even transitioning into map 2. And it's going to be tough in any best-of-3 series if that's the case, right? It doesn't matter what your opponent is. If you never feel that you're able to hold on to a lead or you're able to hold on to the momentum, then you're going to be reliant on sort of clutches and a little bit of an X factor to get you out of trouble and even take that last round. I mean, Isaac has to win, what, a 1v2 just to be able to get it over the line.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see that 1v2 on the replay package. Maybe the observers did catch that at the very end, although I am touching wood on that one quite significantly. Yeah, I mean, look, you are right. Like, individuals have been so important in this series in general. I mean, even think about how we broke down how OG won that first map. It was just because they were out-fragging Metasport by a country mile, and the individual clutches definitely helped in terms of getting us to even stances, but I'm always worried about that style versus substance matter, and that you do need a little bit more than just flashiness in order to get past a best-of-3 in this kind of fashion.
Well, we've seen it from the levels of impact, right? Chrism was, what, 17-4 at the end of that first half of Mirage, but yet out here on Ancient, he's sort of been struggling. A lot of his opening attempts from the front side of Shelf or out there from Elbow, he wasn't generating that same level of opening percentage, so it comes comes down to a lot of the other guys. I think Buzz has been key in a lot of these mid-round and late-round scenarios, cutting rotations, getting important kills. We've seen Nikodos, basically from the last round of regulation, finally get some impact on that AWP. I think he's going to be a key figure come the second half when he gets the big grain out.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, look, it's one of those times where actually we do get to see Nikodos start to have a little bit more presence around the series. And again, that's not disparaging him. It's just because of the fact that OG have been so good as the rest of the individuals. Don't really need the AWP to frag as well as what we know Nikodos can do. So this is going to be one of those times where I look at the nature of how he approaches this next half, and I think to myself, there's a lot of potential in terms of his, his attemptiveness here.
And what I was kind of saying with BetBoom, with the roster that they had yesterday, is that they're going to be performing better on LAN and at Tier 1 than they will online in these MRQs. And I think it's the same for Nikodos. When you've got a player that's played up at a Tier 1 level across multiple organizations, who's been to 5 majors, you can only expect that his form and his experience is going to show that extra bit of quality once they qualify to the major and once they get more involved in the Tier 1 circuit like OG has in the past, but we just haven't quite seen it over the last few months.
We talked about experience and rookies and who in this server is going to be able to enable that success based on their own decent history. And I mean, for OG, just those 2 individuals to really apply that experience at the moment in time. A brand new opportunity for almost everybody involved here, and they are making good on that at this moment in time. Unfortunately, at this moment in time, we're also discovering that there are a few more technical hiccups that we have to deal with before we can get into this matchup. So we're going to head this to a short break, and hopefully when we come back, we can resume with the second half of Ancient between OG and Metasport.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back. We're ready to get back into the thick of it. OG and Metasport dead even at the half. A 1v2 clutch kept Metasport at even stances, but OG have still had control throughout most of this matchup. So will they maintain that control going into the CT half of things, Dwayne?
Well, for Metasport, I want to finally feel that they are contesting this series. And that means not only taking a lead, but being able to push with it in this second half. So that's winning the pistol, winning the anti-force by... I mean, let's consider what happened at the start of this game. We saw that the pistol got won by OG. Lumi won an all-important clutch, and it just gave a bit of leverage, didn't it? It got themselves up 4-1, but as we went deeper into the gun rounds and as we went further into the matchup, that's where Metasport sort of lost their edge. So a good early start is going to be required if they want to try and challenge this second map and push it towards a decider.
I haven't won a pistol so far in this series, so you'd imagine that that might be one of the key things that will keep them in this best of three, one of the things that will give them an opportunity to maintain their lifeline here and to maintain a chance at the major. OG already in with a map victory in this series, and on their own map pick, we're going to lock it in 2-0 fashion. Julie set for Spook. No pistol upgrades for Metasport. They're going utility heavy, though. Let's see if they can find the lifeline they're looking for.
And I'm waiting for the Plopsky performance. Averages 1.27 on Ancient in the last 3 months. He's normally a takeover player. We've seen it in officials. We've seen it in the MRQ, but we haven't seen it in this best of three today.
Fast out towards Shelf and Lane. Buzz waiting with smoke in hand to block them away from the donut entrance. The backman still come forward and they still push forward. But anyway, Spook with that opening kill draws out two of them, looking for the triple. But Plopsky jumps his way into a trade and Buzz goes down to Adam B. 3v3, but Metasport are heavily tagged.
Krizen's waiting for response before he takes contact. So he's waiting for his spawn players to come in from CT. He hasn't seen the individual towards the back of the big box. That's Isaac.
Prison leaning forward. Teammates inbound from the CT entrance. Isaac expecting a backstab to come in from main, but they are on the bomb site right now. No kits for any of them. Krizen still gets his kill in. Isaac goes down. Adam B and Plopsky. Now Plopsky all alone. Glock versus 3, and they face together. They frag together, and they win the pistol. 4 out of 4 for OG.
Great work from everybody there from OG. The timing on that smoke, the Julie's player of Spook, and then even the 3v3 retake. It feels comfortable. It feels free. And Metasport should be forcing here, but there's question marks. I mean, 3 alive didn't really do a lot of damage. Yeah, you get the bomb down. Is it worth it? Is the buy-up going to be successful enough to force the reset? That's something that Hampus is going to have to discuss.
On plant bonus for the force by Metasport. Want to get right back on OG's backs. Adam B, one of the 2 rifle players here for Metasport, set up and try and work his way in from mid. Teammates right behind him at elbow, the HE to open the smoke of red, but doesn't quite see everything for Nikolos. Falls back, happy to play concessions, the 2-1-2 split locked in for OG.
I missed that timing, Spook. So Red Room's going to be very held defensively from Nikolos on the back foot towards CT. The timing against Krizen out here towards lane. The smoke is still up. And now Adam B is working for that entry and he gets it in spawn.
Goes down, Fiku trades in, but Isaac takes it right on the return, as does Plopsky. Follow up in from mid, waiting for CTs to offer up all that they have. And Buzz will make the concession as the last man to fall. Plopsky with a triple, been looking for an impact player from Metasport, and well, he's delivered right there with a steal.
Well, it's the dynamic duo of Plopsky and Adam B. It's the opening kill, which is quite awkward. You can see just from the POV how difficult that duel really is. And then Plopsky gets a couple of individual faces, but still, 18 HP, 3 kills. That's exactly what you want. OG back onto the force buy, and it's just so limited with a 1400. You're down to 5-7 armor on everyone.
Force buy nonetheless. Players pushing the issue to try to catch Metasport individuals off guard. The stack over towards lane actually does end up with a kill on Plopsky. Hampus trying to keep control of the situation. Prison similar struggles out towards A main, but nowhere near as much success as the CTs here over on B. Doesn't get away with the kill on Hampus. Metasport will have a lead over OG, their first one since their initial 4 rounds. And once again, able to do so by stealing on the break.
Well, you might be 0 for 2 in pistols on Ancient, but if you've won both breaks, then that's got to be a big positive, because it sets yourself up for just early success in the half. OG are going to be limited even come this next gun round. They're not going to be able to get the AWP out for Nikodos, so it's just going to be M4s for basically everyone. And then maybe if you want to get an extra bit of util, you get the in-game leader to go down to a FAMAS. Adam B scaling out mid, majority of lane being taken. Single flash to try and get them in mid quickly.
Pistol player dishing out some damage to Hampus, but nothing that will turn into a kill actually against Adam B instead. And Plopsky there to close out the last of Metasport. Don't lose anything significant in terms of their setup. And now have a 3-round lead over OG. They brought it back from this deficit in the first half. Will they do the same for the second? For Metasport, realistically, they've got a couple of rifle wins and then they will have this map. There is a pathway back to success. The M4s and the SMGs that will try and meet them here.
And the anti-rush is going to be key out from elbow. Spook trying to turn down from the flashes, get that MP9 extremely close range, but the flashes are better from the T side. They're past each other. Gets the first, can he transition out to the second? They don't even know that Adam B's there, but at least they've got support from the Donut players.
As soon as Isaac went down, Adam B was left out to dry. No one ever supported. They were so focused on the B lean from the shelf players, and lane is just accessed and quickly dealt with by Fiku. 2 kills out of the entries. Hampus is all alone. What needs to be a 1v5 clutch will take 2, but no more than that. OG have found their response.
And that can sometimes happen with any aggressive challenge, right, Jay? It doesn't matter if you're going fast into cheetah, fast out in elbow. When both sides are hitting each other with pace and there's flashes, there's some awkward timings. And we saw that right here, right past one another. Such a shame, because Isaac probably feels that he's been hard done by. I love that Fiku gets 2, and just the notion that rather than falling back and playing retake B, he gets on the edge and the front side of that smoke and just tries to fight against the ramp individuals.
HG is raining thunder down upon Adam B. Metasport try to go quick into mid, but Hampers gets a blind kill from that smoke. Crizin caught napping there over at Cave, doesn't lose his life, but doesn't get Plopsky either.
Now, Hampus is turning into the star player at the moment. Now, I know that he utilizes a lot of active roles, but this is the in-game leader that's 18 and 12, and he is trying to claw them out of trouble. A great spam towards Red Room, finds the response against Nikodos, and now we're starting to get a very heavy gamble. There is no one on A, and no one really defending mid, so they're going to get active by pushing ramp.
Engage of Fiku, finds 2. Isaac and Plopsky both down, and Crizin can chime in on Hampus. Metasport, it's all coming undone at the seams. Even the flick of Lumi can't connect onto Fiku's triple. The cornerstone of the roster, performing once again.
It's just wild, Jay, that he's been a part of OG for coming up to 3 years now. And I still remember like it was yesterday when he was playing on XCOM AGO and they had that 6-man lineup, right? When they had Groovy and Furlan and Sydney and all of those guys. He has been here a while and he is determined to get OG to their 3rd major. And Metasport can get the buyback. It's Hampus. I mean, look at the in-game leader saying, I want the AK. I don't want to get it in the hands of Adam B. I don't want it in the hands of Plopsky. I'm the one making the difference, so I'm the one that's going to have it.
4 rounds away from the 3rd major for OG, of which Fiku would have been there for all of them. Buzz that holds the defensive line for now. Isaac mows through him. Spook getting caught flash blinded. Found by Adam B's AK. Part of the heavier investment elements of Metasport in this round. Plopsky's low. The jump of Hampus would have seen that AWP player. The smoke comes in towards CT, and the blind spray of Hampus gets Crizin. So Metasport are not done yet. OG will not be allowed to walk swimmingly into that qualification. The Swedes should claim the lead. OG will stick around for exits. This retake is off the table.
Buzz is just trying to play anti-flash. He puts that incendiary down, he starts turning, and he's too late to turn back in for the fight. Even Spook, he can get 1 kill, but because there's so much util coming towards him, he can't quite escape going back into Donut. Both of the A players will be kicking themselves there, saying, we've been rushed. We've not been able to hold the bomb site. We've cracked open. And that was the ticket right there. The banker And instead, look at how many rifles we've given them. They came into the round with just a single AK. They come out with it with one in Plopsky's hands and one in Adam B's too.
Metasport still have a pathway to the win. They just need to convert upon this swing opportunity. Money is not there for OG in the reserves. Investing heavy into this one. Nikodos' AWP will try and contest it. Molotov doesn't even land there. He's seen, he taps. The engagement from Shelf can come forward from Crizin. Reading on Adam B beyond that smoke. Plopsky gonna get re-smoked meanwhile towards ramp. Metasport have lost the man advantage, and they ain't gonna get it back.
Crizin knew that he could have swung heavy into Cave just because Nikodos has not been spammed up there with the molly. And the returning kill is excellent against the in-game leader. And now the T's are going to start slow walking into Cave.
Spook to check for it, and Hampus takes him. Metasports have found their man advantage again. A little bit of luck and timing perhaps on the first kill. Second one coming in well for Hampus. 12 HP for the man, though. He's an easy trade. Utility starts coming down from the execution. Trying to sell them on this play. The Molotov's out. They're going to try and block them away from Ram, but with no more presence being felt, Nikodos will know this is going to be an 8 commit. He'll cut Hampus out of the jump. The bomb going to make its way in. They know that there's no rotation now. They'll plant it. Going to wait for Nikodos to give up a little bit of information, though. Tagged up by the fire, they know that he's close.
And Nikodos needs another kill. He's got to be scared about Util coming towards him. Tuck himself into the corner. He's got a teammate behind. Fiku's coming out donut.
Fiku making noise there in mid. 2 players to check for him. They're going to push on. Want to line up. Going to isolate the first, not win the second. Lumi trades it. Goes right back to the bomb site. Nikodos knows of him. He has no idea of Isaac, who swings for a headshot. Buzz now left alone in the open. No smoke from the Ninja. Even with the kit, 10 seconds to it. Will grab that orb. Try and get an exit, but unscopes at the wrong moment. And Metasports have found a crucial win condition at this juncture. The money is not there for a full buy on OG. They could force it and try deny. But I reckon that they should hold on to it and try play for overtime.
Indeed they should. Metasport have come out and they've been clinical in this second half on the T side. Hampus has been incredibly impactful. They've been making some good mid-round decisions. They've looked comfortable in post plants. Players aren't really over-peaking and giving many chances away. Hampus is the lowest rated player for his team on this map in the last 3 months, but yet right now he is leading. 20 kills, impactful frags, making a difference. OG have got Crizin that force bought down, but everybody else looks as if they're not going to be buying. So there's 2 ways that you can play it. Either you go extremely aggressive with Crizin towards Cave, or you play him defensively to try and save the M4 into the next round.
It's a hero rifle setup. OG. Looking to their captain to enable the success if it does come through for him. He's only 8 kills deep in this map, though. Certainly a far cry from the first one. He's been spotted first up. Disappears back through that smoke to ensure that he doesn't lose his life.
They've got a stack on A, and anytime there's a heavy stack, there's a chance. Yes, the M4 might not be there, but 3 players on a crossfire. Metasport are running into the heavy casualties.
And they've got upgraded pistols in those Deagles from range. Nikodos will dome Plopsky. Spot a second man coming out. His teammate's going to get Molotov that way from Tree, but Lumi and Adam B get those kills in. Nikodos caught out in the open. He's only good for the 1 pick in the end. From range, Crizin can take Hampus, but they won't offer up any more on that angle. It's him and Fiku in a 2 versus 3. Molly sent. Fight doesn't line up on Lumi. He's going to burn. Fiku's going to fall. They know that he's in that corner. He can't have escaped. And they're going to hunt him. They're going to take this M4 out. No escape for Crizin. Back up, locked in towards CT spawn. He'll either go down to a T contact or go up with the bomb. No second way about it. And Lumi will close. Metasports on map point to take away OG's legendary Ancients. And 3 chances to do so.
Very few teams have been able to beat OG on Ancient, especially when you go dead set even at the turn. It's just been a T side where they haven't given many chances to OG. I mean, the economy's never been in their favor, has it? It's just been constant resets. Even the first gun round we saw in the second half, it's got a couple of MP9s for Spook and Krisen, and we're seeing it again. They're just not being on the right side of the economy, and it's because they lost the anti-force buy.
What a turnaround this would be for Metasport, who see the dive straight in of OG. Spook cut down first and foremost. Plopsky, Manic fighting against Krisen. It's Buzzfree on the smoke. They can find Hampus in the mid. Aware there's a low HP player at Shelf, but there's also 2 low HP players on OG. This 4-on-4 standing on very shaky ground.
But they might not expect Nikodos to still be aggressive here. They're probably anticipating that the CTs have backed off mid completely from Donut and Red Room.
And Plopsky will punish or get punished for it. Advantage back for OG. Adam B still low. So is Buzz, and he's the lone A defender right now. They find him and push. They'll get that bomb plant. And then it will be a retake.
Yeah, Buzz just needs to hit the first shot. He needs to get 1 kill, even on low HP at the back plat.
Lumi still just to the head. Now Nikodos rotates, and M4 back at CT spawn as well. Oh, they still wind up with the 2 kills. Isaac by a margin. Lumi hits another. And just when OG felt like they were going to survive, they were going to still lock in their 2-0, Metasport say, not tonight, boys. We play for a 3rd map.
Excellent second half. You can give a lot of praise to the calling style there for Hampus to get under the skin of OG, to not allow them to take this in 2-0, to let the favorites come ahead. We play on and we go to a decider.
Wow, oh wow, what a recovery this was from Metasport. I'll remind you, Dwayne, that was a 13-7 with a 12-3 at one point on that first map. That should have been a clear sign of a collapse from the Metasport side, but you said it at the start of the series, Dwayne. They let Ancient through. Clearly they had a game plan. Clearly they had the chops to try and do something here, and well, that's a hell of a something.
Well, it tells you for OG, they fumbled the rounds that they should have been taking. They won both pistols, but lost both round 2 breaks. That always hurts an economy sightline. In MR12, when it's difficult to get money consistently, you can't afford to let those rounds slip. And sometimes you might even say one of those chances loses you the map. If you do it twice, of course you're going to give the advantage over to the opposition.
It's such a contrast as well to see those key stars, the key fraggers from the last map, not transitioning over. Krisen is the key example of that. Did wonderful things on Mirage, but I don't think he hit double digits by the end of map number 2 there of Ancient. So things have transitioned quite significantly. Maybe some overconfidence, maybe some lack of experience to transition over that first map performance to the second, and for the team in general, right? Like, it is a missed opportunity because we thought this should be done and dusted. This should have been a 2-0 fashion. All signs point in that direction, but Metasport have given us a little bit of a lifeline, maybe a little bit of hope at the same time for map number 3.
Well, it tells you that they've got determination, because I think a lot of teams maybe would have written off Ancient after losing Mirage in the way that they did, Jay, with how good the track record is. But they dug deep and they pushed for the result. We're going to a decider.
And that decider will be Inferno, a battle to contest for the major spot. OG and Metasport are locked in heat, but will they secure this final map? We're heading to a break, and when we come back, it's time to decide it.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
It was 2 years ago that OG were able to qualify for their last major. And 1 year ago, when Metasport put their name on the Counter-Strike map, only one will be able to supersede their legacy and make their way into the major here and now. For OG, it felt like a done deal, a very confident showing on their opponent's map pick, but missed opportunities, maybe some of that inexperience starting to shine through, allowing Metasport to bounce back on Ancient. We move to Inferno, which will decide our first team forward. Out of the MRQ and into the Austin Major. Dweg, it's Inferno. How do we feel about it?
Well, for the first off, it's very unorthodox for teams in best of threes to be winning each other's map picks, and maybe it comes to the hunger and the pressure of an MRQ. Now, I look at Inferno as the decider, and straight away I go, Metasport looked decent on it yesterday, didn't they? They took on bait in their opening game, had a really good first half, started on their T side, got a 10-2 scoreline and closed that game out really quickly. Whereas for OG, they haven't played an Inferno official on HLTV for nearly 3 weeks, which is a long time considering how many tournaments they've been playing as of late.
Well, let's see whether they can try and turn that lack of playing time into success. We're ready to get started with our final map of the best of three. OG will take to the CT side to kick things off. Metasports, one final chance to supersede our series favourites. Dwayne, did that Ancient rattle your faith in OG?
It certainly has, but not enough to be able to sway in the opposite direction. OG are the more consistent team, and I think they're going to show it in the decider.
And Metasport with a chance to prove all wrong and take 3-0 in the MRQ. What a turnaround it would be in this series. What a surprise for them, who were the bottom-ranked team of the 16 that entered the MRQ in VRS. Set towards the execution of the B-bomb site. Smoke down to the cross of CT. 3 players of OG to receive. Spook is front and center. Crizin on the outskirts of the site, and Fiku back behind that smoke over at Coppins. No flash blind off Spook. Comes in a little bit late. He takes Campus down. Crizin can follow up. Adam B takes one buzz. Can look to strike. OG have won all pistols in this series thus far. Looking to make it 5-5 and now a 4v2 retake.
You can't even expect Isaac to do much. I mean, cross-firing with Lumi, no Kevlar on either of them because they're the util players.
Now Lumi's on 33 points of health to clutch a full-on 1 versus 4. Players coming in from all sides, and OG indeed will make it 5-5 in pistol success in this best of 3. And Metasport have gone 2 out of 4 in the break round, so there's still a chance that they can turn something back with a bomb plant bonus and a force buy on the way.
Now, that whole setup is just a distraction everywhere. You've got Spook at first oranges taking first contact, Crizin trying to get aggressive through that CT smoke, so eyes are just being pulled in all different directions, and then Buzz goes aggressive behind the coffin smoke. Players taking timings, working around the util. Excellent trades from OG. Hardly gave Metasport a chance in that pistol round, but you are right about the bomb plant. You buy it up, you try and force the issue. The problem is Inferno is really difficult on the T side on these lower investments, just to try and work space. So watch out to see what Rifler, Adam B or Isaac can do in terms of an opening pick.
There's pistols for the other three. Literal utility will force Fiku back away from the banana contact. Crizzen was there with him. Damage was sponged by the M4.
It could just turn into an apps pop. Just smoke off Moto and fly flashes over.
Adam B is working his way out of apps. A boiler, no one's being seen. 4 players from Metasport to receive it, though. So if it is going to be the apps pop, if it is going to be the A play, then it's going to be a difficult one for OG to hold.
Nikodos up against the long smoke, so Arch is open. Gonna have to go back into library and think about Speedway. What a duel against Isaac straight through the spam.
Beauty of a transfer of the spray. Head taken clean off, and they even read onto the next player of Adam B. Not quite as much damage output. Crizzen takes a little bit in return. That bomb getting recovered. Meanwhile, Fiku is allowing Plopsky to walk. I don't know if he's fully aware of this, but it will buy in rotation room. Oh yeah, his back's turned. He has no idea about this individual. So this should be a 4v4. Fiku, back turned, peeked on, straight shot. And now the B side has fallen.
And rotates are going to be slow, and now you start even considering, could this be a 4-on-4 save? Hampus is down here towards the bottom of ramp, and he's putting distraction down and trying to waste time. This is such a difficult retake. I think they just save.
Yeah, they do. Not uncommon to see that here on Inferno. We talk about it so much as having just a large amount of difficulty to retake the bomb sites. And OG would exploit that in kind. Backed away. What a result for them. Metasport's able to answer back and turn up a 1-1 on the board.
It's a real issue for OG. This is now 3 pistol rounds in a row that they've won and 3 round 2 breaks that they've lost. That's not good enough for a team that needs to be challenging a spot at the major. A team that's trying to perfect that jump to tier 1.5. Yeah, you can say that they held on to a lot of weapons, so the buy in the next round is going to be strong, but tactically, they're obviously missing something on both Mirage and Inferno to make this a commonality.
The one benefit for OG on the CT side is that they can rebuy their weapons with the saved ones, or they can rebuy the full sets of weapons rather with the 4 that they saved over. Two M4s brought in. SMGs for the other 3, of course, still not the best of buys, but try and keep the hurt back up on Metasport. Slow to the approach here.
It's all about the timing on first contact into brackets. Molly's going to force Buzz slightly forward. This MP9's not going to get much of a chance of a duel because Adam B's so much further back.
Nades on Buzz, continue to harm him. Just HP trades between those 2 players. 60 seconds on the clock. Potential action from Plopsky to look down towards his B bomb site. Fiku going to incendiary off the top end of Banana to ensure that nobody's out there. Won't do much in terms of time stalling. Once again, he's the lone player on the B site hit.
They're running out of util on B too. Fiku's only got 1 more smoke that's just been put down. Adam B struggles with the transfer, so Spook at least goes 1 for 1. Crizzen's going to force that rotation back over, but there's not much the MP9 can do to stall time and try and slow Metasport down.
The smoke will come up towards Cross. You are right about that. HE sent by Fiku will try to open up a gap. He's completely blinded, still looking up. Prison spray. Very, very difficult to manage. Metasport will take the B-bomb site once again. Nikodos from beyond the smoke will get damage on Lumi, but it will not end up in a kill. And even if it did, it still would have been a 3-on-2 post-plant. That bomb will look to commit. And there will be no way back for OG. This time a save that makes a lot more sense in terms of the numbers game. Metasport will have an early lead, so once again works out exactly the same as it did on the last map. Pistol win, 2nd round break, Metasport take control.
Now the sample size is small in the last 3 months for Metasport on Inferno, with only 8 maps being played, 4 wins and 4 losses. But there is a uncomfortable nature in how good their round win percentage is on T-side. It's at 56.2, which is one of the highest out of any maps in the pool for them, whereas their CT line is 42.6. That's very uncommon. That's something that you don't see. So does kind of Metasport have something up their sleeves tactically about how they approach the T side, about where they sort of strengthen a lot? And they need to be able to capitalize upon that against OG today, and so far so good. They'll be happy with the beginning.
Indeed they will. Very messy defenders there, defensive efforts from Fiku and Crizzen. Fiku yet to start on the frag counts, the only man of OG yet to find a kill. Metasport. Face the eco pistols of the 3 men that fell in the last, so this should be a formality round. We'll see whether Nikodos and Spook can do any major damage here. Spook, of course, having impact across this series, and Nikodos hasn't needed to have impact throughout most of OG's runs. Maybe it's his chance to shine here in this round. Unfortunately for Spook, he's made it down to 43 to start.
And this AK is just trying to work an opening pick, and instead, before you've even got contact, you're down to low HP, which you can't do much of. And Metasport have Inferno as their 3rd highest picked map in the pool in the last 3 months on best of 3s. And they picked it somewhat recently in the CCT Series 19 tournament in the semi-final versus BC game. So while we mainly see it in 3rd map deciders, depending on the opponent, they don't mind picking this.
Nikodos has found his 2 picks of his own. Lumi and Plopsky running into him via the banana entrance, and there's a 5 versus 3 all of a sudden for OG. The USP of Prison almost got another kill as well, but both Hampus and Isaac will deal with them. Nikodos on rotation. He's still on half points of health, but can still mow through Hampus, and they're all pretty low in general here for Metasport. So Nikodos 2 more kills to add to Quadra and Ace Pact in this one. And indeed, it was his moment to shine. It was his round to perform. To steal one back for OG. Metasport losing against the Eco.
Oh boy. Now, if anyone follows Nikodos on Twitter, you'd see that he had an outrageous P2K clip only a couple of days ago on Mirage. I'm sure he's going to be uploading that one. An ace on what is just a hero save round. You're expecting a little bit of damage. You're not expecting to steal that round. And perhaps we go back to it about the ramifications of what that's done to the economy for both of these teams.
Now I've got to go back and find the clip, Dwayne. I'm really excited to see it.
Oh yeah, it's a banger.
Bang around right there from him. Prison unable to follow it up. Lumi right through the smoke. Predicted well with the footsteps being given over. Information to pass towards the T side, who get another opening frag.
Yeah, just an easy break of the smoke there from Plopsky. Get that HE down, open it up, and Crizzen was just alone. Didn't have that utility support of a flash behind him. An aggressive challenge goes the opposite direction. It's a 5v4 for the T side now. And they're leaving Fiku advance towards the top of Van and then just rotate Spook back out to keep 3 on A.
Ever so careful here for Metasports. Might have the man advantage, there's no reason to go reckless. One mistake puts you on the back foot. They know that more than anybody else. Flash is sent. AK almost lined up too, but Nikodos not going to be allowed as much success as the previous round. Adam B trading him, and Metasport seem to recover pretty well in this round. They've only got 3 more kills to gain, one of which on Fiku may gain complete access to that B bomb site. We can get a double out of this one. Only Plopsky will fall. He'll fall back himself.
He's so worried about that split potential in from CT. He doesn't know how many players are going to be wrapping in from Arch. So fall back, play as deep as you can. The problem is he's just not going to get help from rotators, is he? As soon as he goes down, Spook and Buzz are just going to be saving.
If he gets the kill on the bomb carrier at the right moment, though, this could still be the round for OG. Jump face, check it, transfers back. Lumi still gets his pick in, and that split play will make sure that CT is no threat. Metasport just about get the round together. Could have been a moment from Fiku, but not to be on this occasion.
Now, Hampus is calling a really calm and collected T-side. Notice how happy they are to sort of run the clock, work some timings, create space. There's a lot of lurkers. That's something that we're noticing in these first few T rounds. Remember when they had the wraparound in from CT, got the backstab onto Fiku out on the B side? Now we're kind of seeing the Arch split potential. Hampus is getting a real good feeling on how he wants to approach this T side. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Tactically, they're outclassing OG at the moment.
And that's a very encouraging sign. said at the start of the series that I wasn't sure whether or not they had enough behind this Inferno. I haven't seen enough of this Inferno to give them the benefit of a series victory. I said that they could take that Mirage at least, but things are shaping up pretty nicely for Metasport at the moment.
Well, let's consider what we've seen from OG. We've seen a pistol round win in which they had a stack on B, and we've seen a Nikodos ace. The more consistency has come from the Swedes. Now, I know it's early and the sample size is only 5 rounds, but if you keep that in the back of your mind, it gives you a bit of an idea of what to predict in this first half, at least.
Well, OG want to try and change those predictions. Tacticals taken for the first time here on our final map. Chance for Crizzen to realign his boys. And low on the impact numbers. Metasport uncounted as of yet for the OG side. Maybe there's a chance available with the rifle by Nikodos is on the AWP. And you mentioned in the last map that CT hard could have been his to take control of. It's Fiku, the first point of call though. Plopsky, frag found to start things off. Nikodos is flash blinded, but he'll re-peek and try find a trade frag. Incendiaries land inside the smoke, but he gets that flick on Plopsky. No second swing of the T side though.
Beaten by pace just after OG take a tactical and try and regain some of this top banana control. Crizzen's done all the work to force the T's further back. Adam B and Hampus need to re-aggress, and they get the M4 for a 1-for-1 trade at least.
Nikodos all alone now on the B defensive. They're aware of that AWP's position. They know that it's out there somewhere. The question is where, how they deal with it. By flashing off and peeking in for Adam B. That's the B site opened. OG will rotate Spook to hopefully catch someone on cross, but with the smokes going down at the cross, it means that at this stage it is a round lost. HE to open the smoke, sees one, doesn't get him. If he had gotten that connection in a 2v2 retake, then maybe you could have seen something coming out, but Spook is just desperate to get anything. He gives himself up through that smoke. The information going the way of the T side. Adam B tripling into the round, well placed on him, who's becoming a serious impact element for Metasport now.
Well, you start recalling and reflecting on the second map, and you have to be honest with yourself and say, was it just a missed opportunity for OG? Was the 2-0 there and it didn't get taken, and now the pressure builds? It's a slow start. Metasport have got our number. Do you start crumbling? This has been some really good trades and overall T-side basis that we're seeing from Metasport. And Crizzen only gets one on B. Nikodos is the same. The utility usage on point. You're right about Adam B. I want to see that more consistently, though. I mean, this was a round in which he got a triple. I want to see him constantly be the guy that's going to make a difference in the mid to late portion. And we'll see it again. I mean, Fik is just trying to get nades down, and before he can even get his weapon drawn, he's just gone.
No money in reserve for OG to play with in this round, so Metasport looking for number 5. Potentially 6 as well with the buy-up of the next for OG. Once again, Buzz is the man you look forward to seeing the most impact out of in this kind of context, but being pressured already. Hampus just tapping through the apartments looking for those wall bangs. Spook will play bait. Buzz will play kill. Good dink on Isaac will enable a decent opportunity that Buzz will take control of.
Now, OG just need to try and get on top of the money game. Make sure that Metasport aren't keeping mass players alive consistently. And Nikodos trying to play an off angle, hope to catch a timing against a little bit of a lazy second mid player. Now, this AK should start transitioning to maybe the B bomb site, try and get it in another impact zone. You've got to get as much out of Buzz as possible.
As you're going to completely stack the A site. So Crizzen does opt to go back just in case. He'll play for contact. Rotations in Metasport. Smoke start coming down towards that B play. We'll start rotating Fiku next up, but there's not much rotation room for Buzz, unfortunately. As soon as Crizzen goes down, OG are like, yeah, no, let's not. AKs will get picked up by Nikodos as well. That one kill for Isaac actually coming out pretty beneficial for them here. So at this point, the only player that can do anything in terms of impact in this round, maybe Fiku to get one more AK out of luck. Outside of that, this round is a loss again for OG. Not exactly unexpected. Metasports. charge forward with the lead, even more so. One away from evening up the half. And again, the rifle buy with the economy lineup can actually take control of the half outright.
I'm just thinking about, Jay, the fatigue of what the next few days could mean for both of these teams. Let's consider this for a moment, right? This is a 2-0 matchup. If you lose today, you could be playing 2 best-of-3s tomorrow, and then you could be playing 2 best-of-3s the day after that. So anytime you're up in a good record, you want to get the job done quickly. You want to make sure that that qualification happens as fast as possible. Yeah, you might have had to play a few best-of-1s yesterday, but a best-of-3 after best-of-3, that's not going to be pretty for any team.
Great HE placement there from OG, a second one. Lands pretty nicely on Lumi. Third one even, in fact. Ooh, that's chunky. Fourth, even getting closer and closer. Rolling Thunder, hear my cry, and hear the cries of Metasport's HP bars.
Well, Lumi now just has to be a bit of a decoy. He has to be the one setting up the majority of util and just kind of being used as someone that can be traded. Plopsky slowly retaking Banana. There's a lot of teammates around him.
3 to deal with. Incendiaries is ready. They start walking. Christian can't get a kill out of it. Hampus forced to fight Nikodos, and Fiku can go trading, and Nikodos is all alone now. 3-on-3. Backup is on the way, but it's going to take some time to get here. Adam B is hunting back in new boxes where Nikodos holds for the time being. AWP watching to the right, but Adam B swings towards it. And the Dane will fall. Advantage once again for Metasport. OG a bit closer to retaking positions this time. Once again down by a man, though. Will they try to knife from blind? Spook will do so, but he won't connect the bullet he requires. He gets looming in the end, so this time the retake is on.
Adam B's got more util, so when that smoke starts to clear it, either CT or towards Coffins, he'll probably get that molly down to try and waste some more time.
All players at high HP here. Only Adam B tagged to 87. Holding back of Dark. Isaac cross-firing from range. Buzz sees the swing. Adam B gives up the ghost. And Spook finds a successful fight on Isaac as well. The defuse kit gives him plenty of time. And OG will break Metasport's streak.
Just about. I felt that OG got caught flat-footed out there towards Banana. You've got players sort of passing util back to one another, not quite in trading positions. There's a bit of separation. Chris just gets peeked upon. Nikodos is a bit further back than where Fiku is. And then Adam B, I mean, we're seeing some of his quality on these B hits, some of the entries to open up the bomb site. It's a tidy retake with the help of a spam kill. OG just about get it going, but if I'm Hampus, I'm thinking, do you know what? We're getting a lot of these bomb sites, aren't we? We're getting into a lot of post-plant situations.
They're finding tons of success for it. And you're right, without that retake, the round was a lost. And even that retake was questionable. It was a 3-on-2 until that blind kill came in, so without that, you're not looking at another one for OG, at least not a confident one. Maybe you risk it into just to get some sort of confidence back on your board, try and stop Metasport from just running away with this. The success found in this context offers up an opportunity to OG, but simultaneously for Metasports, heavy damage to stay on the CT side, so economies for both teams looking weak.
There's been a lack of aggressive moves towards the apartments too from OG. It's been quite defensive in sort of the porch and bracket setup, especially out here at B. They haven't really taken Banana frequently, and when they did, it was Chrisen that got punished. And this could be a quick pop, a very quick execute into B.
Smoked across, burst straight through. Hampus gets the kill on Chris, and Fiku struggles, but does find Plopsky in the end. Swing out towards Hampus, unable to convert upon him. There's 2 kills to his name, a 4-on-3. Again, an advantage for Metasports. Nikodos is hoping that someone reveals themselves, but just nothing offered up. OG have got another save on the table. Have no choice about that, no say in the matter. 6-3, Metasport will take minimum.
There is no denying that Metasport have come into Inferno looking more threatening than they did on Ancient. Even though they won that map, even though they were able to overcome OG, this has been a new level of play. This is one in which the confidence has been just slapped about. OG aren't getting chances. They've been saving quite frequently. Their money's not always looked tidy. 6-3 up is an extremely strong scoreline. And it's experienced pieces like Hampus and Plopsky that are making the difference. I think the kill distribution, everyone's providing a bit of impact. I mean, you can give a bit of a pass towards Isaac just because he's the lurker and he's the guy that's maintaining a lot of sort of the apps and second mid area. But all 3 rounds that have been gained in this first half have been individual. No follow-ups from OG.
Metasport. Well on their way to a major spot. OG are only going to get so many more chances to resist it at this stage, in this half especially. CT side about to get lost. There's no reason for Metasport to change anything up. You said earlier, Hampus calling a pretty comfortable T half. Like that casual stroll into Banana, having seen all the utility come down to the CT side. No access to vision to Nikodos. No contact established. Lumi. AWP's moving up the position. HE will land to the Dane, so he's tagged to half.
They haven't even been fakey on this T side, have they? They haven't been forcing over rotations and putting pressure elsewhere on the map. They've just been taking layers of map control and working picks. The Orc duel this time goes out towards the spawn player of Nikodos, and now Isaac can try and see if he can relieve pressure by working a bit of a kill out here in short.
Well, time ticks down on Metasports. Finally facing some resistance in the early portions of these rounds. Nikodos 10 kills deep. By far the top fragger of his team and of the server in general right now. If only OG can convert upon that fragging potential, maybe the shots will connect now. Shot wrist out on the first player. 15 seconds to the execution. It's Fiku with a kill back, a double up in fact. Nikodos will land his second kill in the end. And Isaac in a 1v5. This time Metasport find very little in the execution department. Very good takes of the sites, but not today. Isaac needs to run away and save his AK. Might even get away with that much here indeed. Prison will take him down after time.
Well, there's just the site hold being a lot more solid, where not only players are staying alive and doing damage, but they're buying time for rotation room that could have been a necessity there from Prison out and spawn. And the Orc getting first contact and then getting the second kill out from Dark. It helps that Fiku can follow up. A tiny spray transfer, doesn't have to control it massively. And that will feel like a helping hand, but it's only a help for now. They need to try and disrupt this economy. They need to try and go 6-6 at the turn.
It's very possible they could do both of those things here. I mean, there's no money in reserve for Metasport now, so reset potential is on the table, but already you're seeing Prison trying to aggress through mid, and he's just spammed down by the burst fire of the Galil. 4 HP for him, another nade to Nikodos. Is Orc posted to receive some more pressure, but Metasport have not been heavy on the aggression in this map.
Hampus is starting to maneuver a bit more towards A than what we've seen previously. I think the majority of hits have been B, B, B constantly. And now with that long smoke, it's going to be the challenge, and the in-game leader, well, you expect isn't going to be able to do much at all. It rests pretty much on Spook at long.
Prison, flash blinded, hiding behind the truck, still finds the fight, transfers back to the second man. Buzz finding extra support as alongside Spook on the center of the bomb site itself. He lines up a double. Isaac trades it, and that's 1 out of 3 kills required for him in the clutch. Will upgrade to the AK and plant down default. Fiku and Nikodos are the 2 men to retake.
The re-smoke can go down towards Moto. Isaac's got to do the best of his job to isolate these duels. They've broken it open, and then both players are just sitting there. And Metasport, while they tried the best that they can to sort of change up the tempo, moving towards A, had good util, it's Prison at the van. I mean, he's on, what, 4 HP and he gets 2 kills? That's a miracle that he gets away with as much damage as he did.
They're more like it from him. Stellar opening map, but not so much in terms of the seconds. I'm not expecting him to be a star with his IGL role, but equally so. Contrast the difference from map to map. And this one in a very impactful sequence that allows OG a 5th, a chance to equalize the board again. A dead set even half for Inferno like it was on Ancient. Metasport still took the reins and still took control of the second half. Will that be the case now? Spook takes a fight on Plopsky, a bit more confidence on him. The Tech 9 of Hampus comes up better. The quick trade back and a rifle recovered in a 4-on-4.
Just a bit more tempo for OG to take map control away. It's unfortunate that Spook doesn't get more than one. Had players all around him, one down there at the underpass, another one deep at ramp, but just the timing didn't work when he swung. The rotations come back as Crizzen asked for a bit more support. They're actually going to trade places and drop some further utils, so Nikodos can maintain B by himself with the majority of the pouch.
VQ is found. Advantage tips the way in Metasport. Buzz getting support from Crizzen here on the A defensive. It's damage done to Isaac. Crizzen returned a little bit more. But Buzz is still lying in wait, still undetected. Lumi, smoke set towards the long access. Now going to try and provide some execution potential. Still A site is the most hunkered down site from OG's remaining elements. Flashes forward, smoke at Moto, push the Crizzen, might actually take right in towards the back line of the T side. Buzz gets his kill and a double secured, a triple even nearly found. The HG towards the side should catch Hampus, not quite, it lands too deep and Crizzen can find that flank at last. Buzz will swing to close the triple as he finds his own impactful moment that brings us another dead even half.
And that was not easy from OG at all. I can put hand on heart and say that Metasport were the far superior team in that first half. And I think it's a shame that they're not being rewarded with more than just a 6-6. And the impact that Crizzen brought on that van hold, the Spook double on the reverse default, it shaped up a recovery at the tail end. Even Crizzen as a caller probably feels that he just wasn't in control of that first half at all. They were constantly being saved upon. They were constantly on the low buys. And that's the first time in this series that I've legitimately thought that Metasport have been over OG.
And I have to agree. Despite that, though, Crizzen was able to get his team through individuals and calling aspects back to an even half. So in terms of the numbers, in terms of the scoreline, in terms of the footing that they have to walk into the second half with, this is an opportunity for them to take true control of this series.
Well, let's just now think about, is OG going to go for 6 for 6 in pistols? Are we finally going to have the streak being broken from Metasport? And if not, what's going to be changed on that round 2 conversion to not make it a round 2 break? Because there's been issues from both teams in that department.
It's very true. Five pistols, one from OG in this series. The last 3 of which have been broken by Metasport in the follow-up round. Maybe a pistol win may change the situation for the Swedes. They've stacked B heavily. OG are leaning into A.
Yeah, Isaac won't be able to do much except probably go 1 for 1 or try and just play complete retake 5-on-5. The smoke goes down. Now the further util. It should be quick up short.
Here's them coming. Rotations are being pulled here. All of the Metasport players on the B site are on the way. Isaac, not sure where to look. Does get away with the kill, just barely going 1 for 1. But Fiku maintains the site. The plant will be secured. Metasport have a kit on Adam B, a smoke down for it as well. Let's see how they play the retake.
That bomb is planted open for pit, but no one is in pit directly for the T side. And all of that util the Ts have used, they've got none on the post.
Spook checking out the apartments. The player starts moving into apps as well for the CT side. Hampus, oh, just seen he baits in that shot, so they were what's going on. Fiku takes 1 kill on the bomb site in the meantime. Nikodos is overwhelmed with the numbers. Buzz with 1 kill outside of the smoke turns it into a 2 versus 2. It's apps and pit. The defuse being locked in. The smoke comes down as well. They're being covered. Spook can't see him. They can't get to the man. The knives are pulled out, but Buzz is a hair too late. And Metasport have broken the habit. The pistol win in the last pistol of the series.
And it's a rarity in Pro CS to see kit and smoke being bought. Normally it's either armor for everyone or potentially just some util or to drop Julies. But in this scenario, it worked perfectly. Smoke off the bomb, get the kit on it. It's so difficult for the Glocks to try and spam when you've got that distracting player. You've got Hampus that was just basically being the guy that wants to pull all of the attention towards him instead of Lumi.
That distraction on the bomb site basically secured the round for them. Buzz's attention pulled away from the diffuser, the real threat to the round. And OG will force the buy in. They've seen Metasport take second round breaks time after time. And they will spam them down this time. Spook damaged up heavily. Adam B returned in kind. Lumi's on site. And Adam B gets overwhelmed. Isaac still gets a kid out of this one from Pit. He's overwhelmed the same. Lumi's on 9 points of health. He needs backup and he needs it now. But he's not going to get it as Krizen pushes through the Moto smoke. The site is lost. The plant is secured. It's Hampus and Plopsky in a 2v3.
The re-smoke goes down, and that's going to stall out Hampus. That's going to make his retake extremely slow. Give himself a lurk smoke, try and work around it. This should just be a save, though.
Still leaning closer alongside Plopsky coming in from short. Hampus cut down, and Plopsky can only get one kill out of it. Indeed, it's a second round break for OG, giving Metasport a taste of their own medicine here. It's basic double eco setup for Metasport as well. They have to force the issue in this round.
I almost wonder, Jay, at what point do we start seeing teams just not buy on pistols? Let's say as a T-side, as an example, just keep everyone on $800, try and prioritize a plant, and then just force in the next. I mean, we're just seeing so much impact from these force buys on the round 2 breaks. It's so difficult for the team that win the pistol.
It's true. Oh, what a shot for Hampus. Will be better than a second round break. Well, a third round counter. The captain of the CT side has landed that first. Plopsky, 5-7 in his hand to take contact, smoke off that position. Counter flash as well to ensure that no one's going to push the issue. OG start falling away from Banana.
Unfortunately for Metasport, they've run out of util. So while they've worked the opener and they're stalling out map control, you can only stall for so long. We're now getting closer to the minute marker, and it's going to be freebie on any site take. It's just whether you run into the stack or not. Can OG search the correct bomb site to make sure they're not running into the heavy A?
They're on the way in. Hampus will get caught extending, giving up that man advantage. The pistol players still looking to hold their nerve. Krizen running out of ammo. The Deagles continue to face and fight, but they've not seen that bomb. OG are going to back away. The push forward from Plopsky will now get the info that they require to stack up the A bomb site, but the A bomb site central defenders have fallen. Lumi centralized. Scout at the ready. He needs to hit some serious heads if he wants to defend this, though. His teammates are caught outside of the site for now. Shot doesn't connect to a kill. Nikodos is tagged heavily. Buzz going to get away with that pickback. M4 to fight on. Plopsky to fall. Adam B to take only one from back at Library. And OG will have the lead again.
Brilliant composure from OG, and what was an uncomfortable round. It got closer to the 30-second marker, and they hadn't quite cleared out all of A. They hadn't even cleared out that sort of bedroom, deep apartments angle. It was a good timing for Buzz to get Isaac, and then into the bomb site. Yeah, you have to deal with Lumi at the back site. The rotators coming in from Moto. That was uncomfortable. But Metasport threw everything at it. And unfortunately, OG making a couple in a row, which means it's a harsh eco for the CTs. And money's going to be deplenished come that next round, so even Lumi won't get the big green out.
Nice from Krizen. Cash on the Mac 10, dealing with these eco pistols. Stack on A, being dismantled pretty easily. You would expect here with the automatics versus those USPs, it's a straight up, straight out full eco. Only one casualty lost. And OG can pull ahead. Metasport had control for the whole matchup up until this point. Now OG find themselves in a very winnable scenario to win the rifle in the next. To push up to what would be 11-7 based on the loss bonus.
Well, Hampus is probably going to throw himself at it to fake that he's got a kit and hope that he can draw players into the bomb blast. Try and make the round expensive.
Flashbang to try and get him in. Doesn't quite man the success on that one. Tag on Nikodos, not good enough. Now 2 ahead of the Metasport side here. Who still have a weakened element on the buy, the FAMAS of Plopsky. Utility sent from Metasport quickly in towards Banana. They're taking quite a lot of damage on Hampers first up. Blind sprays won't find much. The flashbangs will get Spook involved. That Banana won't find the kill, and instead he just eats another man.
The longest streak for either squad on Inferno of rounds in a row is 3, and that's currently where OG are. So this would change the complexion of the map if they can turn it into 4, or potentially even 5 with the economy. And Plopsky and Hampus are receiving util. Hardly much damage gets done by that next HE. But it's the lack of util that I'm slightly worried about. And you're always going to know that you have limited amounts because of the gun round and the reset that happened on the round 2 break. So you need to try and work out a system on how you can create impact while holding onto a util late.
Buzz lurking out towards A. The execution starts up on B in the meantime. The FAMAS trying to engage here for Plopsky. Provides distraction for Adam B to get the start. Spook and Fee could take the trades. Hampers desperate to get through that smoke. Gets absolutely nothing for it. That was a Metasport level take of that B-bomb site coming in from OG instead. And a 4-on-2 situation. The best they can do is find the exit on Buzz. Most certainly not find a retake. Most certainly not find this round. May have not even find anybody staying alive here. This is OG lunging forward and setting themselves up for the spot in the major. To join Heroic, who a moment ago on the B stream took down Namiga in a 2-0 and took that first spot in Austin.
Now, I'm wondering when we get the Plopsky, the experienced player, to step up to the plate. This is a guy that attended 2 stage portions of majors with NIP. It's a player that played a part of that organization for over 3 years. He's had a quiet best of 3 in comparison to what we normally expect from him. And yet here on the decider, when the team itself has performed very well in the first half, he's on 5 kills. It just doesn't feel right that an experienced player like him is dropping off.
Agreed, especially when we always talk about him as being the key star for this side. The one that can always frag out no matter who else is performing. And typically at this point, it would be the time where I'd say take attack and speak to the coach, have him give you some sort of like insight, but you can't do that in the MRQ. D for Metasports. Spook, burst fire, finds Hampus. Adam B goes down. 5-on-3 is established. Isaac missing his mark, trying to like stabilize the shot, but the aim punch is too much. Upgrade pistols on the eco, that's all that they can do. Not even get a pick out of this round.
It's incredible to think that OG struggled in their first half on the CT side, but yet they've come into the T side and they just look a lot more drilled. We're seeing a lot more threat from them. They feel more composed. It seems like pressure is against them. Lumi is going to attempt to hold on to this M4, but I don't see it being a possibility. 25 seconds still on the bomb and can't even get a single kill. Metasport now have got to look at getting Lumi on the big green, and they've got to look for solutions. And without pinpointing any individual player in terms of impact, I'm going to be looking at Hampus and say, mate, you got to call this team out of trouble. You called an excellent first half, very happy and surprised about the level of form that was brought on that T side. But on the CT side, they need a captain. They need someone to look at.
It's reflected in their win percentages. The CT side is not exactly Metasport's strong suit on this Inferno. Maybe we're starting to see a bit of that come out to play. Maybe Hampus has not got enough on this defensive half. Isaac, HP to 41 points of health. He'll have to fall back. He has no choice in that matter. Crizzen will take access of short, take a bit of damage. It's Lumi's AWP that strikes first. 6 kills deep with the latest on Buzz added to the tally. And OG are down a man.
A lot quicker there from OG with the util. They tried to sort of press in towards long, try and see if they can create an opener, and instead they lose Buzz early. Now it's down to slow the clock, retake Banana. They've forced Plopsky away with the util, so him and Hampus have got to make a decision. Do we try and retake Banana, or do we fall back even further? Crizzen's caught a wicked timing against Isaac somehow on A.
He's brought his teammates back as well. Looking at going to that B-bomb site now. Lumi's AWP posted with a crack angle towards that mid-fight. Look there. Now sees two, takes neither. Falls back to the bomb site. And now they start the push. The AWP still waiting for a chance, which he connects on Fika. The second kill out for Lumi, but doesn't find Crizin. Adam B's now waiting, but he reveals himself. I don't know why, but now he has to strike alongside Hampers, who comes in with support in time. Nikodos, 1v3, takes that first kill. He's running out of ammo though, and Plopsky will take him back. Metasport, an all-important round for them, as staves off match point from OG's line of things. 11-8 now.
And fair play to Lumi. It's incredibly difficult for an AWPer when you're faced against pace, because you're out there on reverse default, and if you miss, you are just dead instantly. This is a tough shot against Fiku. He stays alive, he buys time for the rotation room. Adam B does quite well, and then Hampers just on rotate out from Library strike straight away. It's a chaotic round with a lot of back and forth trading, but it's in the end, it's Metasport surviving.
I'm convinced an extra split second, Lumi would have landed that triple with the peek into apartments. Crizin shut him down though. Still comes out for Metasport's favor. OG will rebuy with confidence. The nades come in against them though. Nikodos tagged to 47 points of health. OG forced to slow things down. Metasport did with particular ease on their T side, and voluntarily in their case.
And for OG, when you play this sort of slow, passive style of default, it comes down to who is going to be the impact fragger to work that opening pick. You've got the B players pressing for space, very defensive out there in second mid in the apartments. They haven't taken much map control at all yet. Even that MP9 for Isaac, I mean, close range. He was the one that got caught on a timing against Crizin in the previous.
Isaac, here's him coming. Burst fire on Buzz, can't get much out of it though. Prematurely fired, hope for the best. That's a hope in hell for Lumi to hit the no-scope shot. And they're already looking for exit frag positions here on Metasports. They lost their central defender. They've not got very little cash to work with. The Molotov unable to land on Adam B, but Adam B unable to land a kill on the backside. So they fall away. Metasport save to play for overtime. Meanwhile, OG will push up to 12. They'll push up to map, match, and qualification points.
There is no denying that Isaac is a world-class anchor. He's proved that on Gamer Legion and he proved that on NIP. But he is having a tough Inferno CT side. He has been bullied. He's been punished out there to some of those apartment lurks. 7 and 17. OG get a kill away against Hampers. How much more do they find? I mean, one more kill would make a huge difference.
Oh, they get it as well. Spook goes down. Adam B does take 2 out at the very least to make sure that they also get damaged up on OG's side of things, but damage means nothing to them. They've got so much cash. Metasports have to think about their buy. Isaac on $2,900 with the other team buying down. No one can drop him. This hunt was everything. It may be a massive difference maker to OG in this next round at MP9 to bring 4 in a row back. I don't know if that's going to be good enough here. HE sent immediately to Plopsky as well. Another man who's had a difficult game, another guy that we turn to find that impact. But right now it's only Adam B that's finding impact for Metasports. AWP of Lumi starting to get spooled up in his last few rounds though. He strikes first on Buzz and Apps.
He's just trying to move the AWP around a little bit. Was out on B in the previous, now he's out in Apps. Isaac though, does he get retraded? Does Fiku on the timing catch him just on the left-hand side of short? It's a flash play, it's a smoke down, and now the CTs are retaking Banana, something we haven't seen from them previously.
Are they ready for this OG? Will they predict it? Plopsky evades the Molotov. It lands on the near side of Stack. He hides back as Hampers is checked. He gets away with that 1 kill. Plopsky strikes to return and maintains the man advantage, extends it in fact. Crizin, his knife is pulled out. He walks right into Isaac with his head tucked the wrong way. And now Fiku is all that remains. Was heard there by Lumi on the run out. They'll peek together in at mid and Lumi just decks him. Metasports A lifeline held, 1 out of 4 to return to OT.
Well, it's just poor utility usage towards Banana, isn't it? You've got your first molly out there at Car that doesn't force Plopsky in the open, and while Banana's been slightly widened, there's a gap there in that molly, so while it gets pre-aimed from Spook, it doesn't get the full clearance. Metasport can be very happy with the impact that Lumi found from that opening kill to the last kill, and now he's brought the AWP towards B, so he's trying to change up the position.
Quick in for the AWP. Illumi shot on Chris, and again he opens up the round. Impact starting to get generated by Metasport players. Spook would have been heard. His blind spray comes up so close against Plopsky. He knows that somebody's out there, but he doesn't know exactly where. And maybe assuming that that position is clear, may now give an opportunity for Metasport to strike ahead once again. Incendiaries will try push them back. They'll be successful even if they do land inside of the smoke. That HE doing damage to 3 players. You've still got Plopsky out in the open. They are desperate to get him. Spook hasn't finished off the job. Finally, the kill comes in and it's a 4v4.
And while all of that distraction's happening, you've still got Buzz as the late lurk in brackets. He's hoping for a slight overplay, maybe a CT to get down brackets, get out there to the apartments. This does not have to be a B commit from OG.
They've got options even now, but they're still looking to press it. Buzz is starting to back away from that mid face. AWP of Lumi so close to seeing Spooky. Keeps himself hidden. That B site's going to need some support when it starts coming in. The back lines are all they have to cover with the smokes will start to get spotted. Lumi extends out, but he unscopes, so he takes a lot of tag damage. Counter util is not there for the CT side. Great flash in though, allows Hampers to kill. Buzz has fallen. 15 seconds. Fika second that bomb into the back lines, but a team flash comes out. Still Adam and Lumi get those kills from beyond the smokes, and they hold the line. They hold number 10. They hold the defensive, and they may even get Nikodos after time. He dies within the clock. But Metasport are clinging on for dear life right here.
And if I thought that there was going to be any player to initiate a comeback, to put their foot down to qualify to the major, I'm thinking it's Adam B or it's Plopsky. I'm not thinking it's Lumi. He is generating rounds. He's creating chances. A spam kill from both CT and from Coffins helps out the job, but it's the AWP getting these 5v4s consistently in the second half.
He had a stellar day yesterday in the best of ones. And here he is. Showing up at the crucial moment. In what may well be, in what certainly is at this moment, the most important match in his career. He strikes down with anger and furious vengeance upon an OD side who are still in control of the situation, still 1 round away from claiming the Blast Austin Major spot. Fiku charges up, Isaac mows through 2. Rush tactics, pocket plays, they won't work on this team, not today, at least that's what you think. Nikodos has something to say about that. An AK recovered, a Galil still in the hands of Buzz. Spook charging up long, gets Lumi. Surely this won't fall apart! Buzz has got Adam B! It's only a half buy, but it's all coming undone! A 1v3 for Hampus. Metasport may have to wait on that legacy, because OG are 1 step away from returning to the major for the first time since Paris in 2023. A team and org that have been knocked down, counted out, no matter what they've done in so many occasions throughout their history. Hampus trying to change it, takes 1, legged out, Buzz closes, and we have our second team through to the Austin Major. OG in a 2-1 series fashion will claim a 3-0 in the MRQ.
First it was Paris and now it's Austin. OG have qualified for back-to-back Blast Majors. The additions of Spook and Nikodos has really made the overall outcome so much more positive for this team. I mean, we're talking about Krisen, Buzz, Spook and Lambert all making major debuts. That's got to feel like a hell of a joy, and to do it in 3-0 fashion.
Indeed, man. Like, what a result for these boys. Like, this has got to be one of the most incredible moments in their careers. Like I said before, like, so much riding on this matchup, so many rookies. You mentioned 7 in the server. Well, now 4 of them get to make their way forward to Austin. And for these guys, like, it has been a long time coming for several of them. Like Lambert, for example, the coach is 33 years old, has had so many different projects prior to this point. Guys like Crizzen, maybe lesser so in terms of long time coming, but he certainly earned his way forward of this. You know, the Mouse NXT project was so sick in part thanks to his leadership, and this team as well has been great to his own leadership, not only in the IGL department, but also the fragging department here. The first map was stellar. Yes, the second map was a bit of a dip, but come the third one, everyone was popping off, and Crizzen was still top of the board in ADR.
And this is now Nikodos qualifying to the major under 4 different organizations. He's done it twice with Copenhagen Flames, he's done it twice with Fnatic, he's done it once with Heroic, and now he's done it for OG. He has proved that any of his additions into whether it's a tier 1.5 or tier 2 squad, he can base that boundary and push them to the higher degree. That has got to feel like the roster move of the year for OG. You sign him, what, a couple of months ago? He's sort of standing in, he's helping you out in qualifiers, he gets the official offer, and then straight away you qualify to the major.
Yeah, look, he was standing up until 11 days ago. So hats off to them for picking the right moment at this point in time. So very well placed on OG's part in general. They've seemingly pieced all the pieces together, and they've got a team that hopes now to make their moments happen. Of course, OG and Heroic make their way in from our 2-0 matches. Heroic beating Amiga a little bit earlier on over on the B stream at the same time. So obviously, it's great for Nikodos' current team and his old team at the same time.
Yeah, very much so. Both Heroic and OG have come into this with the mindset of qualifying with how good they've looked recently. And I think it's no surprise to see both of those organizations make the move and qualify to the major. For everybody else, though, it's going to be hard grafting. I think tomorrow is going to show a lot of complexity with some of these lower ranked squads that are more defined in tier 2 to take on some of the more well-established names like your Astralis, like your bigs in high-pressure situations.
Indeed. Of course, this is how the table looks at the moment here in the Swiss bracket. Those 2-1 matches will be looking to tomorrow in terms of their next chance to qualify. Key thing to mention as well is that this isn't a standard Swiss. It's not like when you just get 3 wins, you go straight towards the major. If you have to go to round number 5, then you have to play off in the last chance playoffs as well. So this is where you start to get a little bit more dicey in terms of those teams, especially the ones that lost today. Metasport, for example, have to try and get their next opportunity, their next chance to qualify for the major in the next best of 3. So to round out about them, Dwayne, I mean, look, I think it really was defined by underperformance in that second half of that last map. And even though guys like Lumi started to turn it on, it just felt like a little bit too late.
I was more impressed by the performance of Metasport in that series than I could have expected. I mean, we're talking about a squad that has only recently, maybe in the last, I'd say, 3 to 4 weeks, felt like they've finally got a bit of a push, right? That they're finally finding success towards the top end of tier 2. And you're going up against an OG side that have experienced players that have qualified to majors in the past, and you've given them a run for your money after losing Euro map pick. So I would say there's a lot of positives to take away from the game today, and a lot that will aid and bathe them going into tomorrow to try and get that qualification in the next best of 3.
Well, no doubt in my mind that they can do it, Dwayne. I mean, we started the series saying that both of these teams should make it into the major. For Metasport, if journey's not over just yet. If we can see what we saw from them during the best of ones and what we saw from them on this Ancient in this series especially, then there's no doubt in my mind that there's a number of teams in that 2-1 group that will fall to them and will lose out in the next round. The question is who's going to draw against them, who are they going to face? There's only one time to find out, and that'll be later on tonight. The draw will be happening this evening, so you'll be tuning into all of the action in tomorrow's matches. We've got round 4 and round 5 of the Swiss stage in tomorrow's proceedings, Dwayne. So all to play for. We'll be deciding who our next team's through will be, and we'll be deciding as well who is in those playoffs. So any final words from you for tonight?
I think it's all about being able to explode at the right time, trying to push past that pressure and have your eyes on the glory. Top 6 is not going to be easy. There's going to be a lot of good teams ahead of you.
Tune back in tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll be kicking off with the 1 and 2 matches, and then we move towards the 2-1 processions as well as the 2 and 2 round 5 games. But for tonight, that's all we've got for you. We'll see you back here to resume the MRQ tomorrow.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.